Chapter 836, Child's Drawing. "Daddy," a small boy shouted brightly as his father walked through the door. The father laughed a bit as he pushed his eager child away from him. "Wait for Daddy to remove his mantle first." The boy stepped back, bouncing up and down in anticipation to hug his father. The man put the coat on a coat hanger before lifting his boy up to him. He gave his boy a quick kiss on his forehead, and the boy wrapped his tiny arms around his father's neck. "You need to learn a bit of patience," the father said. "With enough patience, everything will come to you naturally." But the boy didn't care. After greeting each other, the father put the boy down and walked into the living room. When he entered, he had to whistle in astonishment. "Is there a special occasion, or why is there so much food here?" he asked as he looked at the covered table. A beautiful woman with black hair stood beside the table with a cocky smirk. "Impressive, isn't it?" she asked. "I felt like cooking a bit more than usual today." The man laughed and approached his wife. They gave each other a quick kiss and fell into a warm hug. "Can I eat now?" the boy asked, eager to eat. "Honey, what did your father just tell you?" the woman asked, looking at the boy. "Patience," the boy grumbled. The father laughed and sat down. "Let's not let him wait for too long. I'm starving." The three of them started eating. "This is amazing," the father said. "I know," the mother said with a cocky smile. "How is work?" The father sighed. "Difficult. I still haven't found any clues. One would think that there would be tons of specters in the outer city, but there are barely any." "Why are you not looking in the dregs?" the mother asked. "Not an option. There are even more investigators in the dregs, and the gangs make it difficult." The father paused eating. "Also, it hurts just looking at the people living there. There is suffering everywhere." The mood worsened a bit. "Right, did you make some more drawings?" the father asked the boy. The boy's eyes lit up when he remembered his drawings. He quickly devoured his food and sprang up from the table. "Is everything okay?" the mother asked, using the boy's absence to ask the father more directly. "The job is secure," the father said, not looking at her. "That's all that matters." The mother looked at the father with a pained expression. She knew that he was doing things that were quite controversial and shady. She had tried asking her husband more about these topics, but he always avoided talking about them. He always said that it was his job to provide for the family, and that his work matters shouldn't involve the family. A moment later, the boy ran back in with a couple of drawings. The father laughed and put his son on his lap. "This is a blood beast," the boy said as he showed his father the first drawing. The father looked at it and saw a red animal. The boy was quite good at drawing for his age, and the outline of the drawing actually looked like an animal. Sadly, the drawing wasn't very detailed. "What can it do?" he asked. "The same thing as all the blood specters. It can regenerate super fast and has a lot of power," the boy said. The father nodded. "I like the drawing. What about the other ones?" The boy showed his father all the other drawings, which depicted different ideas for specters. Then they came to the last one. It was just a completely black page. "What about this one?" the father asked, looking at the black page. "It's nothing," the boy said with pride. "Nothing?" the father asked. "Yeah. I wanted to come up with the scariest specter, but I just couldn't think of anything scary enough. So I just made a black page. If I can't see it, I don't know what it looks like, and that is super scary." The father nodded. "Quite deep. You used the fear of the unknown." "Fear of the unknown?" the boy asked. "Many people fear the unknown. If they don't know something, they don't know what to do. That makes something scary." "Ooh," the boy said. Then the boy's eyes widened. "I got an idea," he shouted, jumping down from his father's lap. He grabbed a piece of paper and just put a small black dot in the middle. "There," he shouted, showing it to his father. "What's that?" the father asked. "Something," the boy said with pride. "It is something, but we don't know what it is. It is everything, and it is nothing. It can become whatever you fear the most, but you can never find it because it is nothing." The father seemed interested in the painting. By now, the mother had also become interested. "That would need to be a force specter," the father said. "A force specter that can basically be anything and nothing. Truly scary." The father looked at the painting for a bit longer. Then his fingers lost their grip on the paper, and his eyes widened in horror. What the mother wanted to say, but the same thing happened to her. They both broke out in sweat. "Ah!" Then they both started screaming. The child opened its eyes in horror and ran away, its pencil still in its hand. It didn't know what was happening, but it was scared, very scared. It stood in the middle of its room, looking at the doorway in horror. Flames appeared in the house. The child didn't know what was happening. Then something approached. The thing unveiled itself. It was the father, but he looked very different. His eyes were sunken, and he had lost half of his weight. When he saw his child, he walked towards it with all of his strength. The child just stood there, frozen. The father tore a metal pipe out of the metallic house. As the child stood there, it finally realized what was happening. The specter it made. It was real. And then deep pain appeared inside of its body and mind. Now it knew why its parents were screaming. The child was screaming just like its parents. And then the child stopped screaming as its father hit the child over the head with a metal pipe. A deep wound opened in the child's head. With his last power, the father threw the child out of the window. Then he collapsed to the floor, screaming in pain. He had used his last strength. The father knew what happened. They learned something about the null. The only way to save his son was to make him forget. An unknown period of time later, the child woke up. It was still disoriented and couldn't make sense. It didn't know what it was, where it was, or who it was. It just looked at the burning building in confusion. It saw a couple of people arriving beside the house to stop the flames, and some people also came over to the child. But then the child just lost consciousness again. Many hours later, it woke up again. It was in a random alley, and all of its clothing was gone. "Hey, kid." The child looked over as it heard a voice. A moment later, a rat walked out of the shadows. "Life got you down?" the rat asked. "Maybe I can help. I can make all your pain end." Chapter 837, Antibody. Nick held the side of his head as he was assaulted by emotions. He felt warmth, but he also felt deep terror. He remembered two people, a man and a woman. They felt nice and warm. He remembered a drawing. "No," Nick shouted in his mind, steering his thoughts away from the topic with unending discipline. Arya looked at Nick, noticing that something was amiss with him. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "No, I mean yes. Everything's fine," he said, taking a deep breath. Nick closed his eyes. Why now, he thought. Naturally, Nick knew what had just happened. His brain was trying to remember his life before he was 10. But that was dangerous. "I can't think about my previous life. If I remember the null, I will die. I don't know if the null also targets specters, but I don't want to take the risk." Nick focused on his life after the event. He had woken up disoriented, with dried blood on his head. The parasite had immediately tried to convince him that life was not worth living. However, Nick had just been a child back then, and he feared death more than whatever the parasite told him. Then the parasite tried to kill Nick by attacking him with its rats, but Nick just ran out of the alley. When the parasite saw all the people on the streets, it didn't pursue Nick anymore. After that, Nick just aimlessly walked around in confusion. He knew a couple things about the city, but he didn't know anything specific. When he got thirsty, he drank from the rain barrels. When he got hungry, he stole from merchants. Eventually, the people of the outer city got sick of him, and the guards threw him into the Dregs. Just like any other person living in the Dregs, Nick had been going through hell. Luckily, he had one advantage. He was pretty strong. As a 10-year-old child, he was almost as strong as a proper teenager, and when he became a teenager, he was as strong as an adult man. Naturally, that was because Nick had already become an initial newbie at that point. He joined one of the gangs pretty early, but some things happened, and he was essentially thrown out again. So he became some sort of contractor who would do anything for money. He lived rather well for someone living in the Dregs. He started to train. Eventually, he became old and strong enough to apply to become an extractor for Ghosty's lab. The exam was tough and terrifying, but Nick got through it. But then, when he was supposed to get his first ability, the examiners realized that Nick already had an ability. Since everyone needed to have a specific ability in Ghosty's lab, they denied him. Accepting unknown people with unknown abilities was too risky. However, despite throwing him out, they were still interested in his ability. They knew he had one, but they didn't know what it was. On some tests, he performed exceptionally well, while on others, he performed averagely. As Ghosty looked through the applicants and the ones who had been denied, he saw Nick's file. He grew interested in the ability, but didn't have the time to go search for Nick. During a conversation with one of his friends, Albert, Ghosty talked about the ability, and Albert became interested. Albert searched for Nick and eventually found him. For the first time in his life, Nick had proper guidance. And 2 years later, he came into contact with Winter. That was when his career began. Nick took a deep breath. By focusing on his true life, he could dissociate from the memories that wanted to invade his mind. This is not me, Nick thought. The child that existed before the fire is not me. It is the life of a stranger. With discipline, Nick dissociated from the invading memories. They became irrelevant and unimportant. They were no longer interesting. This was the safest way to stop his mind from going on tangents. Sorry, I had to deal with something, Nick said, opening his eyes again. Arya nodded and looked back at the floor. The incident with the screaming researchers still terrified her. For many years, she had thought that all of them would die any moment now. She had seen the true face of the enemy, and one of their Eternals had essentially invaded the secret base. The true enemy could send their servants any moment now. But it never happened. Every day felt like it could be the last, but there always came a tomorrow. We were lucky, Nick said. I can't speak of the details, but I'm pretty sure that nothing will happen to the research base because of this incident. Arya just sighed again. The null is most likely like the sun, Nick thought. Or maybe not completely like it. The purpose of the null is to stop certain information from spreading. Most likely, if anyone speaks of the true nature of the sun or the aliens, it will be the null that kills them. Even in complete darkness, away from all sunlight, the null could feel the information of it being spread. It could be that the null is an autonomous system, but it could also be that it is a specter. Due to its instinctual actions, it doesn't seem to have an intelligent mind. Most likely, it is a force specter. Luckily, the null doesn't seem to be an information gatherer. It's just an information cleaner. If the null gathered information and delivered it to the sun, this research base would already be destroyed. But since the base is still here, it means that the null doesn't deliver any information. It's like an antibody. The only thing it does is to seek out viruses and destroy them. The antibody does not tell the brain what virus it caught. It just consumes them. The next moment, Nick looked at the beams coming out of his body. I partially know about you. You probably have millions of beams, and I am one of them. My beam should be darker than 99% of the other beams, but it is not dark enough to trigger you. However, you must know I exist. And since you know that I exist, Nick narrowed his eyes as he looked at the very lightly colored beams. You are one of the beams. One of these beams belongs to the null. Chapter 838, Underground Civilization. Nick and Arya talked about the incident a bit more before closing the topic. The incident had happened, and that couldn't be changed. The only thing they could do was to focus on the future. Next, Nick contacted Samar. Samar believed Nick was a human, but she also knew that he was the true leader of this operation. He was their only link with the outside world. Samar briefed Nick on their advancements, and when Nick heard about them, he was surprised. They had already managed to generate pure energy. They only generated a tiny fraction, but they had generated some. This was a substantial advancement, especially since Nick had only delivered them the basics. It seemed like the researchers had become much more efficient at researching under Samar's leadership. The star energy generator could now also be compressed to a size of about 10 centimeters. Samar estimated that they could produce enough pure energy to power one seed in about 20 years. It was finally time. In 20 years, Nick could uncover the technology of the Enlightened Ones. This would multiply the research speed by many times. We are getting close, Nick thought. If we can learn about the technology of the Enlightened Ones, we can also start changing humanity as a whole. We need to change humanity's genes to work with pure energy instead of Zephyx. Zephyx gives us more power in this environment. But if the sun gets destroyed, all the Zephyx will vanish, and all the extractors will lose their power. We need to create humans who grow more powerful after the sun's demise so that we can fight the army that is bound to arrive at some point. Most likely, Earth itself will be destroyed sometime after the sun gets destroyed. The aliens will realize that dealing with us isn't easy, and they will obliterate Earth. By then, humanity must be able to survive in space, either in self-sustaining spaceships or in the void of space itself. If we are scattered but individually powerful, we can't be struck by a single apocalyptic weapon, and we can use guerrilla tactics to whittle down the aliens' power. I'm quite certain that this was how the aliens defeated the Ancient Ones. The Ancient Ones had unfathomably powerful weapons, but every single shot cost an unreasonable amount of resources. Firing one shot to kill an alien with the power of a protector would be a huge waste, but not many other weapons are capable of stopping something like that. It's like using a sniper rifle to kill a swarm of insects. A sniper rifle can kill a gigantic animal in one shot, but can't easily deal with 10 flies. Humanity must secretly spread across the stars and build a scattered empire. Only when we are a force to be reckoned with will the aliens be willing to bargain for peace. Nick had created this plan many decades ago, but now it was about time to actualize it. The key is the technology of the Enlightened Ones. They knew what they were dealing with, and since they attacked the sun, they were confident that they could survive in a world filled with nothing but star energy. If we can use that, we can do the same. Sadly, all of this is still far in the future. We need to create completely new humans, and then those humans need to become level 9 extractors first. This will take millennia. After reaffirming his plan, Nick went to the suppressed adversary. He reported humanity's progress, and it said that it was pleasantly surprised. The adversary decided to talk about more complex matters. Since humanity was advancing so quickly, it was talking about things humanity didn't know yet. Within the next years, humanity would advance enough that these new bits of knowledge would be perfect for them. Nick listened to the adversary for 10 years while also focusing on his Zephyx manipulation. Then he delivered the knowledge to Samar, who spread it amongst everybody. While it would still take 10 years for enough pure energy to be produced, they could already start the creation of an even more powerful generator with this new knowledge. After delivering his knowledge, Nick didn't immediately return to the adversary. Instead, he secretly went to many different cities. His mind-reading ability was much more powerful now, and he could even read the minds of early specialists. They needed more people. They didn't really need more researchers, but they needed more people in general. They needed to create an entire underground society. The humans on the surface were no help when it came to fighting the aliens. As soon as the new human genome was created, it couldn't see the light of day. The sun would eventually find out about these new humans, and it would immediately grow suspicious of Nick. It was his job to keep humanity's technology suppressed. Because of that, the technology deep underground couldn't come into contact with the surface. This meant that the underground society needed thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people, and they all needed to reproduce. Nick started to recruit people. He recruited many Johns and newbies who were not happy with the world as it was. He recruited some struggling families with commendable ideals. He captured tons of hatchlings, adolescents, and adults. He recruited idealistic government officials and guards. Then, Nick created an entirely new underground base. The current one was too close to the surface. It was also too close to one of Aegis' strongholds. For 10 long years, Nick crafted the new underground base. He created the materials by conjuring them with his Specter Zephyx. It took so much Zephyx, but he managed to create a hull that only an adversary could damage. Finally, Nick finished the base. It was around 5 kilometers wide and 3 kilometers high. It was an intricate underground city that could house up to 50,000 people, theoretically. Then, Nick moved everyone to the new base in groups. The new base was almost 20 kilometers underground. The temperatures down here would be horrendously hot, but the materials of the outer layer consumed stored Zephyx to keep the inside cool. There were also animals and plants that could survive underground so that there was enough food for the great number of normal people. And there was one last but extremely important addition, and it solved the biggest danger the underground civilization had. Aegis had advanced a lot in technology, and the technician generated a material that could perfectly isolate advanced Spectre senses. They had tested it extensively, and it worked perfectly. If a normal human was inside a room made of this material, they could speak the sentence, and Nurse Alice would not appear. Sadly, tests done by Aegis showed that it worked for Nurse Alice but not for the Null. The entire underground city was made of this material. Now, even if someone spoke the sentence, they would not be found out. Humanity had dealt with one more threat. Chapter 839 Empire. Nick was inside the Enlightened One's base below Crimson City. He was inside the biggest hall he could find so that he could summon the gigantic machine in front of him. The machine was over 20 meters high and was beyond complex. Nick didn't know how it worked, but he knew what he had to do. He assumed the guise and body of a human, isolating his Spectre core from any of the damaging effects of star energy or pure energy. Then, Nick pulled out one of the many seeds he had gathered. He let his Zephyx wash over it, wiping any data from a previous user. After that, he put the seed into a bigger contraption. Several tubes were leading from the contraption to the gigantic machine. Nick's body changed, and a big hole appeared in his torso. He put the contraption inside, and his body closed around it. Now, it looked like there were several tubes coming out of Nick's body. One of the tubes led to a smaller machine, which Nick had strapped to one of his wrists. He activated the machine on his wrist, and it gave off a low humming noise. This was a small star energy generator, and it filled the insides of the contraption with star energy. The contraption isolated the star energy from Nick's body so that it didn't accidentally travel to his Spectre core. Finally, Nick went to the gigantic machine and activated it. There were over 100 star energy generators strapped to it, and they all started to hum at the same time. Then the machine itself started, and it was insanely loud. Tiny bits of blue energy shot out of the machine and entered the contraption through one of the tubes. Clink! The tube disconnected itself, and the machine deactivated. Pure energy was difficult to transport, and over 99% of it had entered the tube itself, making it stronger. But the remaining bit of pure energy successfully entered the seed. Nick's senses focused on the seed, and he could see that it was slightly shimmering. His perception came into contact with the seed. The next moment, something appeared in front of Nick. It was a beautiful woman with white hair. Her body was half translucent, and there was an ethereal quality to her. Surprisingly, she looked almost exactly like Arya. "Welcome, user," the woman spoke. "You have received a new seed. Do you want to start the setup process?" "Yes," Nick said. He seemed calm on the surface, but Nick was excited deep inside. Finally, they managed to make one of the seeds run. "Please tell me your name," the woman spoke politely. "Nick Dusk," he said. "How do you prefer to be called?" "Nick." "Okay, Nick," she spoke politely. After that, she asked for several more bits of information. "Which branch were you assigned to?" she suddenly asked. Nick furrowed his brows. "I do not know what you're referring to," he said. "Branches are your assigned career in life. The Empire assigns you to one before you receive your seed," the woman said. "Empire, huh?" "The Empire doesn't exist anymore," Nick said. "Over 10,000 years passed since the Empire was destroyed by the enemy. Please, wait a moment as I contact the Greater Collective," she said. Then she fell silent. Unable to find the Greater Collective. Rerouting to Emergency Network. Nick waited. Unable to find Emergency Network. Protocol Future is in effect now. "Provide the password for Protocol Future," she said. Nick furrowed his brows. "How do I get this password? If the empirical era has truly ended, you can find a password the same way you learned how to reactivate a seed," she said. "I should ask the suppressed adversary?" Nick asked. Unable to reply, Nick proceeded to walk to the adversary. But there was a problem. In the past, he turned into mist to get through the crack, but now he couldn't do that. Luckily, there was an easy solution. Nick grabbed the sword. His ability was still active since the seed wasn't categorized as a living being, and he managed to lift it. It was extremely heavy, and he definitely couldn't wield it in a fight, but he could move it well enough to cut through the floor. After making a hole, Nick contacted the adversary. "I reactivated one of the seeds," he transmitted by creating vibrations on the wall. Excited, "Amazing. That means I finally can get some food again," it transmitted back. "I am in the process of creating a new user, and Protocol Future is in effect. I was told that you could tell me more about it," Nick said via vibrations. That," the adversary said. "Yeah, I know the password." The adversary gave Nick a string of 200 different words, which he spoke to the translucent lady that was following him. "Password accepted," she said. "Protocol Future has successfully been activated. You have been granted administrative privileges over the fallen empire and all its resources." Nick's brows rose. "Administrative privileges over the entire empire? That means I can access every single machine as long as it is working." "Delivering message," the woman said. The next moment, the woman vanished, and a tall and stalwart man appeared in front of Nick. "If this message reaches you, it means that we have failed and that the era has been reset," the man said. "The Empire has fallen, but humanity has not. The Empire is dedicated to the future of mankind and its freedom. The Empire might have failed, but we hope that a new emperor can make use of our ruins to become even greater than we were. All our resources and knowledge are at your disposal. If you can make a machine work again, you can use it. Sadly, due to the information threat, we can't store our knowledge in our machines. The era reset will wipe all the stored information." Nick furrowed his brows. "But that does not mean that our technology is lost. We stored all of our accumulated knowledge in the bodies of our most powerful Specters. You may use these Specters however you wish. They will be willing to teach you our secrets in exchange for Zephyx. The Empire is at your disposal. We just hope the humanity is as valuable to you as it was to us." Chapter 840, Rising Starbase. Seems like the Enlightened Ones truly had humanity at heart, Nick thought as the image of the old Emperor vanished. The message was short and concise. It simply told Nick that he could do whatever he wanted with the technology. A moment later, the image of the woman reappeared. I am at your service. Do you wish to designate yourself as the Emperor? If you are not the leader of humanity, please name the current leader Emperor. Designate me as Emperor, Nick said. Are you sure? She asked. Yes. The woman's eyes shone a bit. Welcome, Emperor. I am at your service, she said. What are you? Nick asked. I am a limited artificial intelligence. I only have limited power in learning new knowledge, but I can assist you with all the knowledge I have, she said. You are now designated as assistant, Nick said. Assistant is at your service, she said. Naturally, Nick knew of the concept of artificial intelligence. Aegis was currently experimenting with that concept. It seemed human, but Nick knew that it was even less human than a Spectre. It was just a complex machine. Assistant, how do I access the machinery in this base? Nick asked. I only have limited knowledge about the layout of specific bases, but I can provide general knowledge on how bases are built and operated, she said. Tell me, Nick ordered. Assistant told Nick about how the Enlightened Ones made their bases, then he moved downward. He searched through several places and even had to destroy several gates. Luckily, Nick's power was high enough that he could destroy the walls and gates. One would think that it would be stupid to create such a weak base while also keeping a peak adversary in it, but that was on purpose. The peak adversary was supposed to be secret, and if the base were built like a fortress, someone might think that the base had something to hide. After a while, Nick arrived in a huge room deep underground. There were several machines in there. One of them was almost 5 meters high and round. Is this the central generator? Nick asked. This is a 5th-generation pure energy generator, Assistant said. It is currently out of energy and needs to be refilled. Does it need pure energy to work? Nick asked. Yes, Assistant answered. Is there a way to procure pure energy without needing pure energy? Every base has an emergency starter, Assistant answered. Nick listened to Assistant's explanation, and he quickly found the emergency starter. Nick went to the big pure energy generator he had left in the huge hall and disconnected all the individual star energy generators. Over the next hours, he rewired them and created a tube that fit the emergency starter. Finally, Nick activated the individual generators. Emergency starter operational, Assistant said. How do I interact with it? Nick asked. The seed acts as an intelligent interface for every machine, Assistant said. That means I tell you what to do, and you will send the order to the machine? Correct, Emperor, Assistant said. Start it and feed the energy to the 5th-generation pure energy generator, Nick said. Affirmative, Emperor, she answered. The next moment, the emergency starter gave off a loud whirring noise. The noise became louder and louder until... bang! The emergency starter shook and became silent again. Did it work? Nick thought. The huge machine in the center of the room started to shine. Then it became even louder than the emergency starter. 30 seconds later, the lights started to turn on. Deactivate all lights, Nick ordered. The lights immediately turned off. All lights are shut off. Is it working? Nick asked. Rising Star Base is operational, Assistant said. There are 6,789 error messages. Do you wish to view them? Categorize them and give me a summary, Nick said. Assistant categorized the error messages. Some of them were designated as very urgent, but most of them were just informational. Analyze Rising Star Base's capabilities, Nick ordered. A moment later, he received a report with everything this base could do. When Nick saw the base's capabilities, his eyes widened. Show me the surroundings, Nick ordered. The next moment, a grid appeared in front of him. The grid showed the entire island on which Crimson City was. Nick could zoom in and out of the grid, and he could even see the people walking around in their homes. It even showed all of the Specters on the island. This is even more detailed than my perception, Nick thought. The Enlightened Ones had the entire world at their fingers. No kind of Spectre can hide from them. Keeping the entire island Spectre-free should not have been an issue. Now that Nick had access to the Enlightened Ones' power, he could truly see the difference between them and the current era. In the Enlightened Ones' era, they were the ones in control, not the Specters. They had all of Earth in their hands. Yet, they still couldn't fight against the aliens. How powerful are the drones? Nick asked. There is one prime drone, Assistant answered. It can kill and suppress level 7 Specters. There are 5 secondary drones. They have the capability to suppress level 5 Specters. There are 60 tertiary drones with a power to suppress level 3 Specters. Nick pointed at a certain spot on the grid. Apparently, the island had hidden Fallen. According to the grid, it was an early Fallen. Does the Prime drone have the capabilities to retrieve the Spectre? Nick asked. Chances of suppression are 95%. Chances of termination are 4%. Chances of failure are 1%, Assistant said. What if the Spectre were a peak level 7? Nick asked. Chances of suppression are 30%. Chances of termination are 65%. Chances of failure are 5%, Assistant answered. Nick took a deep breath. It might not be able to suppress a peak Fallen, but it has a high chance of killing it. Even more, the weaker drones can essentially capture all the other Specters on the island. If we use the base's full capabilities, how long will it take to capture every level 3 and stronger Spectre on the island? Estimated time to completion is 3 hours and 42 minutes, Assistant answered. Nick took a deep breath. Chapter 841 Drones. Nick spent the next minutes familiarizing himself with the base's capabilities. When he looked at the Zephyx storage, he frowned. Zephyx was necessary to synthesize pure energy, and the Zephyx storage was very low. The next moment, Nick looked at the part of the grid where the peak adversary was supposed to be. For some reason, that spot was empty. There is a peak adversary here that is not in the system, Nick said. Area is considered top secret, the assistant said. Do you wish to add the area to the regular layout? Yes. The next moment, the containment unit appeared, and Nick saw all the information about the peak adversary. It was designated as Jolly Cannibal. It grew more powerful by consuming human corpses. Can the Zephyx of its containment unit be harvested to refill the Zephyx storage? The containment unit is not intrinsically connected to Rising Star Base's central network, but the Zephyx can be manually transported by drones, Assistant answered. Analyze the city above Rising Star Base, Nick ordered. Affirmative. Estimated time to completion, 1 hour. Nick waited in silence for the entire hour. City designated as Crimson City. Then, Assistant told Nick all the details about the city. The speed and detail of the gathered information were terrifyingly accurate. Nick would need several days and constant mind reading to gather all of this information. The more he interacted with Rising Star Base, the more he realized how superior the Enlightened ones were. Not even he could compare to this automated base. Identify criminals and generate a list. A moment later, a long list appeared in front of Nick. There were almost 1,500 names, which was around 10% of the entire population. First, Nick deleted people who committed petty crimes like burglary and thievery. He also got rid of minor white-collar crimes and a couple more petty charges. Most of this information was gathered by looking at documents and listening to people. However, a person's testimony was not as valuable as hard evidence, which meant the criminals listed were all only possible criminals. The lowest one only had a 10% chance of actually being a criminal, while the highest ones were at 100%. Nick got rid of everyone below 95% certainty. In the end, he was left with only around 50 criminals. These were the worst criminals of Crimson City. Infiltration drones 1 through 5 will be sent to execute these criminals and retrieve their corpses. Priority is secrecy. Executing criminals with a certainty lower than 100% violates the Empire's ethics code, Assistant answered. Nick frowned. He could probably overwrite the ethics code since he was the Emperor, but maybe Assistant was right. With a 95% chance of certainty, there would be 2 to 3 innocents among 50 people based on chance. Then, only get the ones with 100% certainty. That left a measly 8 people. Affirmative, Assistant said. The next moment, Nick saw 5 small robots moving on the grid. Meanwhile, around the base of Crimson City, a tiny drill quietly created a small hole in the molten metal surrounding Rising Star Base. A moment later, the drill retreated, and a long stream of metal came out of the wall. As soon as the stream of metal left the hole, it split into 5 pieces. Several tiny legs appeared on machines, giving them the appearance of small spiders. Then, all of them turned invisible. The drones rapidly entered the city. Meanwhile, inside the outer city, in a small home, 3 men were talking about their work and other random things. They all worked on the farms, and their shifts had finally aligned, giving them the opportunity to gather. As they talked, one of the invisible drones entered the house. The drone immediately moved towards the target. It slowly climbed the man's body, and the man didn't notice it. A tiny needle came out of the drone, which quietly entered one of the man's veins. For a couple of minutes, the men just kept talking and laughing. I gotta leave a big one, the target said with a laugh as he stood up. Oh, for fuck's sake, Steven. You don't have to tell us whenever you need to take a shit. Just go, another guy said with annoyance. Steven just laughed. Well, I had some rats recently. Guess my guts aren't happy with me. The other two looked at Steven with shock. Rats? Why? They had enough money to buy proper food. Why would this guy eat rats? That's horrible, Steven, another guy said. Steven just laughed and walked to the toilet. As soon as he arrived in front of the toilet, the drone injected something else. Steven suddenly felt tired, and mere moments later, he collapsed. All brain activity had ceased. The tiny drone turned into liquid again and engulfed the man. Sir. The metal compressed until Steven was turned into a 10-meter-long meat string. The meat string was rolled into a ball, and the drone was now several times bigger. Finally, it crawled through one of the windows and went back to the Rising Star base. When it arrived at the tiny hole, it compressed the corpse even more, becoming thin enough to fit through the hole. It walked to the containment unit containing the Jolly Cannibal and stopped. Nick was already in front of the containment unit, and he could see the drone approaching. However, even with his advanced perception, it was quite difficult for him to perceive it. Its camouflage ability was almost perfect. Within the next 2 hours, the other drones also arrived. Mission accomplished, Assistant told Nick. Nick nodded and walked over to the containment unit. Open a communications channel, Nick ordered. The next moment, the image of the insides of a containment unit appeared in front of Nick. Inside the containment unit was a bearded man wearing casual clothing. A moment later, he turned his head and looked directly at the camera. The next moment, the guy said something in an unknown language. Translate, Nick ordered. Somehow, the Seed could already speak Nick's language, while the Peak adversary couldn't. The two of them had communicated with a self-created language. Nick still didn't know the language of the Enlightened ones. It says, "Are you the one I've been talking to?" Assistant answered. The next moment, Nick approached the containment unit and sent some vibrations. Yes, and I got food, he transmitted with the vibrations. The Jolly Cannibal smiled brightly. Chapter 842, Jolly Cannibal. Open an employee entrance. Full security measures, Nick ordered. Affirmative. Nick had seen all the details of the containment unit, and he knew that entering was not dangerous to him. One of the walls of the containment unit turned liquid and parted, creating an entrance. Nick could see the Jolly Cannibal through the open door, and the Jolly Cannibal looked back with a smile. Nick smiled back. Naturally, Nick wouldn't smile like this usually, but the Jolly Cannibal believed that Nick was a human. Smiling after accomplishing something like this would be a normal human reaction. He stepped through the entrance, and the Jolly Cannibal laughed. Then he spoke more unknown words. Nick approached one of the walls and created several vibrations. "Teach me your language," he said. An expression of realization appeared on the Jolly Cannibal. The next moment, he appeared beside another wall. It moved so quickly that Nick hadn't even seen it move. It was like it had teleported. Several vibrations followed, and the Jolly Cannibal said the fitting words. After around 30 minutes of this, the Jolly Cannibal just taught Nick all the relevant words via voice transmission. Nick already knew the basics of the language. Communicating via voice transmission was literally tens of thousands of times faster than communicating via vibrations, which was already around 10 times faster than talking. The limit of voice transmission was the thinking speed of both parties. Within 5 minutes, Nick had become a master at the language of the Enlightened ones. The Jolly Cannibal had simply given Nick the definitions of about 200,000 words, and Nick could easily remember them. Finally, Nick could properly communicate with the Jolly Cannibal. "Bring in the corpses," Nick ordered. Affirmative. The 5 drones entered through the entrance and emptied their bellies. The 8 corpses had been transformed into long and hard meat sticks. When the Jolly Cannibal saw the sticks, it smiled with excitement. It slowly walked forward, grabbed one of the sticks, and took a bite. Nick could feel the production of Zephyx, and the containment unit absorbed 99% of it. "I am the new emperor," Nick said. While it took another bite, the Jolly Cannibal looked at him. "You're a bit weak for an emperor. There are stronger humans outside, but I am the leader of the true resistance. You most likely know what I'm talking about," Nick transmitted. "I know," the Jolly Cannibal said with a laugh. "I'm one of the knowledge transmitters. At least, that's what they called me." It was a bit risky to give the Jolly Cannibal his identity, but it was necessary to make the transfer of knowledge as smooth as possible. Nick didn't need to ask the Jolly Cannibal about its loyalties. It was obvious. The Jolly Cannibal was only loyal to itself. Its next step was becoming an eternal, and it knew that the sun would never let it become one. In fact, it knew very well that it would be killed as soon as the sun knew that it still existed. Keeping such an immense repository of knowledge alive was far too dangerous. This meant that the Jolly Cannibal relied on Nick. They were bound together. If Nick died, the base would deactivate again, and it would lose all access to food. And if Nick succeeded, well, then it could continue living without any worries. Sure, it was extremely dangerous, but it was contained. Killing it was akin to wasting money. The Jolly Cannibal had the valuable ability to generate Zephyx without having to destroy the world around it. It just needed some corpses. It was essentially a Zephyx generator. And if the sun were destroyed and humanity became free, it could just eat for all eternity inside the containment unit. Most likely, humanity would also find a way to make it into an eternal. The true path to power and survival for the Jolly Cannibal was to work together with Nick. So they had a shared goal: the demise of the aliens. "I will tell you about what we know about history," Nick said. Then Nick transmitted basically everything he knew about history to the Jolly Cannibal. "Wow, seems like the Specters are way worse than back then," the Jolly Cannibal said. "There were more adversaries back then, but most of them only appeared after humanity became strong enough to suppress them. Compared to the current era, our era had it much easier," the Jolly Cannibal said. "Was the nightmare a thing back then?" Nick asked. "No," it answered. "We had nothing like that. We also didn't have the Maw, the Null, or Nurse Alice." Nick furrowed his brows. He knew that they didn't have the Maw, the Nightmare, or Nurse Alice, but he didn't know that the Null also hadn't existed back then. "Did you have any Eternals?" Nick asked. "We had 5 of them, excluding the sun," the Jolly Cannibal said. "I assume they were all killed when the era reset since all of them had been contained." Yes. There was the Eternal Terror. It was a traveling force specter that scared everyone to death. Luckily, it moved very slowly. There was also the global starvation. That was a physical specter that made eating extremely painful for everyone. There was also this guy I really hated. He was called the Infinite Rot, and he made it so that any organism that died rotted within 20 minutes. You had to consume everything very quickly, or it would rot inside your mouth. We also had someone that was similar to Nurse Alice, the Despair Harvester. Any human who lost hope just died. Lastly, we had the Trial Master. This guy was like the Maw. It forced powerful people into a fight to the death inside their minds against artificial opponents. If you lose, you never wake up. If you win, you will forget everything that happened in the dream within the next couple of minutes. Nick nodded. Normal people had it worse back then, but powerful people had it easier. The Trial Master was the only one who was an issue for the powerful people. Meanwhile, we have the Maw, which completely suppresses humanity's peak powers. We also had to deal with the envious researcher. Life back then was miserable for the normal people, but the stronger ones were in less danger. Chapter 843, Millennia of Knowledge. "What can you teach me?" Nick asked. He knew that there were several knowledge repositories across the world. All of them were specters who knew about different aspects of humanity and technology. However, Nick didn't know where they were or what they knew. Did all of them know the same thing, or did different repositories know different things? Well, first of all, I can tell you where the others are. All of us know about star energy and pure energy, but otherwise we are specialized, the Jolly Cannibal answered. That means I need to get to all of the repositories, Nick thought. What do you specialize in? Nick asked. Engineering, the Jolly Cannibal answered. Weapon making, material making, energy generation, stuff like that. What about the others? Nick asked. There are 4 repositories in total. I am responsible for engineering. The second one knows everything about biology. The third one knows the details of energies, as in prefix, Zephyx, star energy, and pure energy. The fourth one knows about energy manipulation. Nick furrowed his brows. There are 2 for energies, Nick asked. Safety measure, the Jolly Cannibal answered with a jolly chuckle. One knows the basics but can't do anything with it. The other one knows what to do, but lacks the basics. One has the materials. One has the blueprint. If you give a Spectre both, they might be able to find a way to get out of their containment units, and that would be bad. Makes sense, Nick thought. One of them probably knows how to turn specific energies into something useful, while the other one knows how to turn the useful energy into abilities. To Nick, all 4 of the knowledge repositories were essential. He needed engineering knowledge to create the machines necessary to make use of the knowledge of the other repositories. He needed the knowledge of biology to change humanity's genome and to find an alternative path for extractors. However, if he actually wanted to create a human who could naturally absorb and manipulate star energy and pure energy, he needed the energy knowledge of the third repository. And the last repository was for creating abilities. Zephyx manipulation was a gigantic field. Just looking at the diagrams the sun had burned into Nick's Spectre core was overwhelming. If there were someone who could explain how all of that worked, Nick could essentially create whatever ability he wanted. Engineering is our priority. It is the base for everything. You are the sole generator of Zephyx for this base, Nick said. This seemed like a random comment, but there was a point to it. Essentially, Nick had just said that the Jolly Cannibal needed to be fed to keep the base operational. I know what you mean, the Jolly Cannibal said with a chuckle. I'm going to stay with you until I know everything you have to teach, Nick said. After that, I will regularly get more food for you. Then, you just have to wait for humanity. That is not a problem, the Jolly Cannibal answered. So, where do you want to start? Material composition and generation, Nick said. The Jolly Cannibal started to teach Nick everything about engineering. There was a lot to transmit, but they could now communicate via voice transmission, which was the most efficient way of communication that existed except for transmission between two machines. Within just 1 year, Nick learned more than he had learned in his entire life. And yet, the well of engineering seemed almost endless. From time to time, Nick left the containment unit to procure more bodies. Since he wanted to make sure that he didn't accidentally kill innocent people, he went to different cities and used his mind-reading ability to make sure that they were guilty. It took longer, but not much longer. The system gave him suspects, but Nick was the one who confirmed their guilt. Nick listened to the Jolly Cannibal for 15 entire years. But it had been worth it. The accumulation of knowledge had been difficult in the past, but by gaining access to the Jolly Cannibal, it had become trivially easy. The entire knowledge of the Enlightened Ones was within Nick's grasp. In just 15 short years, Nick had completely emptied the Jolly Cannibal of knowledge. There was nothing the Jolly Cannibal knew that Nick didn't. This was a fundamental transformation. At this very moment, Nick's knowledge of engineering was literally millennia ahead of the technician's knowledge. It had been an arduous path to gaining access to the Jolly Cannibal, but it had all been worth it. Lastly, Nick asked about the locations of the other repositories, and the Jolly Cannibal told them. Finally, Nick grabbed a big pile of criminals from cities all around the world and handed them to the Jolly Cannibal. Put Rising Star Base on standby. Keep it operational, but save as much energy as possible, Nick said. Affirmative, Assistant said. Nick threw a glance at Assistant. He knew how it worked. He knew how it was programmed. He knew what it could do and what it couldn't do. Then he looked at his arm. The crude and primitive star energy generator was still sticking out from his arm. If Nick had access to the necessary machines, he could create his own seed. Every single bit of technology created by Aegis and the underground base looked so insanely primitive in his eyes. The next moment, Nick conjured a couple of materials. Next, his arm morphed, and the seed moved to his palm. Finally, Nick created a ring and put it on. Several tiny tubes and wires entered Nick's body, connecting the ring with the seed. Bang! Then he destroyed the old star energy generator. Technically, the seed had its own star energy generator, which meant that it didn't need another one. However, Nick outsourced the star energy generation to the new star energy generator on his ring. This would be more secure. After all, he was a Spectre, not human. Then, Nick created a second ring and connected it to the seed and the other ring. This was a pure energy generator. It absorbed the surplus star energy of the external generator and used Nick's own Spectre Zephyx to generate pure energy. Nick pointed his ring forward, and a small blue stream came out of it before vanishing. Generating pure energy was so incredibly easy. As long as he had access to Zephyx, he could create however much pure energy he wanted. The limiting factor was no longer star energy, since he could just make more and more generators if necessary. The limiting factor was Zephyx, and Nick had a lot of Zephyx. After all, he was a natural Zephyx generator. Chapter 844, Life in the Underground. Nick had the power of Zephyx, star energy, and pure energy in his hands now. He could produce Zephyx himself, but he needed the advanced generators to produce the other two. Nevertheless, the energy issues had been resolved for him. He would never lack any of them anymore. After getting the resources necessary to produce essentially everything he could possibly think of, his mind immediately turned to weaponry and armor. Humans of the current era didn't need armor since they were using their barriers. However, the enlightened ones used armor. Instead of using Zephyx for defense, they used pure energy to create impossibly powerful armor, leaving the Zephyx for offensive capabilities. Naturally, Nick planned to do the same thing. But I don't have the machines to make the machines to make the machines necessary to make the machines for the materials, he thought. The more complex machines are made of materials treated with pure energy. I can't create these materials on my own. Some of these machines need a long time to create powerful materials, and I can't speed up that process. The blueprint for the sword in the room above the jolly cannibal shot through Nick's mind. Nick knew how he could make a copy of the sword, but he didn't know how the machine that created the sword worked exactly. He knew the process, but he didn't know why the pure energy and star energy worked in such a way. Without the knowledge of energies, I can't properly build the machines. There are parts of the machine that I do not understand. I can build the machine, but I don't know how it works exactly. This could be compared to running an electric current through a spool of copper wires. That would create a magnetic field, but how exactly did that work? How did moving electrons through a curled wire manipulate magnetic objects some distance away? In this example, Nick knew how to make the wire, but he didn't understand how the magnetic field was produced. He knew that it worked, but not why it worked. Because of that, constructing one of these advanced machines was still difficult. Additionally, while Nick's mind was unimaginably advanced, he couldn't be sure that he didn't confuse a thing or two. Theory could replace practice to a certain extent, but it could never replace it fully. Something like a ring-sized pure energy generator was relatively simple. The enlightened ones had created these generators almost 1,000 years before they created the machines that made their most powerful weaponry. Comparing the pure energy generator to these machines was like comparing a hydroelectric generator to a machine that could produce hydrogen bombs. I'm not going to enter any fights for a while. First, I will share all of this knowledge with the underground city. They will deal with all of the creation of the machines. The next moment, Nick left the Rising Star base and went through several cities. He retrieved the bodies of about 100 criminals and delivered them to the Jolly Cannibal. Many of these criminals were extractors, and their bodies would produce enough energy for about 30 more years of operation. Luckily, Earth didn't lack heinous criminals. Finally, Nick went back to the underground city. He had been gone for about 10 years, and the city had developed quite a bit. The layout obviously hadn't changed since nobody in the city had the capability to destroy the old walls. However, there were over 300 new additions to the underground city. Children. The first children in the new underground civilization had been born. How could these children live here? Of course, Nick had thought about that while creating the city. 20% of the city used light generated by Zephyx. This part of the city was completely cut off from the remainder of the city, and only the most powerful and high-ranking members of the dark side could travel to the light side. The only people who lived on the light side were parents and their children. However, these parents were not involved in any research. This was a mandatory safety measure since none of the technology could be exposed to the light. A researcher was not allowed to have any children until there was a way for them to be born into darkness. Sadly, humanity didn't have that technology yet. While humanity's achievements in technology were already quite advanced, their medical and biological knowledge could still be considered primitive. Despite its lies, the sun was actually right in one thing, Nick thought. Humanity's achievements in personal power and biology are lacking. We can create pure energy, but we can't create a medication that deals with various viruses. We can move electrons from one atom to the other. We can split and fuse nuclei. And yet, many viruses are still an issue for the normal people. Nick looked at the children. The oldest were 9 years old, while the youngest were just a couple of days old. The Zephyx synchronizer only stabilized at an age of about 9 to 11 years. Before then, even if the children were exposed to a Specter's presence, they wouldn't attain the Specter's ability. According to Nick's plan, the 11-year-olds would be led to the nightmare once a year. Of course, almost no child would survive such a journey under normal circumstances. However, the nightmare was not sentient. It was a machine. It acted according to a set pattern without randomness. Its effect could perfectly be predicted. And there were ways to alleviate its effects, at least for a limited time. Enough time for the children to survive the couple of seconds in pure darkness inside the Fiend of Darkness. But that was in the future. For now, they would use extractors who attained the ability to isolate the nightmare's influence from others. Naturally, some of the extractors had unlocked that ability after they worked with a nightmare, and they would use that for now. Then, when the children synchronized with a nightmare, they would enter the dark side. They would go to advanced school there, and after some years, they would be allowed to choose their path. Extractor, worker, researcher, administrator, and so on. Depending on their choice, they would be assigned to the light side or the dark side for the remainder of their lives. It was not the prettiest way to run a society, but it was necessary. The dangers were just too great. Chapter 845, Transcribing. The first thing Nick did after getting back was to inform Samar and Arya of his return. Then, he went to one of the many rooms he had left empty and started to conjure materials. After conjuring the materials, he created a machine. This machine would be the core of humanity's future. The archive. All the knowledge Nick had accumulated couldn't fit into less than 10,000 barriers. He needed a centralized storage for knowledge that humans could use. The final goal was to spread the knowledge to everyone living on the dark side, but their current barriers weren't advanced enough to store all of that information. But as long as they had access to it, they would be able to create better barriers that could store this load of information. For example, seeds could store all of this information. Creating a database made with pure energy materials will take too much time. I'm just going to make a very big storage with Zephyx materials. After a couple of days of construction, Nick finished the machine. It was 5 meters tall and over 20 meters wide. The only thing this machine could do was to store and distribute knowledge. It had enough space to fit about 50 times the information Nick currently had in his brain. Now comes the annoying part, Nick thought. Then, Nick started to put the information he had about engineering into the machine. Interfacing with a machine via the mind was extremely difficult without some kind of brain implant. Nick knew how to create these kinds of implants, but he didn't know how he could connect them with someone's mind. His knowledge of biology was limited. So this meant that he had to write everything down. And that took a long time. Nick could write thousands of pages within seconds, but that was not fast enough. He needed hundreds of billions, if not trillions, of pages. Weeks passed. Months passed. Nick was busy filling the archive with information. Transfer of knowledge was so much faster via voice transmission. After around 2 years of writing things down, Nick told Samar that the researchers could access the archive. After 2 years of doing nothing but writing, how much had Nick written down? Something like 5% of the knowledge he had received from the Jolly Cannibal. This will take me about 50 years, he thought. But it's necessary. The speed of our technological progress will shoot through the roof. Naturally, while the first researchers accessed the archive, Nick hid himself so that nobody saw him. The researchers knew that new knowledge was being added, but they didn't know how. In truth, Nick was just in a small room inside the machine, typing away. When the researchers saw a glimpse of the wisdom contained in that machine, they felt humbled. They could only understand small parts of what was written down, but these small parts already made them feel like cavemen. This was almost magical. Nick, Arya transmitted. Yes. Nick asked, his speed of writing dropping to a measly 700 pages per second. We need more Zephyx, and we need many more hatchlings and adolescents, Arya transmitted. Nick took a deep breath. Fine. Give me a bit. Thank you. Nick left the machine and flew out of the underground city. Hatchlings were not difficult to find. There were literally thousands of wild hatchlings within Nick's perception at any given moment. He grabbed about 100 of the easier ones to work with and dumped them in containment units inside the city. When he had created the city, he had left space for about 10,000 Specters, just to be sure. Nick didn't need to pay attention to the level of the hatchlings since they would become stronger while working with extractors anyway. Finding adolescents was a bit more difficult. However, with Nick's terrifying perception, he could also find enough of them after some hours. Then, Nick searched for Zephyx. He could exchange some caught Specters for a bunch of Zephyx, but there might be an easier way. Caravans. Naturally, caravans were legal, and they earned their money by traveling from city to city. Yet, some of these caravans also did some less-than-savory trades. Human trafficking. It took him about 3 days of watching several caravans to find one of those. He waited until the caravan delivered their current goods before he killed everyone in it. The bodies were transported to the Jolly Cannibal, while the massive Zephyx crystals were brought to the underground city. That amounted to about 150 kilos of Zephyx. Finally, Nick could get back to writing. 5 more years passed. Nick, we need a few more adolescents and about 3 adults. We also need another 500 kilos of Zephyx, Arya transmitted. Fine, Nick answered. He got the Zephyx and Specters. 3 years later. Nick, we need more hatchlings and adults. We also need another 500 kilos of Zephyx, Arya transmitted. Nick gave a curt answer and dealt with the issue. By now, it had become a bit difficult to find caravans that were trafficking humans. This time, Nick needed about 3 weeks to fulfill the request. 4 years passed. Nick, Arya transmitted. What? He asked, still typing. We need more hatchlings and adults. We also need a couple more elders. A ton of Zephyx also wouldn't hurt. Nick furrowed his brows. Why do you need so much stuff? Just take a look at the city, she answered. Nick did just that, and when he did, he had to take a deep breath. There were over 3,000 children. The 9-year-olds from last time were already in their 20s, and several of them had already become Johns. Most of the hatchlings had become adolescents. Even more, the Johns and veterans Nick had recruited years ago had also advanced. Almost every single John had become a veteran. Apparently, the city had found a way to make Zephyx bearable, which meant the extractors no longer needed a lot of willpower to advance. Becoming an expert also wasn't difficult since it just needed time and Zephyx accumulation. The reason why Crimson City had so many more Johns than veterans was the necessary willpower required to undergo Zephyx. The reason for the difference in numbers between veterans and experts was the limited number of available Specters. Not everyone could be prioritized evenly. Both of these things were no issue in the underground city. Nick brought enough Specters for everyone, and everyone could undergo Zephyx. From now on, the limit of the normal extractor would be the expert level. Then the biggest hurdle of them all arrived. Consumption. And that was the main reason why Arya suddenly asked for elders. After looking at everything for a bit, Nick just sighed. My break is up in a year anyway. Might as well use that last year to give them enough resources. Chapter 846 Mid-Fallen. Nick used the last year of his free time to refill the stocks of the underground city. He captured over 1,000 Specters and retrieved several tons of Zephyx. It wasn't certain when he would get the time to help the underground civilization again. Finally, after everything was done, Nick returned to the world. The first thing he did was to check the beams. Had anything changed? Well, there were far fewer beams than before. In fact, they had probably dropped by nearly 80%. The reason was that 50 years had passed. Almost every normal person who knew about him had died. Only extractors and Specters were left. The number of beams had become quite easy to keep track of. There were not more than 300. When it came to the colors, basically nothing had changed. After checking through the beams, Nick went back to Aegis headquarters. While 50 years was a long time for normal people, it wasn't that much for protectors and shields. This is Julian Winter. I have returned. Nick spoke in an isolated location inside Aegis headquarters. Naturally, he was disguised. Your advancement is ready, the champion answered. Deal with it as quickly as possible. The shields want to strike the corruptors. Aegis has recovered, and we have more protectors than ever before. The left arm, the technician, and the wall have also become early shields by working with greed. Understood, Nick answered. Most likely, more of the shields will advance soon. All of the shields are incomparable geniuses, and they can advance rapidly. As of this moment, Aegis has the champion, 3 early shields, and 3 initial shields. Aegis hadn't been this powerful before. Meanwhile, several corruptors and famine have died. Additionally, I would assume the champion has also become more familiar with his power. Also, Nick thought as he looked at Aegis headquarters. In the last 50 years, it had undergone quite a transformation. While the shape of the building hadn't changed, the inside had transformed dramatically. There were so many new machines everywhere. Nick hadn't designed these machines, but he had mastered the engineering knowledge of the enlightened ones. So despite not designing the machines, Nick could easily tell how they functioned and how they were built. Crude and primitive, Nick thought. That's good. The bigger the difference in technological achievement, the better. After looking at Aegis headquarters, Nick went to a containment unit and took the guise of a random Specter. The champion had already prepared Nick's advancement. Shortly after arriving, the first person arrived. When Nick saw the person, he raised a metaphorical eyebrow. It was the new right arm. The right arm walked in with a peaceful smile and sat down. The champion really wants me to advance quickly. The containment unit activated, and all the prefix was sucked out. Nick could already feel the incredible amount of suffering coming from the right arm. And yet, the The right arm just smiled peacefully despite his tremendous suffering. Usually, something like this would be suspicious and peculiar, but Nick wasn't surprised. Many of Aegis' leadership were zealots. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for humanity, and the new right arm wasn't any different. In his mind, all the suffering and pain he endured was worth it as long as it benefited humanity. He was willing to set himself on fire just to warm the person beside him. The suffering the right arm produced was immense. It was the greatest amount of suffering Nick had ever harvested from a single person. It only took 7 years for Nick to advance. Once a year, the containment unit paused the suppression of prefix so that Nick could convert the suffering into Zephyx. When the 7 years were up, Nick became a mid-fallen. The right arm left, a peaceful smile on his face. The left arm and the champion had told him that this Spectre was important, and he was happy that he could contribute to humanity. Naturally, the right arm's duties had been put on hold for the duration of the advancement. But that didn't mean that all the work vanished. The right arm knew that a mountain of work would wait for him. After the right arm left, Nick contacted the champion. "I have advanced. I can return to work," he said. "Good," the champion answered. "We want to deal with hatred and envy." "I haven't heard of hatred before," Nick said. "Hatred is one of war's new servants. It is running rampant in the Great Triangle, and we can't stop it on our own. On top of that, we believe that envy has become an adversary. I want you to deal with both of them." "How you're going to do that is up to you," the champion said. "Affirmative," Nick answered. "I'll keep you up to date." Then Nick left Aegis headquarters and planned his approach. Envy, huh? He thought, remembering the time he had met it. Back then, it had been impossibly powerful. But now Nick was a mid-fallen. While envy was most likely still more powerful than Nick, it was still killable. The right circumstances just had to line up. "I'm not sure infiltration will work. I've done that too many times, and the corruptors have probably become even more careful." Then Nick looked at his beams. "But there are things I can do." Thanks to Nick's increased intelligence, he managed to come up with a plan relatively quickly. "I am no longer the old Nick. I have become a mid-fallen, and I don't need to fear regular fallen anymore. I am free to move to wherever I want, and as long as somebody knows about me, I will know where they are." Nick focused on the beam leading to death. He took note of the color of the beam. Light red. However, there were many different shades of light red. Information is a weapon, Nick thought. However, for the Specters, information is not a weapon but a disease. Nick focused on the beams with an identical shade of red as Death's beam, and Death spread it across his forces. "Be careful of this Spectre. It works with the humans and has killed several of our Specters. If you see it, report it to me immediately or kill it." Nick's eyes narrowed. "You've exposed all your forces to me. You don't know where I am, but I know where all of you are. I believe it's time I start to act a bit more like the Null." Chapter 847 Target Acquired. Nick traveled to the closest beam that wasn't anywhere near Aegis headquarters. He could see which beams were closer by moving from side to side and watching how much their trajectory changed. The closest beam, with an identical shade of red as Death's beam, led to one of the cities. Nick followed it and saw it leading to a mid-specialist. This person, or Spectre, had to work for one of the corruptors. There was no doubt about it. As soon as they entered an isolated location, Nick appeared in front of them. Naturally, he wore a disguise. An instant later, all the light in the surroundings vanished. One shouldn't forget that Nick's ability had advanced when he became a fallen. He could create a wide zone of darkness at will. As soon as the darkness arrived, the person in front of Nick started to flee. The nightmare has no effect on it. It's a Spectre, Nick thought. However, in front of a mid-fallen, the speed of a mid-fanatic was nothing. Bang. Nick grabbed the Spectre and suppressed it with his Zephyx. "I concede," it transmitted urgently. Nick kept the Spectre suppressed and flew out of the city with it. "You are going to work for humanity now," Nick told it outside the city. "I will work for humanity," the Spectre repeated. "Where is hatred?" Nick asked. "I don't know. It just contacts me from time to time. It just appears in my mind," the Spectre answered. Nick wordlessly threw the Spectre into a Spectre cage and delivered it to the underground city. Sure, the Spectre knew about Nick, but it didn't know that the person who had captured it was Nick. As far as it knew, a random hero or protector had captured it. After dumping the Spectre in the underground city, Nick went to the next city. When he arrived, he quickly found the origin. It was an early demon, which was suppressed in the biggest and most secure containment unit of the city. Naturally, this specter was the city's primary specter. But it was also one of hatred's followers. I don't have time to deal with the fallout of destroying a city's primary specter, Nick thought. Bang. The entire city shook as a hole appeared in the walls of its megastructure. The next instant, they saw a huge black cube shooting towards the horizon. Naturally, Nick had simply torn the containment unit out of the megastructure and flew away with it. Nick was a mid-fallen. The most secure structures of a city couldn't resist the power of a mid-fallen. When his ability activated again, Nick transferred the Spectre from its containment unit to a new one and delivered it to the city as well. Over the next hour, Nick stole 10 more Specters. Naturally, many of the Specters were primary Specters of a city, and taking them away essentially killed their short-term economy. However, Nick didn't have the time to deal with that. Managing a city was a lot of work, and it would take years to fix these cities. Nick's time was too valuable for that. He needed to contribute to Aegis and learn more about technology. Humanity needed to advance faster so that it could finally taste true freedom. Just as Nick was searching for his next target, he noticed something. One of the beams with a specific shade of light red was rapidly moving from one place to the next. I presume one of your servants informed you, Nick thought. Naturally, some of the Specters Nick had stolen were stupid Force Specters. These Force Specters were not intelligent, and they were not the ones controlling the cities. In these cases, a second, more intelligent Spectre was sent with them. The Corruptor would tell the Force Spectre to follow the orders of the more intelligent Spectre. Nick hadn't dealt with these more intelligent Specters on purpose. Some of them probably had some kind of method to contact hatred. And sure enough, it seemed like hatred was on the move. The flesh on Nick's arm parted, and he retrieved the contraption of generators in the seed. He quickly created a temporary hold that allowed the seed to operate and put it on standby. Finally, he threw it into his space bag. Then, Nick turned into mist and followed the moving beam. Some seconds later, Nick flew into the underground. By now, Nick's control over his Zephyx had become so good that he could pass through weaker solid matter, like it didn't exist. Of course, weaker solid matter just meant anything weaker than demon level. If he wanted, he could simply appear in a containment unit designed to contain Force Spectre fanatics. That ability wasn't even anything special. Almost all Force Spectre Fallen could do something like that. This was simply how terrifying Force Specters were. However, to do all of this, Nick needed to be in his mist form, and he couldn't use his seed while he was in that form since it couldn't turn into mist with him. Materials made of Zephyx that Nick wore on his person could turn into mist with him, but the seed wasn't made of Zephyx materials. Because of that, he had to store it in his space bag, which he left in a secret location. After floating through the underground for a while, Nick saw his target. Nick's perception abilities were terrifying, but Earth was an amazing isolator for perception. On the surface, Nick could perceive the surrounding 500 kilometers, but below the ground, he could only perceive the surrounding 20 kilometers. But that was enough. Nick saw a gray human with black eyes rapidly rushing through the ground. It was so fast and powerful that the ground simply gave way when it moved. The gray human stopped below one of the cities and inspected it for a couple of seconds. Then it continued to the next city. The gray human hadn't noticed Nick. Naturally, this was hatred. In the past, the Corruptors could find Nick, but he couldn't find them. Now he could find Corruptors, but they couldn't find him. Target acquired. Chapter 848 Hurting. After finding hatred, Nick retreated. If he dealt with hatred right now, it would be too suspicious. He hadn't even needed a day to find hatred, and if Aegis or Death found out about it, they would be too shocked. So for the next 5 years, Nick went back to the underground city and continued transcribing knowledge. From time to time, he returned to the surface to give the champion an update. After the 5 years, Nick decided that it was time. The first thing he did was go towards Aegis headquarters to talk to the technician. They had much more advanced technology, and Nick decided to invent a little thing with the technician that would help in coordinating the attack. Every time a Corruptor was destroyed, the world would enter a huge battle. They wanted to change that this time. They didn't want to give any of the trio a chance to strike humanity. Sometime later, the Specters noticed something. The strongholds were all traveling to Aegis headquarters. The buildings themselves couldn't be transported, but the Specters and people could. Naturally, the Specters knew that something was up. Something big was about to happen. But they didn't know what. Attacking Aegis headquarters was impossible right now, since literally every single shield and peak protector was there. If they entered a battle, they would be decimated. Instead, they took this opportunity and struck the strongholds, destroying all of them. Sadly, the only things they could destroy were the electronics and buildings. No one died, and no Specters were freed. However, this would give the Specters some safety in the affected areas, since the strongholds couldn't connect to the cities anymore. And then, the Specters waited. Something was about to go down, but they didn't know what. Tense hours passed. Eventually, Nick became active. He kept track of the beam leading to Hatred, and he directly went to it. At this moment, Hatred was near the western coast of the Great Triangle. If anything attacked it, it could retreat into the ocean. No human could possibly strike it inside the ocean due to the salt trine. Nick found Hatred relatively quickly. He also kept track of the other Specters. He didn't know which beam belonged to which Specter, but he could tell that most of them were gathered in the ocean east of Aegis headquarters. Nick looked at Hatred from a distance. "Hello, Hatred," he transmitted. Hatred immediately looked around and contacted War. However, War didn't move. This could be a ploy. What if they made it seem like they were attacking Hatred just to lure War to it and kill it with the combined power of Aegis? "You can't see me," Nick transmitted. "I am very good at hiding, and my perception is greater than yours." Hatred immediately shot into the ocean. Naturally, Nick just followed. "Do you think the ocean is safe?" Nick transmitted. "I am a Specter like you." The Salt Trident doesn't care. Hatred kept shooting towards the west with all of its speed. Nick was following it while staying below the ocean floor. His ability was still active, which meant that he could keep up with Hatred's speed. "Why are you even attempting to escape?" Nick transmitted. "I can follow you." Hatred just kept fleeing. "Oh, you are going towards one of your little friends," Nick transmitted. "Sure, you can stay there for a while. But as soon as you are alone again, I will return." Hatred kept running while Nick stopped. He didn't know which kind of Specter Hatred was running towards, but it was probably either War or Pestilence. The senses of an adversary were terrifying, and Nick didn't want to take any risks. Instead, he just watched the beam move for a while before stopping. By now, the beam almost overlapped with another beam. The next moment, Nick retrieved the new gadget he had created with the technician. This gadget used a tiny amount of star energy to transmit a little bit of information. Something like this couldn't be felt or intercepted by the Specters. He told the technician that Hatred and one of the duo of destruction were in the Grand Continent. Nick kept following the two beams from a distance. Some minutes later, the technician, the Inferno, and the Ice Storm flew out of Aegis headquarters and immediately charged toward the west. Death noticed and gave its orders. Nick saw the two beams moving further towards the west. Death ordered for them to retreat. Nick followed the two beams. They traversed all of the Grand Continent in less than a minute. Then, they gathered with all of the other members. At this moment, everyone was gathered. The three shields also arrived and stopped east of the congregation. Meanwhile, the other shields also left Aegis headquarters and stopped west of the congregation. 1,000 kilometers was between them and the Specters. Right now, all of the Specters were rounded up deep beneath the ocean. They were safe from the humans since they couldn't enter the ocean, but they also couldn't properly fight back. The humans just needed to retreat a little. Death realized that overextending was a major danger. If they all moved together towards one of the two sides, that side would retreat while the other would advance. If they split up, they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything since the humans had superior power right now. So the best way forward was to wait here. They could outlast the humans. When nothing happened for several minutes, the shields knew that their plans had worked. Moments later, all of the protectors gathered at Aegis headquarters shot out and spread across the world. All of them carried space bags, and several strongholds had already been built. Naturally, one space bag couldn't hold an entire stronghold, but it could hold big parts of it. The old strongholds, which had been destroyed, were obsolete anyway. Humanity's technology had advanced leaps and bounds, and it was time to modernize the strongholds anyway. The protectors started to construct 12 strongholds at once. If they succeeded, humanity would regain its hold over the Grand Continent and the War Continent. Death realized what the humans were planning. This was bad. They might not have killed a corruptor, but they were re-establishing their control. Chapter 849, Convincing. What will you do now? Nick thought. Humanity is regaining control of the world, and if you don't act now, I will expose one fallen after the other. All the fallen working for your corruptors will be captured. This was the plan. By talking to hatred, he exposed that he knew where it was. This alarmed the adversaries, and they all gathered together so that none of their elite could be picked off. But that released their hold on the world, and as long as they stayed in one place, humanity had the freedom to deal with all of the cities. Without the constant fear of an ambush by a corruptor, the protectors could travel from city to city and eradicate the hold the Specters had over them. If the Specters didn't do anything, they would lose control over almost all of their cities. While none of the elite would die, they would essentially lose all of their food supply. Naturally, Death could see what was going on, and it knew that it had to do something. Nick watched as two beams started to move. The Specters were deep below the ground beneath the ocean, which meant that the shields couldn't see them. They only knew where the Specters were due to Nick's information. When Nick saw the two Specters moving, he sent a signal. However, none of the shields moved. They kept surrounding the Specters. The two Specters left towards the east and were on their way to the war continent. Death wouldn't dare to send one of its adversaries out, Nick thought. When the Specters were safely outside of Death's senses, Nick approached them. Wrath and Sloth, what a surprise to see you here, Nick transmitted to the two of them. The two of them stopped to communicate with Death. They waited for orders. Who are you? Sloth asked lazily. Julian Winter. I thought that was obvious, Nick answered. Why are you helping humanity? Wrath asked. Because they are helping me, Nick answered. I'm not even 300 years old, and I'm already a fallen. Many protectors work with me willingly, and I am free to roam the world. The humans are not attacking me, and yet I feed off them. Domesticated animals are much easier to slaughter than wild animals. Wrath narrowed its eyes. You are playing with your food. As soon as your usefulness runs out, they will kill you. You are too dangerous to be left alive, and they know that. Who's to say that they will not be the ones slaughtering you? It asked. I have my insurance, Nick answered. Wrath scoffed. Humans are transient. Specters are forever. There have been many eras, and all of them ended. This one will also end. If you support the humans, you will end with their era. Death is willing to forgive you. If you join us, we can regain control over this world. Nick transmitted a short chuckle. I think you have it the wrong way around. Humanity will be the rulers of this world soon enough. True, their era will most likely end, but I will not end with it. If the era ends, I will be free to roam the earth until a new era arrives. And even if I am in a containment unit, I just have to wait until a human finds me. As long as I willingly cooperate and let myself be suppressed, I will not be killed. It is not me who is on the losing side. Look at your current situation. You are herded like animals. Greed has already joined us and is creating early and mid shields. You need to strike the shields right now before they become too powerful, but you lack the power. Do you believe the situation will improve with time? No, humanity will just keep growing. Your deaths will not be the reason for the era's end. The suppression of the Eternals will spark the end of the era. You will not outlast the Eternals. You will be dead long before the Eternals get suppressed. So, what will it be? Will you join willingly, or will you keep holding on to your misguided hope? Nick transmitted. The two corruptors evaluated Nick's words. At that moment, the group belonging to the technician shot towards the two corruptors. Death told them to retreat immediately, and the conversation ended just like that. Since humanity couldn't strike the Specters deep beneath the ocean, Wrath and Sloth retreated successfully. All of the Specters were gathered in one place once again. Nick just waited far away. Several minutes passed. Humanity was rapidly reconstructing the strongholds. Originally, Death wanted to send Wrath and Sloth to kill the protectors spread across the world, but Nick had intercepted them. Then it tried to convince Nick to join, but it failed. It seemed like Nick could sense the corruptors to a certain degree, while they couldn't sense him. This was problematic. The reason why the Specters reigned supreme was their ability to stay hidden and strike from the shadows. With Nick around, they were forced to traverse the light. If they did nothing, they would lose control over the world. If they split up, they would be picked off. Sure, while they were inside the ocean, they were safe, but they needed to go on land to kill the protectors. At that point, they would be vulnerable. There was no easy way out. However, Death was ancient and knowledgeable. It could also scheme. A couple of minutes later, it made its move. Nick saw 3 beams traveling toward the war continent. It was Wrath, Sloth, and Hatred. So that's your game, Nick thought. You're going to send out to 3 of them. With all 3 of them together, the protectors won't be able to stop them. They will pick off one protector after the other. Because of that, humanity needs to dispatch 3 shields to deal with them. Most likely the technicians group. That only leaves 4 shields left. Since Envy is most likely an adversary as well, it will be 4 versus 4. And in that case, you will have the upper hand. While the 3 shields are busy, Death will keep the champion at bay, and the other 3 will deal with the shields. War will launch a huge attack, while Pestilence keeps everyone weak with its mass miasma. Envy will use its unprecedented adaptability to kill one shield after the other. Of course, you know that we know what would happen. Because of that, you're betting that we won't split up. But then, your 3 corruptors will lay waste to the world. No matter what we do, we don't have a good answer. You turn the situation around nicely. Chapter 853. Quite a smart play, but all according to plan. Nick was no longer the same. As a Spectre, he could give himself whatever ability he wanted when advancing, and when he became a Fallen, he chose to increase his intelligence. This increase in intelligence was not something humanity could compete with. Nick had been quite intelligent before he became a Fallen, but after increasing his intelligence even more, he had become terrifying. The only person who could compare to his scheming abilities was the old left arm. When Nick had explained the plan to the shields, it had sounded simple. Everything he said made sense and seemed logical. Yet, coming up with a plan had been far more difficult than it seemed. Nick sent a signal to the technician, but nobody reacted. "It's you 3. Nick transmitted to Sloth, Wrath, and Hatred. The 3 of them tried to find Nick, but they couldn't. As always, this time, the 3 of them didn't answer and just continued traveling to the war continent. Quite smart, Nick transmitted. If we follow you, you will stop in front of the coastline, making it impossible for us to strike you. Meanwhile, your leaders will kill our leaders. If we don't follow you, you will enter the war continent and conquer it. If we react, then you will have gained enough distance to enter the ocean east of the war continent before we arrive, making you invulnerable again." The 3 of them were not surprised that Nick knew what they were doing. Everyone knew what was happening. This was an open scheme. Knowing about it wouldn't change the results. When Nick saw that the 3 of them continued, he knew that the time had come. This was exactly what he had planned for. Nick sent the signal. Bang. The technician, the ice storm, and the inferno shot towards the east. While everyone was still in the middle of the ocean, the 3 of them caught up. Death didn't strike yet. If Death struck right now, the 3 shields would return before the battle was over. It needed to wait until the 3 corruptors reached the shore of the war continent. Suddenly, Nick appeared in front of the 3 corruptors. For the first time, he had shown himself. Naturally, he had assumed the guise of Julian Winter. The 3 of them stopped. "Idiot," Wrath transmitted. Since they could see him now, they could kill him. At that moment, Nick sent the last signal. The 3 shields above the ocean surface received it. Bang. And immediately plunged right into the ocean. The 3 corruptors looked at the shields in confusion. Were they suicidal? Sure, they could survive in the ocean for a while due to their mental fortitude and power, but their powers would be suppressed considerably. In this state, the 3 corruptors could kill them. Resisting the Salt Trident's influence was extremely draining on one's mind in Zephyx. The technician pulled out his laser rifles and targeted Wrath. Wrath evaded to the side. The Salt Trident's influence would make it difficult for the technician to keep track of him. Bang. The laser rifle shot through Wrath's abdomen, barely missing his Spectre core. Meanwhile, the Inferno released a terrifying wave of fire, turning everything in the surroundings into steam. Hatred and Sloth had to retreat since this wave of fire was no joke. Bang. The ice storm shot her sniper rifle. It hit Wrath in the neck. Time seemed to stand still as Wrath's Spectre core completely vanished. Hatred and Sloth were beyond confused. The humans were supposed to be weaker in the ocean. Yet, they didn't seem weaker at all. At that moment, they realized one thing. Their barriers were not even resisting anything. Usually, their barriers would keep them isolated from the Salt Trident's influence at the cost of a tremendous amount of Zephyx. So, this meant that the Salt Trident had free reign to attack their minds, right? But in that case, they should be confused and unable to fight properly. Yet, they were not weakened in any way. What was going on? The ice storm reloaded her rifle. The technician hit Sloth with his lasers. The Inferno kept pressuring Hatred with his lance. Death had already realized what was going on. Bang. The ice storm killed Hatred with a single shot while the Inferno kept it busy. Death gave the order to attack. Envy, Death, War, and Pestilence released their powers, ready to attack the 4 remaining shields. Yet, at the same time, the Ice Storm and the Inferno rushed back, leaving the Technician to deal with Sloth. The Technician was an early shield, while Sloth was merely a peak fallen. Death received the news that the Inferno and Ice Storm were already on their way back. They would be here in almost no time at all. Just when the Specters were about to strike, it gave the order to halt the assault. They wouldn't be able to kill anyone before the Inferno and Ice Storm arrived. Bang! Sloth's Spectre core was destroyed by the Technician's lasers. The 3rd corruptor of the day had died. The Technician looked at Nick, gave him a thumbs up, and flew back to the other shields. Nick just watched the Technician leave. I kept my side of the deal, a voice spoke in Nick's mind. Humanity will keep its side of the deal, he answered. 3 days from now, 3 peak protectors will enter the ocean and offer themselves to you. Keep your deal, or I will make sure that humanity regrets it, the voice answered. We will keep our side of the deal, Nick answered. This voice belonged to the Salt Trident. In exchange for 3 peak protectors, the Salt Trident allowed the 3 shields to enter its domain uninhibited for a couple of seconds. The Shark Mother was not nearly as big of a problem as the Salt Trident. In order to kill a shield, it needed to gather almost all of its forces, which wasn't easy. Sure, there were several sharks with a power of fallen around, but they weren't powerful enough to attack the shields. Of course, humanity would keep its side of the deal. In 3 days, the volunteers would enter the ocean. From the 10 or so peak protectors, 8 had volunteered. Aegis had chosen the oldest ones. These 3 peak protectors willingly sacrificed their lives for a better future. Chapter 851 Humanity's Freedom. The shields all gathered around the congregation of adversaries. It was done. All of the corruptors were dead. Envy didn't count as a corruptor anymore since it had become an adversary. Now, Envy joined the duo of destruction, making it the trio of destruction again. Humanity had finally gotten rid of the corruptors. The corruptors had been the biggest issue plaguing the normal people. And now they were gone. War, Envy, and Pestilence couldn't dedicate all their time to micromanaging different cities. They had to be prepared to follow Death's orders at any moment and strike humanity. Death realized that it had fallen into Aegis' trap. It hadn't thought that humanity would manage to convince the Salt Trident to help them. How would they even come into contact with it? Death immediately contacted the Salt Trident to ask for an explanation. The Salt Trident told Death the truth. Death hadn't given it any food, but Aegis was willing to give it 3 peak protectors. If Death wanted some help in the future, it needed to give the Salt Trident some food as well. Of course, the Salt Trident was quite a bit weaker than Death, and if Death wanted, it could kill the Salt Trident. However, the Salt Trident knew that it was far too valuable. If it died, Death would lose its biggest shield. So, despite the Salt Trident's betrayal, it wouldn't kill it. It just looked at the shields. The Salt Trident said that it would attack anyone who entered since the deal was already fulfilled. This meant that the 4 adversaries were safe. Death just wanted to see what humanity's next move would be. And humanity showed its next move promptly. All of the shields dispersed and returned to their positions. They knew that Nick couldn't sense the adversaries since that would expose him. For now, the 4 adversaries were beyond their grasp. This was the smartest move. Forcing a final battle would be too risky. The Salt Trident and the Shark Mother might strike if humanity overcommit. Maybe even the Eternal Hunger, which created all the black blobs, or the False Hope, which created all of the fake forests, might join in. Forcing a final battle right now might kill all of humanity. It was better to take home with the substantial gains they had acquired today. All of the corruptors were dead. Managing the cities would become many times easier now. Zephyx production would shoot through the roof, and the agents and protectors would have more time for other duties. Today, humanity had officially taken the upper hand over Death's faction. Yet, there were still the Eternals. While the Eternals were still alive, humanity was still helpless in front of the Specters. However, the most immediate threat, Death, had been substantially weakened. Humanity had much more freedom to expand and advance now. Nick returned to Aegis headquarters to claim his reward. "You did a tremendous job today, Julian," the champion transmitted. "My reward?" Nick asked. "As promised, we will turn you into a peak fallen, and then give you 200 years of freedom," the champion said. "Thank you," Nick answered. "In 5 days, you may start your advancement," he added. "Happy to work with humanity," Nick said. The champion just wordlessly nodded. 3 days after their talk, the 3 peak protectors enter the ocean. The Salt Trident gladly accepted the free food. 2 days later, it was time for Nick to advance. He entered the usual containment unit. He assumed his usual disguise and waited. The prefix inside the containment unit was pulled out, and Nick was substantially weakened as always. Some hours later, the doors opened. The person who entered was the left arm. The left arm probably had the biggest number of daily duties. It was unusual to send him to work with Nick for a long time. The door closed behind the new left arm. All of the prefix was sucked out again. I knew this day would come, Nick thought. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. The politician pulled out a device and activated it. A moment later, he was enveloped by a cloud of prefix, which hovered around him. You contributed more to humanity than anyone else in history, the left arm said. If you were a human, you would be our hero. You would be the savior of humanity. The left arm pulled out his guns. But you're not. You're a Specter. Your power is already far too terrifying, and you are only a mid-fallen. As a mere demon, you took down pride and lust. As a fallen, you took down the remainder. You played the Specters for fools. And you intend to play humanity for fools as well. But we are not fools. Humanity recognizes dangers. The corruptors are dead, and death's forces are weakened. Our shields are more powerful than they have ever been. The politician pulled out his guns. Humanity doesn't need you anymore, and you are too dangerous to be kept alive. If you manage to grow, you will one day kill us. The politician aimed one of his guns at Nick. With all of the prefix sucked out, even a Specter will be helpless. Nick's Zephyx storage was empty. Farewell, Julian Winter. It was an honor working with you. Bang. The politician pulled the trigger, and everything inside the containment unit exploded. Since the shot was fired in an enclosed space, even the politician took damage from his shot. Luckily, his barrier was strong enough to resist the destruction, but it still consumed about 50% of his Zephyx. After the destruction calmed down, only black smoke remained. The politician watched as the remainder of Julian's disguise turned into black mist, which scattered across the containment unit. He took special note of the fragments of his Specter core. He wanted to be absolutely sure that Julian was dead. Julian's power terrified him. Julian was probably the most terrifying Specter he had ever seen. Even while watching his literal body vanishing, he still felt nervous. After some seconds, the politician walked out. He closed the door behind him and changed the settings of the containment unit. All the prefix was drained. If Julian were still alive, he would starve. And then he locked down the containment unit. This containment unit wouldn't be opened ever again. Julian was just that dangerous. Mission accomplished, the politician transmitted. Good work, the champion answered. Finally, the politician went back to his duties. Inside the containment unit, the black smoke gathered and Nick reappeared. In his hand was a device emitting prefix. He had seen this coming from a mile away. His accomplishments in engineering were incomparable, and it hadn't been difficult for him to secretly alter the containment unit without alerting anyone. And thus ends Julian Winter's life, Nick thought. Then he turned into mist again and left through the minuscule one-way tunnel he had created. Chapter 852 Too Dangerous. It was done. Julian Winter was dead. While Nick had not been present, there had been several meetings between the shields over the past decades. Julian Winter was not part of Aegis. That was a fact, and that had always been true. The champion and all the other shields knew about that. He was a Specter, and Specters were only interested in their own gain. In the past, they had a common enemy, death and its forces. But what about when those stopped being problematic? Sure, Julian would keep working with Aegis to help it. With Julian's help, they could also deal with a trio of destruction and several other adversaries. Humanity would rise. But then what? At that point, Julian would already be an adversary. If Julian managed to become an adversary, he would be more dangerous than death. As a mere demon, he already managed to lead several corruptors to their death. He only had limited powers during that time, but his terrifying ability to outwit his opponents allowed him to doom Specters that were several times stronger than him. He was playing the Specters for fools and used Aegis' power to kill them. What if Julian Winter became so strong that he no longer needed outside forces to kill his opponents? If Julian Winter became an adversary and decided that he no longer wanted to work with humanity, Aegis would need to contend with an adversary with unimaginable scheming capabilities. During one of these meetings, the politician had said one sentence that really drove this point home. I believe Julian Winter is better at scheming than me, and he might even be better than the old left arm. When the politician said that, Nick had only been an early fallen. Ever since then, he had become a mid-fallen, and after the latest battle, he would become a peak fallen. His newest plan led to the death of 3 corruptors without any significant losses to Aegis. It wouldn't be long until he could play the trio of destruction. Could Aegis play the trio of destruction? With the old left arm, they had been able to gain a couple of advantages, but that couldn't be considered playing the trio. Julian had already reached that stage, as evidenced by his latest scheme. It had been so meticulous, and everything perfectly went according to his predictions. It was terrifying seeing the trio doing exactly what Julian wanted. They were like sheep. What if he decided to point his gaze at Aegis? They knew that Julian could disguise himself. Most likely, his disguise abilities were on a similar level to Greed. They would never be able to find him. Even more, Julian knew Aegis inside out. He knew where it hurt the most. His perception abilities were incomparable to anyone else on his level. What he could do was to hunt down one team of agents after the other. Any protector who came to help would also be killed, which meant Aegis would need to send their shields. But he would know how the shields would move, and he would already be gone when they arrived. Meanwhile, death would strike back during the chaos. The shields went through many such simulations during their meetings, and they all led to the same conclusion. Aegis would gain an enemy just as terrifying as death, and with time, that enemy might become even stronger. It was bad. Real bad. The danger was just too high. They had to do something before it reached that point. So it was decided that Julian would be executed. Keeping him alive, even inside a containment unit, was far too risky. There was a chance that he could convince someone to free him. Even more, Julian knew a terrifying amount about technology. What if he could change containment units? There were too many unknowns. He had to die. His danger to humanity was too high. If he were a human, they would feel so happy to have him. He could become Aegis' leader. He could be humanity's leader. But he wasn't. After looking at the containment unit for a while, the politician walked away. Right now, Nick was behind the containment unit, disguised as a tiny cloud of mist. I knew there was a good chance that they would do it today, but I didn't expect that they would actually go through with it. But that's what I would have done. If I were in their shoes, I would have also killed me. What did Nick feel about this betrayal? Nothing really. It was expected. Sure, Nick saw himself as a human, but in truth, he was a Spectre. Everyone believed him to be a Spectre. Being a Spectre was his identity. And with this identity came certain dynamics in relationships. His deceit led to this betrayal. Nick wouldn't go out and suddenly go on a vendetta against Aegis. They still fought the same enemy. His primary objective was to free humanity, and Aegis shared that objective. Sadly, due to Nick's deceit, he couldn't have a relationship with Aegis anymore. From now on, they needed to work together in secret. In fact, this alliance would be so secret that not even Aegis would know of it. However, it was important to note that Aegis wouldn't benefit from this alliance. Aegis would be delivering the resources to free humanity, but it would not receive any. Nick waited for a while behind the containment unit. He wanted to make sure that nobody was paying attention. Right now, Nick's ability was active, but that didn't mean that the champion wasn't paying attention to the containment unit. If Nick's ability deactivated, it would already be too late. He needed to escape without being seen, but that wouldn't be easy. The champion's light was everywhere, and if the champion saw some random cloud of smoke, he would realize that something was going on. After a couple of hours, Nick retrieved something from his space bag. It was the transmitter that worked with star energy. Then he sent a signal to the technician. The technician would give his life for humanity's true freedom. He was the last true ally Nick had left in Aegis. If necessary, he would give his life to Nick. Nick just hoped that it wouldn't be necessary. Chapter 853 Inspection. A couple days passed. Nick just waited. Eventually, the doors opened, and the technician walked into the locker room. "I'm not going to open it," the technician said with annoyance. "I'm just going to look at it. You can keep looking at me if you want." Naturally, he was talking to the champion. The technician approached the console and checked several settings. "Settings are fine. Nothing has been tampered with," the technician mumbled. Next, he looked at the employee entrance. "I'm not going to open it," the technician shouted in annoyance. "I'm just checking the employee entrance." The technician's barrier activated, and the light above the employee entrance turned green. Bang! The champion burst through the door and stopped in the locker room, glaring at the technician. "This is a test. the technician shouted, pointing at the light. Did it open? No. I am testing its functionality. The champion just kept glaring at the technician. Do you really think I would throw my life away for some specter? The technician asked. I dedicated my life to Aegis. Humanity is my priority. I'm not going to throw that away just to free a specter. The technician sighed. Even if he was my friend. The champion remained silent for a while. Continue, he ordered. The employee entrance beeped a couple of times, and it showed different lights. What are you doing? The champion asked. Do you want the detailed answer? The technician asked, fully expecting a no. Yes, the champion answered. Sure, the technician said with a shrug. Then he explained in detail what he was doing. He was running multiple tests to see if the containment unit was compromised. The champion listened. He knew that the technician had been awfully close to Julian, and he really didn't trust him that much. While he wanted the technician to check if there was anything wrong with the containment unit, he also didn't fully trust him, which was why he wanted to have everything explained. Employee entrance is fine, the technician said. Now we are going to test the main door. It will be loud, and the warning will go off, but it's supposed to do that, the technician said. The champion nodded. Then the technician ordered the main door to open. Immediately, alarms went off, and the champion narrowed his eyes. You see. Still closed, the technician transmitted while the alarm was attacking his ears. You want to deactivate the sequence? Go ahead, the technician said, stepping back from the console. The champion walked over and quickly ordered the containment unit to stay closed. The alarm stopped, and the console returned to its normal state. See? Nothing to worry about, the technician said. Now we are going to look at the outside of the containment unit. The two approached the back of the containment unit. That was where Nick was. The two rounded the corner and saw the cramped space behind the containment unit. Nick was not there anymore. Now we are going to place a resonance beacon, the technician said, putting a small device at the back of the containment unit. We will place one on every side of the containment unit. That helps us to look for any disturbances in the prefix. The champion and technician walked around the containment unit, placing the beacons. While they were doing that, Nick came out of the containment unit again. Yes, there had only been a one-way hole leading outside, but during the last couple of hours, Nick had altered the hole a bit. It had turned into a one-way hole leading inside, and when he came out again, he altered it again. As long as there was not a two-way hole, it would be difficult for the champion to see that there was a hole. Behind the containment unit, Nick rapidly grabbed the beacon and replaced it with an identical-looking device. The beacon was not actually a beacon. It was a barrier that looked like a beacon. And this barrier had Nick's new credentials. The technician's barrier activated, and the beacons gave certain readings. When the technician saw the readings, his brows furrowed. Something's not right, he said. Then he showed the readings to the champion. There's something wrong at the back of the containment unit. The two of them walked back and inspected it. There's a hole, the champion said with narrowed eyes. What? Where? The technician asked. A spot at the back of the containment unit shone, and the technician looked over. When he saw the hole, he took a deep breath. This is so small, he shouted. I would have needed the integration module to find that. Did you place the hole there? The champion asked. What? No. How would I even do that without being noticed? The technician asked. You were close with Julian Winter. Maybe you made the hole back then, the champion said. The technician seemed insulted when he heard that accusation. With all due respect, but how? I made this thing a century ago. Tens of protectors used the containment unit during that time, and one of them was bound to notice something. Also, the hole would literally allow prefix to enter, and the prefix isolation wouldn't work as a result. This hole has to be new, the technician said. The champion glared at the technician. However, he didn't sense any falsehood. So, what do you want to do now? The technician asked. It's your job to investigate the containment unit, the champion said. But you don't trust me. So you decide what I should do, the technician answered. The champion remained silent for a while. During that time, he contacted the politician and asked him for advice. I will enter and bathe everything in light, the champion said. I want to make sure that there is nothing left. The technician stepped out of the way. The champion opened the employee entrance, and as soon as it opened, the champion's light washed through the containment unit. Any little bit of Zephyx that was left was turned into nothingness. The politician had said that Julian might have escaped the containment unit, but he couldn't have escaped the facility under the champion's light. So there were two possibilities. Either he was inside the containment unit, or he was around the containment unit. Chapter 854, Paranoia. After completely cleaning the inside of the containment unit of any Zephyx, the champion walked back out again. Without warning, he exploded with light, and the technician's barrier activated. The technician looked nervously at the champion as his Zephyx was quickly being consumed. Under the champion's light, every place around the containment unit was scorched. "You destroyed my beacons," the technician shouted, looking at the burnt parts of his beacons. The champion's light retreated. "I had to make sure." The technician just groaned. "Fine. This is Julian Winter we're dealing with. I get it." He looked at the destroyed remains of his beacons. "Just sucks for me. So, you want to do anything else?" the technician asked. The champion furrowed his brows. He did not like this current situation. He felt like something was up. His instincts were telling him that Julian was still alive. The champion felt like he was being played right now. Sure, all evidence pointed to the fact that Julian was dead. Even with the hole, how was Julian supposed to fit through a hole that wasn't even a millimeter wide? He wasn't a Force Specter. But what if he were a Force Specter? What if, somehow, Julian Winter could transform into a Force Specter? In that case, he could have maybe traveled in and out of the containment unit. The champion had been inside the containment unit for less than a second. Julian would have never been able to escape the entire facility in such a short time, and the champion didn't feel any strange movement in the facility. He also inspected every single person currently residing in the facility. He recognized all of them. A moment later, the champion's barrier activated, and he checked everyone's credentials. He wasn't checking if the credentials were real, but if the person was supposed to be there. After several seconds, his barrier deactivated again, and he just kept looking forward with furrowed brows. Something didn't feel right. Something was going on. The next moment, the champion looked at the technician, who just raised a brow. Bang. In an instant, the champion charged forward and punched the technician with all of his power. Boom. The technician's barrier activated, and he was blasted against the walls. The technician's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the champion. "Sorry," the champion said. "I had to be sure that you're not Julian Winter." "What the fuck?" the technician shouted as his rage rose. "I can deal with your constant accusations, but you essentially attacked me twice in a couple of minutes. What the hell is your problem?" the technician shouted. "I'm one of your shields. I've been a shield for far longer than you have been alive. I've dedicated my fucking life to Aegis, and that's how you thank me. You attack me," the technician shouted. The champion also grew annoyed. "Julian is only a mid-fallen. If you were Julian, you would have died under my attack. You didn't die, which means you're not Julian." The technician snorted and looked to the side. "Fucking warn me next time," he grumbled. The champion kept looking at the technician with suspicion. "You were quite nervous just now," he commented. The technician looked back with a shocked expression. "Are you serious right now? You fucking punched me." "Of course I was nervous," the technician shouted. The champion just kept looking at the technician. "A bit too nervous," he commented. "You acted like you were not just fearing for your life. It seemed more like you were afraid of losing something you hold even dearer than your life." The technician took some steps back. "Are you listening to yourself?" the technician asked. "You saw the containment unit. Nothing there. You cleaned the containment unit. Problem solved. You destroyed my beacons. Problem solved. You attacked me twice. Problem solved. Julian is fucking dead. All evidence points to that fact." The champion walked closer. "Not all evidence. You and Julian have been close." "You dash. What is your problem?" the technician interrupted. "You're unstable, my guy. You are chasing Julian's shadow. You are attacking and maybe killing people who are innocent. You see his visage everywhere, and in your blind paranoia, you keep damaging the things you want to protect. You have problems." The champion stopped advancing. "Maybe you are right," he said. "Maybe I am overreacting. Maybe I am chasing a mere shadow." Then his eyes narrowed. "But I am Aegis. I need absolute certainty. Without certainty, I might make mistakes, and we can't have that. So even if this is all baseless paranoia, I have to entertain it. Only when my baseless paranoia has been proven for what it is will I regain the headspace necessary to lead Aegis." "So what?" the technician shouted. "Are you going to kill me?" "No," the champion said. "I'm not going to kill you. I know that you're not Julian. However, I can't be certain of your loyalty." The technician took a deep breath as rage appeared in his eyes. Yet he didn't say anything. He took another deep breath. "All right," he said. "What do you want me to do?" The champion slowly pointed at an object. The technician's space bag. "I want you to give that to me," he said. "Why?" the technician asked with furrowed brows. "I'm going to destroy it," the champion said. The technician's eyes widened. "No way. Do you have any idea how much stuff is in there? That would destroy decades of my work," he shouted. "I will destroy your space bag, no matter what you say," the champion said. The technician's body shook. He closed his eyes and took another deep breath. Several seconds of silence passed. Inside the space bag, inside one of the beacons, Nick narrowed his eyes. When the champion had entered the containment unit, the technician had swapped the beacon behind the containment unit for another one. Naturally, Nick had been inside the first beacon. Specters couldn't be transported in space bags, but that was because it could easily break from the inside. Even just the vibrations of a Spectre inside a Spectre cage could endanger the space bag. Nick willingly compressed his mist body so that he could remain in the space bag, and he was very careful not to damage it. If the champion destroyed the space bag, Nick would also die. "It's all up to you," Nick thought as he focused on the technician. "My survival is no longer in my own hands." Chapter 855. The day has come. It was all up to the technician now. The technician took another deep breath. Then, an expression of acceptance appeared on his face. "Fine," he said, "but can I at least get my weapons? They're really difficult to make. If you want, you can take them out yourself and inspect them." The champion looked at the technician for a while. He only saw acceptance and submission in his eyes. "Fine, I will take them out myself," the champion said. The technician held his space bag in front of him, and the champion's arm entered. Nick saw two laser rifles shooting towards the champion's hand, and the hand left the space bag. Outside, the champion looked at the rifle closely and even bathed them in his light. Then he grabbed the other one and did the same thing. After inspecting them for several seconds, he nodded. Finally, he handed the rifles to the technician. "Your space bag," the champion ordered with an extended hand. "Sure," the technician said. The technician held the space bag forward. The champion's arm extended to grab the space bag. Bang! The technician fired his rifle at the champion. The champion's body was pushed against the wall. In a fluid motion, the technician ran out of the room. The day had come. There was no going back. The technician had always been willing to sacrifice his life for Nick. For the good of humanity, he would sacrifice everything. "I just hadn't thought this day would come so soon," the technician thought with bitterness and acceptance. The technician ran through the corridors at insane speeds. The champion recovered rapidly. An expression of pure hatred appeared on his face. "Julian Winter is alive. The technician betrayed us. Kill the technician." This order was sent to all shields. Right now, only the technician, the champion, and the politician were in Aegis headquarters. The other shields all over the world looked at their barrier in shock. They couldn't believe it. The technician had betrayed them. That was unimaginable. That was impossible. In the left arm's office, the politician looked at his barrier with gritted teeth. He had entertained that possibility, but he hadn't thought that it would actually happen. It had been no more than amusing. The politician gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Then he charged out of one of the nearby exits. Meanwhile, the champion charged after the technician, and he was quickly gaining ground. The champion was only a single level higher than the technician, but that did not reflect his actual power. The champion could fight death evenly. That was how powerful he was. The hope of all of humanity strengthened him. The technician tinkered with his barrier while running. Bang! The main gates opened instantly, and he shot out. The guards watched in shock as the technician blew past them. The champion was directly behind him. Suddenly, the air around the technician compressed, and a whirlpool appeared around him. "Traitor!" the politician shouted with hatred. The champion had already pulled out his sword, and light had gathered all around him. "You fools," the technician transmitted to them. "Julian will create a utopia. He is our Messiah. He is the chosen one. You are the ones dooming humanity to an endless cycle of destruction. Julian will save all of us." Naturally, the technician said these things so that it looked like Nick had controlled his mind. If they believed that the technician was following Nick out of his free will, they might start investigating more. That would endanger humanity's true resistance. So it would be much easier to act like he was controlled by Julian. Like this, Julian would still be viewed as a Spectre and not a former human. The champion focused on the space bag. The technician might be a traitor, but Julian was the true danger. Then he slashed forward. A beam of light shot right at the space bag. Yet the technician just turned around and shielded the space bag with his back. Bang! The technician's barrier broke, and the lower half of his body was destroyed. However, he was still alive, and the force of the attack pushed him out of the whirlpool. The technician's body flew towards the ocean. And then, with his last power, he charged right into it. When the champion and politicians saw the technician's body entering the ocean, their eyes widened in horror. No, they couldn't enter the ocean. Death, the champion transmitted. Julian is in that space bag. You must kill Julian. He is far too dangerous for both of us. Please, please kill him, the champion transmitted with desperation. Death looked at the technician. Was this another trick of Julian's? Did they plan to kill it by luring it out? Death wasn't certain. However, when it felt the genuine desperation inside the champion's voice, it decided to believe them for now. The champion had never contacted it for anything that wasn't directly related to the sun. Even more, unveiling that he could just communicate with Death was already extremely dangerous. Death decided that it would believe the champion. Deep inside the ocean, black smoke gathered and moved toward the technician. But then the black smoke encountered resistance. Death's perception immediately locked onto the salt trident. Sorry, but this is another deal. You should also give me some food occasionally, the salt trident answered. Resist and die, Death transmitted. I'm taking that bet, the salt trident said. I'm too important to you. This is more important than you, Death transmitted. I don't think so, the salt trident answered. Death pushed forward. The salt trident was strong, but the best it could do was to stall Death for a little bit. While this was going on, Nick shot out of the space bag. He assumed the appearance of one of the sharks that belonged to the shark mother. I isolated you in my domain. Nobody saw you transform. I kept my end of the bargain, the salt trident said. Nick looked at the technician. Right now, the technician was just looking at Nick with hope. He didn't say anything since he didn't want Death or the salt trident to become suspicious. Save the world, the technician transmitted. You're our savior. Nick hurt. He had spent centuries with a technician. The technician had been his closest friend. He wanted to tell him that, but he had to keep up his disguise. You have been a useful tool to my ambitions, Nick answered. The technician just smiled bitterly. Then his expression became neutral and empty. A moment later, he started to move towards the bottom of the ocean. The salt trident had consumed his mind. Shortly, it would also consume his body. Nick didn't hesitate and immediately fled. Death's black smoke arrived and destroyed everything, including the space bag. It destroyed everything except for the sharks. Despite everything, Death still didn't know that Nick could disguise himself. It was over. Nick successfully escaped. Sadly, his best friend, the technician, had to sacrifice his life. I'll never forget you, friend, Nick thought. I will save humanity, no matter what happens. Chapter 856 Underground Cities Growth. It was done. The day had arrived and passed. Ever since Nick became a Specter, he knew this day would come. Aegis would never trust a Specter. And he was fine with that. In their shoes, he would have done the same thing. It was just sad that the technician had to die for Nick to escape. I will not disappoint you, Nick thought as he swam further into the ocean. I will free humanity, no matter what I need to do. If necessary, I will sacrifice my life just like you sacrificed yours. Nick remembered all the people who had helped him on his path. Winter, dead. Julian, dead. Simon Francium, dead. The old champion of light, dead. Arya, alive. Ghosty, alive. The technician, dead. The knife, dead. The left arm, dead. Arya and Ghosty were the only two left. They were the only two people left who could call Nick a friend. But Nick knew that this also wouldn't last forever. Ghosty was already old, and heroes could only live for about 500 years. Ghosty had already been old when Nick was born, and while becoming a hero had increased his longevity by about 200 years, Nick was already about 245 years old. Ghosty couldn't become a protector. In about 50 years or so, he would also die. Arya still had 500 to 600 years left, but that would also pass at some point. While Arya had the potential to become a shield, she couldn't become one due to the Maw. If she became a shield, the Maw would take every shield, and Arya would need to fight all of them. That would devastate humanity, and even more, she would have no chance of winning against the champion. Her lifespan was limited. In due time, she would also leave Nick. However, they all chased the same goal: humanity's freedom. While they would leave this world, they gave everything they owned and achieved to Nick so that he could realize their dream. Eventually, Nick went back to the underground city and told Arya and Samar about what happened. It was over. They had to survive without Aegis' help. Aegis will still help us, Nick answered. They just won't know that they are helping us. Arya sighed. What now? I will continue transcribing the engineering knowledge. You may ask me for anything during that time, Nick answered. How will you advance? Arya asked. That won't be a problem, Nick answered. After telling Samar and Arya everything, Nick went back to transcribing knowledge. Over the next decades, he needed to gather many resources for the underground city. People were starting to advance rapidly. It took Nick 25 additional years to finish transcribing the knowledge. Right now, Nick was about 270 years old, and the underground city had already existed for several decades. The children Nick had seen many years ago had already become adults. Almost all of them had become veterans already, and a few of them also managed to become experts. Almost every single adult living in the underground city was a veteran, which was unimaginable for any other city. This city literally had several thousand veterans. The city with the most veterans on the surface maybe had a couple hundred. While the advancements in biology had some play in that fact, the biggest reason for this insane amount of veterans was Nick. He gave them an endless supply of Specters. By now, the city had over 2,000 adults. Everyone could work with a Specter. Of course, since the city didn't need to pay any tribute to Aegis, the city's Zephyx production was unreasonably high. While Arya had asked Nick to capture Specters many times over the past decades, she hadn't asked for any Zephyx. By now, the city had also had a couple decades to work on its engineering, and that had also had a significant effect. The researchers could produce star energy generators that easily fit on wrists, and they had more than 10 times the output the old generators had. The pure energy generators had also advanced a lot. Right now, the city was not lacking any star energy or Zephyx. They could experiment with it without needing to look at the resources. The only thing they were missing was pure energy, but as more time passed, the amount of pure energy would also increase. Another change was the addition of a few protectors. Some of the first group of researchers had managed to become protectors. In terms of raw power, this city would eclipse every other one. However, compared to Aegis, it was still worth nothing. Aegis almost had 100 protectors, while the underground city had less than 5. But that wasn't important. Aegis was not their enemy, but their secret ally. It's time to visit the next knowledge repository, Nick thought. I wanted to finish transcribing this first so that the researchers have enough to research. It also helped me double-check all the knowledge I have gathered. Now, I should visit the biology knowledge repository. Humanity needs to find a way to advance with star energy and pure energy, and we also need to find an alternative to the consumption. I can barely keep up with the demand of elders for the consumption. If we can find a way to increase an expert Zephyx generation manifold without having to sacrifice elders, we can get rid of the bottleneck for powerful extractors. Becoming a specialist won't be difficult then, and becoming a hero just requires a lot of studying regarding Zephyx manipulation. The biggest issue will be becoming a protector, then, since that isn't easy at all. But if we have tens of thousands of heroes, our speed of advancement will only increase. Heroes have such a fast mind that normal people can't even comprehend its sheer speed. Any hero has the mental capacity to become a top researcher just based on their level. Of course, there are still much better ones, but 10,000 casual researchers will find and comprehend things faster than a team of 10 top researchers. After creating his plan, Nick left the underground city. For all of this to work, he needed intricate knowledge of biology. Chapter 857 Deep Core Base. Nick assumed the guise of one of the Shark Mother's sharks and swam deep into the ocean. There were 4 primary knowledge repositories and several dozen secondary knowledge repositories. The primary knowledge repositories were very hidden, while the secondary knowledge repositories were in locations that were easier to find. However, the secondary knowledge repositories only knew the basics of star energy and pure energy, which was enough to learn how to make the seeds work again. Additionally, the secondary knowledge repositories knew where the primary knowledge repositories were. The enlightened ones had designed it like that because of security reasons. The primary knowledge repositories were extremely important, and they could not be lost during the era reset. And they had been right. Almost all, if not all, secondary knowledge repositories had most likely been destroyed by the sun. Otherwise, Aegis would have found a way to access the seeds much sooner. Nick swam deeper into the ocean and eventually reached the ground. Then, he dug into the ground. After around 5 kilometers, Nick transformed into his human form and put the contraption of generators back on his body. "Welcome back," assistant said, appearing in front of Nick. Nick didn't answer and just continued digging down. He had to dig for quite a while since this knowledge repository was very far down. After a while, Nick was covered in magma. The heat down here had reached horrifying levels, but a fallen could deal with the heat. At a depth of about 30 kilometers, Nick noticed a difference. The temperature had dropped drastically. In fact, it was far below zero, which was very unusual. Normally, the deeper one dug into the ground, the hotter the temperature became. But it was far below freezing here. "Connection with deep core base established," assistant said. Nick was surprised when he heard that. "Deep core base is operational?" Nick asked. "Deep core base is in standby mode. All non-essential processes are halted," assistant answered. "That means their reactors still work, even after thousands of years." Then Nick finally realized why the surroundings were so cold. They are using a Zephyx generator that siphons the potential of life. The energy inside the Earth's core is necessary for life to exist. The magma moves around deep underground, replacing the cold and dead matter with warm matter. Deep core base is essentially stealing energy from Earth itself, but since it is only a single one, the impact is minuscule. If there were hundreds of these bases, the Earth's core would freeze and stop moving. That would be devastating. Luckily, it's only one, maybe 3, assuming the other 2 knowledge repositories are also like this. "Keep it on standby," Nick said. "I will tell you what to activate. Do not activate anything without my command." "Of course, Emperor," assistant answered with a polite smile. "Are the defenses active?" Nick asked. "Deep core base has one primary drone, but it only acts when deep core base is in immediate danger. Your credentials as Emperor haven't transmitted to deep core base, and you have been granted administrative access," assistant answered. Nick nodded. For a moment, he had feared that he needed to fight the defenses of deep core base. Luckily, the enlightened ones had not been that stupid. Sometime later, Nick's perception picked up deep core base. It was a huge underground complex surrounded by cold and brittle matter. According to physics, deep core base should fall deeper underground since the brittle matter couldn't possibly hold the weight of this heavy base. However, thanks to Nick's advanced knowledge in engineering, he knew exactly how deep core base remained stationary. Spatial fixture, Nick thought. There was a machine that could anchor one object to another in space. This kept the 2 objects at the same distance from each other. If deep core base were just fixed in space, it would shoot out of Earth at insane speed since Earth itself was moving through space. Because of that, it had to be fixed to Earth's core. Of course, the expansion of space itself was also taken into account. Sadly, the expansion of space became faster and faster as time passed, which would require more energy to keep the spatial fixture running. However, these things only grew relevant in millions or billions of years. By then, deep core base would have frozen Earth's core anyway. After looking at deep core base for a while, Nick approached its entrance. "Activate the entrance. Do not, under any circumstance, allow any kind of light to activate." "Affirmative," assistant answered. The next moment, a force field came out of the entrance. All the brittle matter was pushed away, creating a vacuum. Then the entrance opened, and Nick walked through. Bang! The entrance closed, and the force field outside disappeared, making all the matter crash into the closed entrance. "Welcome to Deep Core Base, Emperor," assistant said. Nick looked around and saw the base to be in pristine condition. There was no dust anywhere. There are also no piles of ash. Most likely, there were no humans here when the era was reset. The enlightened ones probably feared that the sun would find this place if humans died in here. They created this base and essentially just forgot about it. As Nick walked through the base, he also saw many machines that were in pristine condition. They all have Zephyx inside. With a bit of pure energy and star energy, I can make all of them run. This is huge. These are machines that we can't make yet. Sadly, transporting them is impossible without a sanctuary. A sanctuary was probably the most advanced object the enlightened ones had been able to create. It was the culmination of all their knowledge. Nick knew how to make one, but he didn't even think about it. A sanctuary was essentially a space bag made of pure energy. However, compared to a normal space bag, this thing had many more functions. One of them was its ability to stay hidden from any kind of perception. That included the sun and the null. Yet, since it couldn't be perceived, it was also impossible to find it without knowing where it was. One couldn't feel it in their hand, and one couldn't sense it in any other way. Chapter 858, The Pure One. Nick looked through the base. When he opened one of the doors, he had to take a deep breath. An armory, he thought. This room was filled with the most advanced weapons the Enlightened Ones could produce. There were over 10 copies of the sword Nick had found in Rising Star Base. In total, there were over 100 weapons that could be used by Level 8 and Level 9 extractors. They didn't store this stuff in Rising Star Base since it was not as secure as the other ones. Nick also looked at the suits of armor. They were so strong that he couldn't even damage them. But they were also incredibly heavy. Even if a peak shield wore them, they would be slowed down quite a bit. If we ever manage to produce a bunch of shields, we won't need to equip them. There is more than enough for them here. Are all the other bases like this one? Or is this one special? Biology. Biology can represent life, and humans are alive. It's possible that this base represents the ultimate resistance. If this represents humanity's ultimate resistance, this means that a sanctuary could be here as well. Nick looked around. Sadly, it is impossible to find it. Chances are that the sanctuary is also not in the database. This thing is too dangerous to the aliens since it can even fool the sun and the null. Nick left the armory and went to the other rooms. Alteration machines, he thought when he saw one room filled with machines. By using them, we can create humans that are identical to the Enlightened Ones. That would theoretically solve the issue with the consumption. Sadly, we can't use them. The sun has fought the Enlightened Ones, and it knows how they work. It's very likely that it has a failsafe if these kind of humans appear again. We have to create our own humans. As he looked through more rooms, Nick saw more and more machines. Each one was more advanced than the other. Nick also found the primary drone that was on standby. Finally, Nick reached the Zephyx generator. It looked almost identical to the one he had found in the first ruin he had visited. Back then, Nick had had no idea how one could produce Zephyx without a Specter. Now he knew how to build a generator like this. Where's the knowledge repository? Nick asked. No information found, Assistant answered. Use my authority as Emperor to search again. Emperor 1 top secret file was found. I can only open it if you give the command, Assistant answered. Open it, Nick answered. The search has produced a result, Assistant said. The next moment, a grid of deep core base appeared in front of Nick, and a new room was added. The room was completely isolated, and there was no way to get to it. Without hesitating, Nick went back to the armory. He grabbed one of the heaviest swords. It was so heavy that he could barely lift it, even with his primary ability active. Nick walked to a seemingly random room and carefully lowered the sword to the ground. Sir, the floor was incredibly hard. It was so hard that it could resist the assault of a peak fallen forever. However, Nick had the power of an early adversary with his ability, and the sword was meant to be used by a mid or late level 9 extractor. Nick had to push the sword down with a lot of force, but eventually he managed to carve a hole. Over the next few minutes, he slowly cut a square out of the ground. Bang! The square hit the ground, revealing a new room below the one Nick was in. Nick put the sword back into the armory and entered the new room. Sure enough, there was a containment unit in front of him. He went to the console and realized that the containment unit had no power. Nick opened one of the panels and used his pure energy and star energy generators to refill the energy storage. A moment later, the containment unit reactivated. Its own star energy and pure energy reactors sprung to life and produced their own energy. Finally, Nick looked at the Zephyx storage. Full to the brim, he thought. Several tons of Zephyx were stored inside the storage. That was more than enough to keep the containment unit running for decades, as long as the Spectre inside didn't keep attacking the walls. However, even if it did do that, it wouldn't make a difference. The walls themselves were powerful enough to even contain an Eternal. The Spectre would just force the containment unit to cancel out the vibrations. When Nick went back to the console, he looked at the Spectre's information. The Pure One, Nick read. When Nick saw the other information, his eyes widened. The Enlightened Ones managed to do that, he thought in shock. Despite knowing everything about engineering that the Enlightened Ones knew, Nick had no idea that the Enlightened Ones could even do that. The Pure One. Abilities, none. It had no abilities. Not even a single one. Level, peak adversary. Power source, Zephyx. Yes, the Pure One grew stronger by just consuming Zephyx. Grant's abilities, none. Zephyx creation, 0. It is an artificial specter, Nick thought. The Enlightened Ones created a specter of their own. But instead of making a normal specter, they turned the entire process upside down. Instead of turning prefix into Zephyx, this specter is turning Zephyx into prefix. It is not producing Zephyx in any way. It just consumes Zephyx. Of course, under normal circumstances, this made no sense. It didn't grant abilities, and it didn't produce any Zephyx. Keeping it contained would produce nothing, and making it stronger would just cost Zephyx without any return. It was literally just a bottomless hole that one could throw money in. And yet, there was one reason to create something like this. Research, or just to see if one could actually create something like that. Well, there was also one other reason. For the aliens, this is most likely an abomination, Nick thought. If the sun ever sees this specter, it will kill it. That means the specter has no choice but to help humanity. Chapter 859 Artificial Specter. An artificial specter. Nick took a while to come to terms with that. Creating a specter was only something the sun could do. This involved alien technology, not human technology. The fact that the Enlightened Ones managed to create one meant that they had learned quite a bit about the aliens' technology. This was not part of the stuff I learned, Nick thought. Most likely, they wanted to keep that part hidden. If the aliens realized that humanity can create specters, they might abandon all of Earth and destroy it. If humans can create specters, they can most likely also mess with the sun. The aliens won't allow such a risk to exist. Nick took a deep breath. Open the employee entrance of the containment unit. Activate its defenses as well, Nick said. Affirmative, assistant answered. The next moment, a new door appeared on the containment unit. As Nick looked inside, he saw a man. It was just a regular man with normal clothing. He had brown hair and was about as tall as Nick. The man opened his eyes and looked at Nick calmly. How much time has passed? He asked emotionlessly. The records are not entirely clear, but I think between 20,000 to 30,000 years, Nick answered as he stepped in. The Pure One wordlessly nodded. Are you the new Emperor? He asked. I am designated as Emperor, Nick answered. In a way, I am the core of humanity's resistance. The Pure One looked at Nick for a while. A specter is spearheading humanity's resistance, he commented. Nick's eyes widened. Don't try to deny it, the Pure One answered. You might fool others, but your flimsy disguise can't fool me. If you're here, you know what my specialty is, the Pure One answered. Nick took a deep breath. Yes, the Pure One specialized in biology. What gave it away? Nick asked. Your disguise is perfect, the Pure One said. And that's exactly what makes it not perfect. You look too human to be human. The next moment, Assistant said something. Emperor, you have been designated as a threat. You have been recognized as a specter. Deep Core Base wants to activate its defenses to deal with you. Deep Core Base can't activate without the Emperor's permission. Do you give permission? No, Nick answered. Nullify my status as a threat and make it unalterable. Your status as a threat has been removed. You are now designated as safe by the authority of the Emperor. Rising Star Base does not have permission to change your status anymore, Assistant answered. Luckily, I told Assistant that no function is allowed to be activated without my permission, Nick thought. Only the Emperor can override these things, the Pure One said. You really are the new Emperor. As I've said, yes, I am the Emperor, Nick answered. The Pure One remained silent for a while. The Empire hasn't foreseen that a Spectre would become the new Emperor, he commented. I need more information to make a judgment. Nick nodded. What do you need to know? He asked as he sat down in front of the Pure One. The Pure One looked at Nick. Why is a Spectre interested in humanity's freedom? He asked. That's a bit difficult to explain without sounding like I'm just making stuff up, Nick said. Your status as an artificial Spectre is just as perilous as my status. Telling you about me should not pose any danger to humanity. The Pure One just wordlessly nodded. Then, for the first time in a very long while, Nick exposed his entire life to another being. The Pure One couldn't possibly work for the Sun, and Nick needed its cooperation to attain the Enlightened One's knowledge about biology. Nick told the Pure One everything except for the sensitive parts about the aliens. The Pure One didn't interrupt Nick even once. The concept of the consumption is daring yet effective, the Pure One said. It is primitive, but it yields greater results. The Empire implants artificial specter cores without a will on them to create extractors you call specialists. The procedure is safe. Nick was interested. Can you teach me about that? Your path is superior, the Pure One answered. Superior? Nick asked. Yes. Our path might be safer, but yours is superior. An artificial specter core can't compare to a real one. Nick furrowed his brows. The consumption is too risky and costs too many specters. The consumption should not be changed, the Pure One answered. Instead, you need to change the materials. One of Nick's brows rose. An artificial specter is still a real specter, the Pure One explained. I will teach you how to create an artificial specter without a will to live. By consuming such a specter core, any person can consume a peak elder without many issues. As long as you have enough Zephyx, you can create as many elders as you want. Nick took a deep breath. If everyone could consume a peak elder, then everyone would basically shoot through the levels. These extractors would be superior to every other extractor. You are willing to teach me? Nick asked. I partially know how to create an artificial specter, the Pure One answered. You need to learn about the different kinds of energies from the other knowledge repository first if you actually want to create one. No, Nick answered. I meant, you are willing to teach me? As in, you trust me. I don't doubt your story, the Pure One answered. You turning into a specter makes biological and logical sense. We have never had such an incident since we have never used real specter cores, but it makes sense if you implant a real one. The sun controls the specters. A real specter core is made by the sun. A real specter core will create a specter. Then the Pure One looked deep into Nick's eyes. I can also see humanity in you. Your eyes are very similar to the old Emperor's eyes. You might be a specter, but you are human in spirit. Then the Pure One stood up. I'm willing to teach you everything I know. It will be easier if I show you some examples with the machines. Then the Pure One walked over to the employee entrance and just walked through. The containment unit didn't even react to him. Nick looked with shock at the Pure One. The containment unit hadn't reacted. That meant its defenses also wouldn't have reacted. So, if the Pure One wanted to kill Nick, he would already be dead. Chapter 860 Instinctual Machines. Nick took a while to come to terms with what he had just seen. This was a specter, but the containment unit that was supposed to suppress it didn't do anything to it. Even more, Nick had believed that he was safe, but he actually wasn't. There were specters that broke out of their containment units, but Nick wasn't sure if he had ever seen one that was just allowed to leave. My authority outranks the Emperor's authority, the Pure One said. I can overrule any of your decisions if I choose to. Nick furrowed his brows. Why? Naturally, his question wasn't how, but why. Why would the Empire allow this specter to outrank the Emperor? I am the last resort, the Pure One said. If the new Emperor doesn't value humanity, it is my duty to get rid of them. In the Empire, while I could also outrank the Emperor, his advisors could outrank me, while he could outrank the advisors. Balance of power, Nick thought. If the Emperor goes out of control and does something the advisors don't agree with, the Pure One can revoke the status of an Emperor. However, the advisors can also stop the Pure One. Like this, the Emperor can't become a dictator. However, Nick thought as he looked at the Pure One, the fact that they trusted a specter with this feels unreal. You will understand, the Pure One said. I can imagine that you believe this to be a risky choice by the Empire, but when you truly understand the creation of specters, you will realize that there was never any risk. Specters are just like humans. They are just very complex machines. A human's thoughts and decisions are created by electronic waves inside their brains. A specter's thoughts and decisions are created by Zephyx in their specter core. A human's electronic waves move in a predictable pattern, which has been shaped by their biology and experiences. If you know both things, you can predict what a human would do years in advance. Free will is an illusion. Even your doubts are pre-programmed. Having doubts is part of your process as a biological machine. The Pure One gestured for Nick to follow him out of the containment unit, and Nick did just that. Specters are not any different. In fact, they are much simpler. Specters are not natural creations. They did not evolve like other animals or humans. All specters are artificial. I am simply a specter that was created by the Empire. The two of them entered one of the rooms with several machines. The natural specters, you know, are programmed to cause suffering to humanity. I do not believe that I have to tell you why. Nick nodded. Meanwhile, I have a different programming. The Pure One looked at Nick. I am programmed to be human. I have feelings like rage, doubt, fear, and love. The next moment, the Pure One just chuckled bitterly. It's just that feeling these things is difficult nowadays. I've been alone in an enclosed room for tens of thousands of years. I've mostly spent my time meditating, but tens of thousands of years is a long time. I'm supposed to feel things, but after such a long time, I'm not sure if I can anymore. Tens of thousands of years in isolation, Nick thought. I can barely imagine. I'm not sure if I would be sane after such a long time. Since the containment unit didn't have any star energy or pure energy, he also couldn't leave. He was stuck inside until someone activated the containment unit from the outside. The Pure One could tell what Nick was thinking just by looking at him. "Do not pity me," the Pure One said. "I chose this. I volunteered. As a Spectre, I do not age. Machines die and energy vanishes, but as long as there is prefix in the atmosphere, I won't die." The Pure One opened a panel in one of the machines. "Can you refill the pure and star energy in this machine?" he asked. Nick nodded and walked over. He held his 2 rings to the machine, and its energy storage rapidly refilled. The next moment, the Pure One gave Nick several commands. The Pure One didn't have a seed, and he couldn't command the machines without one. Because of that, Nick had to do everything. Nick knew what this machine was. It was a biological analyzer. It could scan biological matter and break it down into data. However, its database was empty. "All knowledge in all the machines has been deleted," the Pure One said. "The enemy deletes human knowledge and electronic knowledge when a new era dawns. We are not entirely sure how they sense it, but if they had sensed that any information was contained here, they would have found deep core base already. These machines operate on instinct, which is not easy to understand since that doesn't make any sense at first glance. However, you said you already learned about the Empire's engineering." Nick just nodded, showing that he understood. The part about instinctual machines was extremely weird. It dealt a lot with the concepts of space, time, and reality. Nick didn't have the tools to create instinctual machines yet since they were so hard to make. Instinctual machines were difficult to create, and they were not better in any way than normal machines. The only benefit they had was that their function was not in time and space. An operator would send a command to an instinctual machine. Then the command would be transformed into many tiny particles, which would vanish a moment later. After that, new particles would appear, and they would transmit the result back to the operator. In a way, it was like having a computer in a separate dimension, but that was oversimplifying it tremendously. Luckily, since the instinctual machines operated outside of Earth's reality, the information it processed couldn't be sensed. Sadly, while it was possible to process information this way, it was impossible to store it. Instinctual machines worked on instinct. They did something, but they couldn't remember something. "We are going to refill the database," the Pure One said, "and we are going to use your disguise ability." Chapter 861, A Logical Machine. "How?" Nick asked. "I can't imitate a human perfectly since I don't know everything about human biology. But I do," the Pure One answered. "We are going to start with a finger, and I will tell you everything I know about it. With a new knowledge, you're going to create a new finger. We will go through all possible permutations until you know how to create any kind of finger and how they work perfectly. Then we get to the next part." "All right," Nick answered. That did make a lot of sense, and it would also help with Nick's disguise ability. Since he already knew how the machine worked, Nick just put his finger in front of a lens and ordered the machine to analyze. An instant later, the image of a finger appeared in front of Nick. "I don't have a seed," the Pure One said. "Right, give me a moment," Nick said. The next moment, Nick conjured several parts and put them together. Some minutes later, a small machine was beside Nick. He activated it, and the image sent to his seed was redirected to the small machine. Finally, the machine projected the image into the air as a 3D projection. Nick explained to the Pure One how to change and manipulate the image. After just some seconds, the Pure One perfectly understood how to operate the machine, and he started to look at different parts. "The distal phalanx is the tip of your finger, and the Pure One transmitted as he went into a deep explanation about all the details. Nick knew most of what he said since these were just the basics, but he listened anyway. Since they were talking via voice transmission, the time wasted on the basics was minuscule anyway. After covering the basics, the Pure One talked about how the distal phalanx was shaped due to genetics, nutrition, and how the owner lived. He talked about common deformations, even amongst extractors. Next, he talked about the blood vessels of the distal phalanx and where exactly they led. Those could also change shape based on different ways of living. It sounded simple, but the intricate details of this were already far beyond what Nick knew about anatomy. When the Pure One went into detail about genetics, it became really difficult for Nick to keep up despite his high intelligence. The reason was that he was only looking at a part of the big picture, making it difficult to see the connections between the small part and the whole. Biological machines are not like regular machines, the Pure One said, referring to humans as biological machines. They are filled with errors and illogical connections. There are countless ways to improve a human's body, but that is not the body humans have inherited. You must first understand the illogical nature of why human bodies are made like this. Nick nodded. This was another reason why this was not as easy to understand as engineering. Engineering was filled with logic, and if something didn't fit quite well, one could just fix it. However, the human body had countless inefficiencies and unnecessary parts. There were even some parts left that had been useful when humans had still been fish. Of course, these parts had lost all meaning ever since. It became even worse when there were unnecessary parts that somehow contributed to necessary parts, making them necessary again. The appendix was a good example. It acted as a refuge for gut bacteria in case of a horrible infection, allowing them to recover quickly, but it could also cause immense issues. Removing it sounded like a safe bet. However, the choice was not that easy. Sure, one got rid of a huge danger, but in the grand picture of the body, this removal also showed some detrimental signs. Some unnecessary things became necessary, and by the end of it, the biological machine that was a human was formed. The adaptability of a human's body was terrifying. It could even use Zephyx to become much stronger. Yet, if one looked closely, the way it worked was filled with horrible and illogical connections. It reminded Nick of the big flexinator the technician had created. It had simply grown with time, and it needed an overhaul. There were many ways to simplify the human body, but one could only attempt that after one understood the entire picture that this idiotic design created. After just a couple of months, the Pure One had explained skin, muscle, and bone. Just by knowing that, Nick could create a disguise that would even fool the Pure One. In essence, to create such a disguise, Nick needed to tell a story with his body. There had to be tiny malformations that told everyone how he wielded his weapons. There had to be tiny crevices in his skin that showed which expressions Nick used most. His bone density had to be slightly different between different parts of the same bone due to the movements he made during his life. In the past, Nick had just disguised himself as a human. Blank slate. Sure, that was enough to fool almost everyone, but the Sun or the Pure One would see through that disguise. Luckily, both of them already knew that he was a Specter, and he didn't need to fool them into believing that he was human. After a couple of months, the Pure One started to explain the organs in more detail. A total of 2 years later, the Pure One was also done with that. Finally, it was time for the most complex part of human anatomy. The nervous system, including the brain. The brain underwent the most change during one's life. The brain continuously changed whenever anyone did something or learned something. There were so many changes that it almost bordered on impossible to predict them. In fact, even for Nick, it was impossible. He could make many predictions, but he needed a much stronger mind to understand why a human did what it did. Luckily, Nick's status as a Specter helped him in this regard. In the future, he could create abilities that would essentially do a lot of the calculations for him, similar to his mind-reading ability. After another 5 years, they were done with the nervous system as well. But there was one last thing the Pure One needed to teach Nick. Now, we are going to talk about the alterations, the Zephyx Synchronizer, and how we can change the human body. Chapter 862 New Human. It took a long while for Nick to create a Zephyx Synchronizer that fit the image of a Zephyx Synchronizer. When he finally managed to make one, Nick could truly see how different it was from the human body. It was perfect, and that was exactly why it was not perfect. It was like Nick's former disguise. It was artificial. It did not belong. Even the part of the genome that dictated the Zephyx Synchronizer was perfectly efficient. It barely took up any information in the genome, but still ended up producing a terrifyingly complex and capable organ. These things wouldn't be noticed by anyone, but after learning basically everything there was to know about anatomy, it was impossible not to notice. The Zephyx Synchronizer did not grow with time like all the other parts of the body. It was like it just appeared one day in its perfect glory. The Zephyx Synchronizer was the only thing in the human body that couldn't be made more efficient. Well, as long as one's goal was to suppress humanity. As the Pure One unveiled the details of the genome and the Zephyx Synchronizer, Nick saw the hidden dangers. The biggest one was its susceptibility to one particular wavelength. If the Zephyx Synchronizer was exposed to this particular wavelength for a duration of 5 seconds, the Zephyx Synchronizer would collapse, and all its stored Zephyx would heat up uncontrollably. This would essentially turn the owner of the Zephyx synchronizer into a pile of ash. Nick remembered all the piles of ashes he had found in different ruins. That is how the sun ends an era, he thought. It emits this wavelength throughout the planet, and anyone who has more Zephyx than a late newbie will be turned to ash. Late newbies will be crippled and will most likely succumb to their injuries. Mid-newbies will also be crippled, but they will survive. Early newbies will definitely survive, but their Zephyx synchronizer won't be able to recover. They will most likely have a scar on their neck for the remainder of their lives. Initial newbies will feel a bit of pain, but they will fully recover. Normal people won't even notice. Then, Nick remembered the piles of ash in the ruins of the ancient ones. They didn't have Zephyx synchronizers, but still turned to ash. The sun probably did that by just emitting a regular high-frequency wave across the planet. Killing a normal human with high-frequency waves is not difficult for the sun. The Empire knew about these waves, right? Nick asked. That means they found a counter. The Pure One nodded. Naturally. I don't know much about the final battle, but I know that the waves wouldn't have hurt our warriors. Is there anything you can tell me about the final battle? Any predictions? Nick asked. I know that destroying the sun was a done deal, the Pure One said. There was no uncertainty in that. As soon as the plan launched, the sun would be destroyed. It's possible, Nick thought. The Enlightened Ones might have actually succeeded in dealing with the sun, but they didn't know a lot about the aliens themselves. I probably know more about the aliens than them. It's definitely possible that the Enlightened Ones actually destroyed the sun, but following that, the aliens sent their local squad of guards to kill them one by one. Most likely, the guards then killed every hero and stronger. The aliens rebuilt the sun, and the sun reset the era. At that moment, Nick remembered the pile of ash above the Jolly Cannibal. As far as I know, that person was also supposed to join the final battle, but it never happened. It's also possible that the aliens realized what was about to come before the Enlightened Ones were prepared to strike. The Pure One continued talking about the Zephyx synchronizer and how it essentially changed the entire body, making it reliant on prefix and Zephyx. This is not supposed to be like this, Nick thought. By now, he could see that one of his guesses had been spot on. A small amount of star energy was not an issue for humans, but being doused in star energy would cause several parts of their biology to break down. That was all due to the reliance on prefix and Zephyx that the Zephyx synchronizer created. Without a Zephyx synchronizer, humans could swim in a sea of star energy and not feel a thing. It might even show some slight positive effects. The humans of today rely on Zephyx to become more powerful than any human that came before them, but that reliance is a massive weakness. However, in a way, this is not different from just requiring a lot of food. A big animal relies on a steady supply of a lot of food to keep operating, and if that food is taken away, the big animal will starve quickly. If humans want to become powerful, they need energy. It doesn't matter what kind of energy, but they need at least one very potent form of energy. Due to the Zephyx synchronizer's straightforward manner, it didn't take a long time for the Pure One to explain it to the last detail. But then the next big topic arrived. Potential changes. Theoretical methods to alter a human's genome to be reliant on star energy or pure energy. I can tell you how to create the humans who lived in the Empire, but I cannot tell you exactly why the star energy and pure energy do what they do. You need the energy knowledge repository for that, the Pure One explained. Nick nodded and listened to the Pure One. The Pure One explained to Nick how to create humans who could store Zephyx in their bodies but didn't use it as a power source. These kinds of humans could store and absorb Zephyx, but they also needed star energy to transform the Zephyx into pure energy. These humans had been the warriors of the Empire. However, there had also been humans with Zephyx synchronizers. The reason for their continued existence was to produce Zephyx. This new kind of human could produce Zephyx, but the efficiency was several times lower. Additionally, this new kind of human required a lot of pure Zephyx and star energy to grow, and that Zephyx had to come from somewhere. Sadly, Nick knew that he couldn't use this method since the aliens would be prepared for exactly this kind of human. He needed to create his own method, one that was very different. Finally, there was only one last topic remaining: creating a Specter. If Nick could do that, he could solve the issue of the consumption. Chapter 863 Free Will. The creation of a Specter was surprisingly easy. One just needed to manipulate prefix in a special manner to create one. Of course, this special manner was incredibly difficult to find, but when the Pure One explained it, it sounded so simple. Without a doubt, countless centuries of research had been needed to reverse engineer Specters, But when the entire process was explained via voice transmission, it only took a couple of minutes to explain it. After one knew how to create a Specter, one only needed to give it a personality. Nick knew almost everything about the brain and how humans worked. Because of that, creating a personality wasn't difficult. After learning all of that, Nick looked at the Pure One in a new light. There truly is no danger in letting him roam around, Nick thought. He has been perfectly engineered to stay loyal to humanity. His entire existence revolves around helping humanity because that is what he wants and desires. In a way, this felt cruel. It was essentially taking free will from a living being. But free will is an illusion anyway, Nick thought. Everything a person did was preordained by their past. Even the spiteful actions one would take when trying to prove to oneself that one had free will had already been dictated by the past. The person's past had been like this, which was why that person would cut their arm at this point just to prove to themselves that they had agency over their life. Everything was mathematics. Emotions, feelings, logic. All the neurological pathways had been created, and they would always fire in a certain way. Humans have agency over their lives. They can do what they want with their lives. They can choose what they will do, but their choices and desires have already been decided. My past has made me desire to free humanity, so I choose to dedicate my all to humanity. I do have a choice in that matter. I could decide not to help humanity, but if I actually choose that, it means this choice has always been in my future. If someone knew everything about me and knew everything that is going to happen around me, they would know if I would betray my beliefs, and if I actually did that, they could point out the time I would make that decision to a second. In a way, free will was a paradox. One could do what they wanted, but one's wants were already set in stone. One had free will, but one also didn't have true free will. Time moved forward, and as long as time didn't move backward, the future was already set in stone. The future dictated the present. Hypothetically, if humanity freed themselves of the aliens, the being responsible for freeing them would go through tremendous efforts to achieve that. The causality of time was reversed. And yet, it also wasn't. The time stream had been set in stone. If Nick decided to drop everything and kill himself, there would have never been a future where humanity was free to begin with. He was always meant to abandon his desires. And if he succeeded, he was always meant to succeed. These thoughts were not easy to swallow. But I can do what I want, Nick thought. No matter what I do, I can decide to not go through with it. I have agency. I have free will. I just don't have the power to change the future. The future takes my free will into account, and there is no uncertainty about it. After a total of about 9 years, the Pure One finished explaining everything about biology to Nick. It was done. Nick had learned everything there was to learn from 2 of the 4 knowledge repositories. I can now deal with the issue of consumption, but if I want to recreate humanity, I need the energy knowledge repository. I can copy the enlightened ones, but that's not good enough. That's it, the Pure One said. That's everything. You now know as much about biology as me. Nick nodded. Thank you. I must remain here, the Pure One said. If you fail, humanity needs another shot. I don't know what kind of contingencies you have planned, but the contingencies of the Empire need to remain intact for humanity's future. I understand, Nick said. Then the Pure One went over to the biological analyzer and ordered all recordings to be deleted again. There is one last thing I have for you, the Pure One said after deleting the recordings and deactivating the machine. The next moment, the Pure One opened his mouth and put his arm deep into his mouth. His arm reached into his stomach, and he pulled it back out. Finally, he held his arm out to Nick, offering him something. There was nothing there. However, this action made Nick take a deep breath. Take it, the Pure One said. You should know how to use it. Nick carefully moved his arm forward and grabbed nothing. He didn't feel anything. It was like there was just air in his hand. The next moment, Nick stretched his other arm to his hand, and his arm vanished. It is empty right now. You are free to use it however you see fit, the Pure One said. I have 3 of those in total, and all the machines in Deep Core Base should be enough for 3 eras. Naturally, the Pure One had given Nick a sanctuary. With this sanctuary, Nick could transport whatever he wanted, as long as it wasn't alive. Do not, under any circumstances, put it somewhere casually, the Pure One warned. You will never find it again. No, Nick answered with a nod. Only take what you need, the Pure One said. I'm going to go back into my room. If you manage to free humanity, you can come and get me out. Otherwise, I would ask you to remove the star energy and pure energy of the containment unit. Nick looked at the Pure One. Even after waiting in isolation for tens of thousands of years, he was willing to go back. Nick didn't protest. The Pure One was like Nick, Aegis, and the people in the underground city. They were all willing to sacrifice their lives for humanity. Their own happiness came secondary. "I will free humanity," Nick said as the Pure One entered the containment unit. "You have a better shot at it than the Empire," the Pure One answered. "I genuinely wish for you to succeed." Nick nodded. The door closed between them, and Nick retrieved the star energy and pure energy from the containment unit. Now the Pure One was stuck inside again. There were only 4 paths in his future. 1, Nick would free him again, which meant he succeeded. 2, the aliens would find Deep Core Base, and he would be killed. 3, another being would free him, which meant that Nick had failed. For he would be stuck here until Earth was no more. This was the Pure One's future, and he had chosen it willingly. Chapter 864 Expensive. Nick left Deep Core Base and went back to the underground city. Within the last 9 years, the underground city had changed yet again. While 10 years was just a short trip for him, it was a long time for normal people. The number of experts had increased drastically. One needed a shell to become an expert, and with perfect usage of Zephyx, it needed about 10 years to make one. By now, the underground city already had over 2,000 experts. In any other city, this would be crazy. Cities generally had between 30 and 200 experts at any given moment. When Nick had still lived in Crimson City, there had been about 100 experts. This city had over 2,000. They had 20 times the number of experts as Crimson City. Such a force would be terrifying for the Specters and the surroundings. And we're going to increase that to over 2,000 specialists, Nick thought. After returning, he contacted Samar and Arya. He met the two of them in Samar's office, which was in the middle of the underground city. Samar had the title of Chancellor, which had the highest authority in the city, while Arya had the title of Commander, which had the highest authority in the military. While Samar was more than brilliant, she didn't have a lot of combat experience. Meanwhile, Arya had a lot of combat experience. "I have acquired the biology knowledge of the Enlightened Ones, and I am going to add it to the archive. It will take about 10 years to transcribe everything," Nick said. "That's quite a lot faster than last time," Arya said. Nick nodded. "I can create a biological implant and interpreter that allows me to tell the machine everything via voice transmission." As Nick looked at the two of them, he couldn't help taking note of several parts of their bodies. Bodies told a story, and he could now see areas in Samar's stories. Arya trained a lot and tried her best to be strong for everyone. Her expression was stalwart, and there were several signs of regular training visible on her body. Samar, on the other hand, seemed like she was fighting against the tide. Nick could see the stress accumulating on her body. She had a lot on her mind, but she knew that this was her duty and responsibility. As the Chancellor of an isolated society, she had to make many difficult choices. All the authority was in her hands, and if anyone inside the city spoke about forbidden knowledge, everyone would die. It was her job to stop that from happening. She needed to make her people happy enough that they didn't lose control, but she also needed to allocate resources according to contributions. She knew that everyone was stuck here with no way out, and such a life was not easy for many people. Her mind was assaulted by constant worry. But that was what made her so good at her job. She never took things lightly. "I also have a solution for the consumption," Nick said. The two of them had expected something like that and waited for Nick to tell them. "We are still going to use the consumption. The consumption is superior to what the Enlightened Ones used to become experts," Nick said. However, Nick added, seeing their skeptical expressions, "We are going to use artificial specters." "Artificial specters?" Samar asked with furrowed brows. Was that even possible? The researchers had entertained that idea, but it was just amusing. They didn't even know where to start. Finding out how to create an artificial specter is difficult, but actually creating it is not, Nick explained. "We can already create all the materials for the machine since all of them have to be treated with Zephyx anyway. The specters will grow by consuming pure Zephyx, and they do not have a limit to their speed of growth. If we feed them enough Zephyx, they will become elders within a day. They also will not have any survival instinct, which means any person can consume a peak elder without any danger. The Spectre cores will integrate almost willingly." When the two of them heard that, they had to take deep breaths. This essentially got rid of all of the weaknesses of the consumption and only left its strengths. Peak elders. Nick had been the only person who ever managed to consume a peak elder. His rate of improvement had shot through the roof after consuming it. Specialists who consumed a peak elder might become heroes after only 30 years. That was unimaginably fast. How much Zephyx do we need? Samar asked. A lot, Nick said. The creation of an artificial specter will consume about 7 kilograms of Zephyx. Their growth, on the other hand, will consume about 1.2 tons. Samar took a deep breath. 1.2 tons for a specialist. Crimson City's yearly tribute was only between 10 and 20 tons. Of course, due to the protectors and heroes in the underground city, they produced a lot more Zephyx than Crimson City. But they also needed Zephyx for research and pure energy creation. If we take our time, we can make it work, Arya said. We don't have to turn every expert into a specialist in a year. This is a long-term project. As long as we keep turning more experts into specialists as veterans turn into experts, we will get rid of the backlog at some point. Samar nodded. It was a heavy hit on the finances, but they could take it. I'm going to put the knowledge about the artificial specters into the archive first, Nick said. There is not a lot. Within a month, the researchers can start focusing on creating the machine. It's simpler than you think, and I don't think it will take more than a year for them to make it work. After I'm done with that, I will deal with any resources you need. Arya smiled bitterly at Nick, and he could see that she already had something in mind. Well, Arya said, we have a couple of protectors now, and we are in dire need of Zephyx. One fallen is not enough anymore. Nick nodded. I'll get right on it after I'm done with transmitting the knowledge about artificial specters. Second, why would he even capture specters? Just like any specter, Julian fed on humans. Maybe he had a reason to kill certain specters, but he definitely didn't have a reason to contain them. It had to have been Aegis. The loss of the Bringer of Decay was a heavy one for Pestilence. This had been its second strongest servant. After some seconds, Pestilence left again. Meanwhile, Nick met up with a prime drone near the underground city. He retrieved the Spectre core and suppressed it with his own Zephyx suppressors. Finally, he put it into a containment unit inside the city and sent the prime drone back to Rising Star Base. That's dealt with. Chapter 866 Mandurian. Hello, a smiling man said as he arrived in front of Aegis headquarters. Welcome, please identify yourself, one of the guards asked politely. Sure thing, the man said, activating his barrier. Welcome back, Researcher Mandurian, one of the guards said. Mandurian just nodded and walked into Aegis headquarters. He casually walked down to the bottom level and made his way to the Research and Development Department. With his credentials, he easily opened the door to the secure area and entered. Hey, how did the mission go? One of the protectors in the department asked. Regular, Mandurian answered. Nothing special. The protector nodded. I'll wait for your report. Yep, Mandurian said, walking past the protector casually. Mandurian watched all the researchers being at work. There were some extremely advanced machines down here. Mandurian walked to one of the machines that nobody was working on and pulled a small metallic device out of his pocket. He placed the device on the machine and walked to the next one. What are you doing? One of the researchers asked after Mandurian placed another device down on a machine. Testing something. This will be great if it works as expected, Mandurian said with a smile. When he approached another device, the researcher working on it looked at him with furrowed brows. I would ask you not to include my machine in whatever experiment you're running, the researcher said. It's going to be fine, Mandurian said. He placed another couple of devices on some machines before he stopped in the middle of the lab. Several researchers were looking at him with raised brows. Now I just have to activate it, he said as he typed away on his barrier. He accessed the database and added a new registry. The next moment, he typed in a bunch of complicated symbols. Some seconds later, he hit publish. Nothing happened. Hey, can you access the database? One of the researchers asked, looking at his barrier with furrowed brows. The other researcher tried to open it, but his barrier just said that there was an error connecting to the database. Mandurian happily looked at his barrier. And now for the final touch, he said. He pressed a button on his barrier. Boom, boom, boom. All the devices he placed on the machines exploded at the same time. Even more, this was not just a normal explosion, but one that scrambled the Zephyx. All the materials were altered beyond recognition, deleting all the knowledge inside the machines while also destroying them. The lab fell into chaos as everyone jumped away from the explosions. Luckily, the explosions weren't strong enough to get through their barriers. Nobody died. Bang! A shield burst through the door. She was a small woman with red hair. Her aura was soft, and she looked at the lab in shock. Over half of their machines had been destroyed. All the researchers knew what had happened. The devices Mandurian planted exploded. This was a deliberate sabotage. The new shield, the Tinkerer, glared at Mandurian, who just turned to look at her with a smile. "Greetings, Tinkerer," Mandurian said with a smile. "I am envoy of my master, Julian Winter, and I have come to deliver a message and to be suppressed." The eyes of the researchers shot open with shock. Julian Winter. He was back. He hadn't shown himself in over 10 years. Everyone looked at Mandurian with shock, sensing his aura. He completely felt human. But this was a Spectre, right? "Would you please escort me to the Champion of Light?" Mandurian asked. "I have a message for him from Julian Winter." The Tinkerer narrowed her eyes at Mandurian. "What did you do to the real Mandurian?" she asked. "I didn't do anything," the fake Mandurian answered. "I have been given this identity by my master." The Tinkerer gritted her teeth. She remembered the bright soul that was Mandurian. He had given his everything to Aegis, and now he was dead. The Tinkerer resisted the urge to kill the Spectre on the spot. The next moment, the Spectre slowly pulled a device from its chest, and the room was immediately filled with Spectre Zephyx. When they felt the density of the Spectre Zephyx, they opened their eyes. Initial fallen. "This is a present," the Spectre said with a smile, placing it down on the ground. "My master created this device, and he believes that it will help you quite a bit. It uses star energy to mask Spectre Zephyx as human Zephyx. My master believes you will enjoy analyzing this device." The next moment, Mandurian's appearance changed. He turned into a 6-armed human with 3 masks on his face. A laughing mask on his left, a crying mask on his right, and a peacefully smiling mask in the middle. "You may suppress me now," the Spectre said. The Tinkerer narrowed her eyes. "Bang!" She immediately reached the Spectre and blasted its body apart, only leaving the Spectre core. Then she put Zephyx suppressors around the Spectre core. Finally, she snorted. "You destroyed quite a bit of our progress, but all of our advances are gathered in the database. We just need to recreate the machines." About that, one of the researchers said, "We haven't been able to access the database." The Tinkerer's eyes widened, and she quickly typed away on her barrier. She used her administrative access and moved the database into a secure mode. Yet, even in the secure mode, she couldn't access any of the database entries. The next moment, she ran out of the research and development department and entered the physical location of the database. It was a humongous room filled with complicated computers. She retrieved several devices and started to scan the physical Zephyx inside the machines. She found the Zephyx to be completely scrambled. It was still there, but everything was in a complete mess. It was like all the numbers had been gathered and randomly distributed. Everything was still there, but it was all in the wrong place. "He encrypted our database," the Tinkerer realized in horror. Chapter 867, Do My Job. "What did it do?" the champion asked the Tinkerer, who stood in front of him with a suppressed Spectre core. The Tinkerer took a deep breath, terror on her face. "It encrypted our database," she said in horror. The champion furrowed his brows. "So, just decrypt it." The Tinkerer laughed nervously. "That's not that easy." "Why not?" the champion asked. "We don't know how it has been encrypted. We need a number to decrypt it, and we don't know that number," she explained. "Then just try all of the numbers," the champion said. "Champion, the number might be thousands or millions of digits long. We would need to try out every number from 1 to Googolplex. If we use our most advanced machines to try all of the numbers, we might need trillions of years." The champion's eyes widened in shock. At that point, creating a new database and researching everything from scratch would be faster. "What's the impact on Aegis?" he asked. The Tinkerer took a deep breath. "All data is inaccessible. We can't see anything. The automatic containment units can't be accessed. We can't verify or assign identities. We can't open doors. We can't operate most of our machines. We can't contact cities. We can't contact the strongholds. I had to open the doors by hand." The champion just looked at the Tinkerer with horror. The next moment, he used his barrier to command his coffee machine to make some coffee. The coffee machine just answered that it couldn't verify the champion's identity. His own coffee machine was refusing to make coffee. Aegis had been crippled. The individual barriers could still communicate with each other, but anything that required access to the database didn't work anymore. "The good news is," the Tinkerer continued, "our containment units have a failsafe. As long as they still have Zephyx, they will keep suppressing the Specters. That means our contained force Specters will only start breaking out within the next couple of days. We still have time to dash. What? The champion shouted. Our force Specters might break out? They won't, the Tinkerer quickly answered. We just have to refill their Zephyx manually. After we've done that, we just need to change their design a bit to allow us to gain access dash. We don't have access to our Specters, the champion shouted, standing up from his throne. Pretty sure I've said that, the Tinkerer thought. Yes, we don't have access to our Specters at the moment, she said. Fix this immediately. You're the technician's replacement. It's your job to deal with these things, the champion shouted. The Tinkerer started to sweat. We have to know how it was encrypted. If we know how it was encrypted, we can decrypt it, the Tinkerer said. I need to ask the Spectre. The champion furrowed his brows as he looked at the suppressed Spectre core. Then he just waved his hand. The Tinkerer nodded and put the Zephyx suppressors away. The next moment, the Spectre recovered and looked around. This does not look like a containment unit, the Spectre mused. Tell us how you encrypted the database, the Tinkerer asked. I encrypted the database, the Spectre asked. Oh, that's what all these lines were about. I didn't know. Sorry. The champion looked at the Spectre in disgust. He knew exactly that the Spectre was not sorry. Tell us what you typed in, the Tinkerer asked. Of course, the Spectre answered. Naturally, its life was in Aegis' hands, and it would help them so that they wouldn't kill it. The Spectre recited the complicated lines it put into the database. Fuck, the Tinkerer shouted, kicking the ground. The champion glanced at the Tinkerer. That was an unusual outburst. Naturally, the champion didn't understand anything of what the Spectre had just recited. What did it say? The champion asked. The Tinkerer was breathing heavily. The encryption is based on our database's contents. The order it sent gathered random letters from millions of random entries, converted them into numbers, and multiplied them with each other. I know what parts were read out and how they are multiplied, but without access to the database, I don't know the values of these parts. In essence, I need access to the database to access the database. Even worse, there was no check for the sum. That means it put a lock on the database and then destroyed the key. Nobody knows what number is needed to decrypt the database. Not me. Not Julian. Not the Spectre. Nobody. The champion put his head in his hands while the Tinkerer glared at the Spectre. Why? Why did Julian do this? What does he want? She shouted. I don't know, the Spectre said. I only have a message to deliver, and then I no longer serve Julian Winter. The champion pulled his head out of his hands and looked at the Spectre. Maybe that message had some information that they needed. Speak, the champion said. I'm now going to recite Julian Winter's message, the Spectre said. I did my job. If you are unhappy with how I do my job, you are free to do it for me. My job has to be done one way or another. Do it for me, and I don't have to do it myself. That is the message, the Spectre spoke. The Tinkerer furrowed her brows. She wasn't sure what the Spectre meant. However, the champion knew exactly what that meant, and he clenched his fists in rage. Do his job for him. Julian was telling the champion that he had simply done the job of the envious researcher. He had dealt with humanity's advancement. And if the champion was unhappy with how Julian did it, he was free to do it for him. Julian was using him. Julian was forcing the champion to do his job for him. After all, if the champion didn't, Julian would keep doing his job like this. All of Aegis had been crippled. They had not lost a single person, and their extractors were still as powerful as ever. But he had essentially crippled Aegis' eyes, ears, and mouth. They would need to make a completely new database and set up all the parameters again. They would need to gather all of the knowledge again and put it back into it. That would take years. And after years or decades, they would be in the same position they had been just 2 hours ago. Can I go into my containment unit now? The Spectre asked. At that moment, the champion's rage exploded. Bang! He vaporized the Spectre on the spot. The Tinkerer gulped nervously as she looked at the smoking stain on the ground. I have to deal with things. Excuse me, she carefully said, quickly bowing before leaving the office. The champion just gritted his teeth and put his head in his hands again. Chapter 868 New Generation. Nick felt an overwhelming influx of suffering coming his way. And that's that, Nick thought. The amount of suffering he had inflicted on Aegis was tremendous. Hundreds of heroes and researchers would need to recreate a database and fill it up again. Almost all the technology that had been connected with a database in any way needed to be reimagined and changed. And worst of all the researchers would just think they had to reinvent the wheel for decades. They would not be making any progress. For a researcher, this was the worst. Researchers were supposed to find new things, not remake the same thing over and over again. Tens of protectors, hundreds of heroes, and all the shields would suffer. All of their operations needed to change. As more time passed, Nick felt more and more suffering coming towards him from all over the world. Did he torture anyone? No. Did he kill people? No. Did he endanger some cities? A little bit, but that would be quickly fixed. The only thing he did was to make Aegis do meaningless busy work. Boredom. He caused immense boredom to the strongest extractors in the world. This will actually benefit you in the long run, Nick thought. Your database was archaic, and it had too many weaknesses. Hope you learn from this and make a better one. Based on the predicted intensity of suffering, I'll become a peak fallen in about 20 years. Also, we got a good researcher out of this deal. Mandurian will be a good addition to our team of researchers. Oh, son, Nick said, activating the recording function of the sun since I can no longer access Aegis easily. I dealt with their progress in a more direct manner. Softly pushing them in a direction doesn't work anymore due to my new status as Aegis enemy. Because of that, I have encrypted their database and destroyed the key. It will take Aegis anywhere from 20 to 40 years to recover the knowledge they have lost today. If you wish for me to operate differently from now on, please tell me, Nick said. Then, Nick waited in an isolated location for around a week. The sun needed to sense him if it wanted to contact him. The aliens most likely checked the messages on a daily basis, but Nick wanted to be sure. Even after a full week, the sun didn't contact him. If it actually wanted me to help humanity, it would definitely contact me and tell me that this is not okay, Nick thought. But it doesn't. They want to keep human technology suppressed for as long as possible. The aliens are probably exhilarated by what I've done. If the aliens had human emotions, they would probably call each other over to look at how the funny humans had been screwed over. It was such a simple thing. It was just encryption. Something that was used constantly. Just a couple of lines of code. A couple of lines of words and numbers ruined Aegis for decades. When the sun didn't get back to him, Nick traveled back to the underground city. By now, he was done transcribing all of the biological knowledge. As Nick returned, he looked at the new set of containment units at the back of the underground city. Inside the containment units were small and gray humanoid figures. They had no features and just stood in the middle of the containment units. From time to time, an extractor entered the containment units to dump kilos upon kilos of Zephyx onto them. These were the artificial Specters. They did not have any survival instincts or personality. They were essentially just plants. They absorbed their Zephyx, grew bigger, and finally, they would be consumed by a peak expert. The first specialists using these Specters to advance had already been created. The speed of their growth broke all records. 30 years. That was all it would need for an initial specialist to become an initial hero. It was terrifyingly fast. In terms of Zephyx generation, all the new specialists had the talent to become level 9 extractors. The 5th level no longer decided someone's future potential. Becoming a newbie was easy. Becoming a John was easy. Becoming a veteran was a bit annoying, but also relatively easy. Becoming an expert was just a bit time-consuming. Becoming a specialist was easy. Becoming a hero required a lot of studying and practice in Zephyx manipulation, but over 70% of extractors could do that also relatively easily. With more advancements in teaching methods and better education, that number would also rise to over 90% with time. 90% of the babies born in the underground city would eventually become heroes. Tens of thousands of heroes. The underground city would have more heroes than the entire world. This is the true power of humanity. This is the true power of our resistance, Nick thought. Sadly, becoming a protector was not easy, and Nick wasn't sure if he could even make it easier. It required a lot of willpower and dedication, and most humans simply didn't have that. However, around 10 to 20% of the heroes would still manage to do that. That would still leave the underground city with thousands of protectors. All of Aegis had less than 100. With thousands of peak protectors, the underground city would easily suppress Aegis as long as the champion didn't join the fight. And yet, Nick looked at the sun. Even millions of protectors won't make a difference. Even millions of shields wouldn't matter. We need level 9 extractors, and many of them. Even more, they need to be able to deal with star energy and pure energy. This will become much more difficult. Humanity needs to be reimagined on a fundamental level. We need humans that grow with pure energy, not Zephyx. Any of the existing humans are not up to par. They are from the last generation, and we need the new generation to fight the aliens. Nick looked back at the underground city. I already have an idea, but I need to know more about star energy and pure energy to actualize my plan. The knowledge is transcribed, and my job as the envious researcher has been dealt with. My advancement to become a peak fallen is also secure. It's time to pay a visit to the third knowledge repository. Knowledge about the energies. Chapter 869 Zephyx Storage. Nick went deep underground and flew towards Aegis headquarters. The next knowledge repository was below the old city of New York. It was risky for Nick to come anywhere close to death, but he had no other choice. Luckily, the ground was amazing at isolating senses, and the base was so far underground that death probably never saw it. Nick went deeper into the ground. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. At a depth of 100 kilometers, he stopped descending. The surroundings were so incredibly hot and chaotic that even Nick's senses were disoriented. However, he could still withstand it. Even a demon would be able to withstand the heat, but it would not be pleasant. Due to the distorting effects on Nick's senses, it took him several hours to actually find the base. The only reason why he could even find it was the slight decrease in temperature in the area. Since this base had to use a similar Zephyx generator as Deep Core Base, the temperature around it had to be colder. After a while, he entered a space that was extremely cold. The base was close. Eventually, he found it. "Assistant, can you sense the base in front of me?" Nick asked. "No connection," Assistant answered. Nick frowned. So, this base is not operational, but the surroundings are still cold. If the Zephyx generator didn't work, the area around it would be just as hot as the other places. Nick searched for the entrance and found it after a while. He expected the entrance to be deactivated, but surprisingly, there was an active panel beside it. The base is actually operational, he thought. Still no connection? Nick asked. No connection, Assistant answered. The presence of this panel is already strange, Nick thought. All of the Enlightened One's technology works by using a seed as an intermediary. As Nick activated the panel, writing showed up. "Welcome to Piercing Heaven Base," it read. "Are you in possession of a working seed?" Nick pressed the yes button. "Connection established," Assistant said. "Keep all lights deactivated. Put the base on standby and only activate a function if I tell you to," Nick ordered. "Authority as Emperor has been established," Assistant said. "You have administrative access over Piercing Heaven Base. Open the gate," Nick ordered. The next moment, a force field washed over Nick, pushing all the rubble away. Then the door opened, and Nick entered. The entrance closed again, and all the rubble crashed into the closed entrance. Nick's senses were no longer suppressed, and he looked through the base. It's much smaller, he thought. From the outside, it seems to be almost 2 by 2 kilometers big, but the inside is barely 100 meters high. That means something below me is taking up a lot of space. Is it the knowledge repository? Activate the database and give me a summary of Piercing Heaven Base's purpose, Nick ordered. Piercing Heaven Base acts as a storage for Zephyx. There is no other purpose, Assistant answered. Zephyx? How much Zephyx is stored here? Nick asked. Approximately 30 million tons. Nick's eyes widened. 30 million tons, he thought. How much space would that take up? Then he looked at the ground. That explains the big empty space beneath me. How long did it take the Enlightened Ones to create that much Zephyx? That was when Nick realized what was going on. The generator is still running, and if it is not using the Zephyx, it has to be stored somewhere. So, for thousands of years, this base gathered Zephyx from the planet and stored it all? 30 million tons. Creating a peak elder took about 1.2 tons. This meant this amount of Zephyx could create about 25 million peak elders. Nick did some other calculations. The cities have to pay between 15 to 50 tons of Zephyx to Aegis every year. With about 1,000 cities in the world, that would be between 15 to 50,000 tons of Zephyx that Aegis receives every year. This is what all cities in the world produce over the span of about 1,000 years, give or take. Show me the reactor's output, Nick said. The reactor produces about 1,400 tons of Zephyx per year, Assistant answered. Nick did some quick calculations. About 21,000 years. This reactor has been running continuously for about 21,000 years, Nick thought. Finally, he had a timeline. This reactor was probably created quite late during the Enlightened One's era. The current era has been going for about 5 to 6,000 years. The Suffering Ones existed for 10 to 30,000 years. This most likely means that the Suffering Ones existed for about 15,000 years, based on this generator's output. Logically, this means the Enlightened Ones had their final battle between 20 to 21,000 years ago. The Recovering Ones existed for a bit longer than the Suffering Ones. If we go with 20,000 years, the Enlightened Ones also existed for about 3,000 years or so. That means the Ancient Ones died about 43,000 to 46,000 years ago. This Zephyx mine, referring to Earth, has been running for that long. Tens of thousands of years of artificially created suffering on all of humanity. Finally, the timeline was clear. Nick took a deep breath. Then he focused on piercing Heaven Base again. Use my authority as Emperor to retrieve top-secret data, Nick said. One file has been found. Do you wish to integrate it? Assistant asked. Yes, Nick said. A moment later, a map of the base appeared in front of Nick, and a containment unit was added. Once more, Nick had to cut through the floor to get to the containment unit. Luckily, he had his sanctuary with him, and also contained a couple of weapons. Without the weapons from Deep Core Base, he wouldn't have been able to cut through the floor. Nick approached the containment unit and read out all information regarding the Spectre. The Ice Maiden, Nick read, grows more powerful by freezing humans. It is important to note that it grows stronger by causing sensations of freezing. Killing humans does not benefit the Ice Maiden. Peak level 8. Chapter 870 Ice Maiden. The Ice Maiden, Nick thought. Specters want food, and this one prefers living humans. It won't be as easy to feed as the Jolly Cannibal. Open employee entrance. Keep all defenses at max. I don't want any of the Specters cold to touch me, Nick said. Affirmative, Assistant answered. The reason why Nick didn't want to come into contact with the Specters cold was because that should produce Zephyx but wouldn't. After all, Nick was a Spectre. It was better that the Spectre didn't know that Nick was also a Spectre. A door appeared in the containment unit's wall, and Nick stepped inside. In the middle of the containment unit was a beautiful woman with long, icy blue hair. When she saw Nick, she smiled brightly. But then a wave of unimaginable cold shot right at Nick. TZZZZZ. However, a force field appeared between Nick and the cold, completely isolating it. When the Ice Maiden saw that, she pouted. Really? You're not even giving me a little snack after so long. I do not work with Specters myself, Nick said. My identity needs to remain pure and untouched. The Ice Maiden scowled. Then, what's the point of talking to you? I might not be your food, but I can give you food, Nick answered. I am the new Emperor of Mankind, and I can make it so that you get plenty of food. The Ice Maiden looked at Nick with a bit of skepticism. A bit weak for an emperor, and yet that is my status, despite my lack of power, Nick answered. I have already acquired the knowledge from the engineering repository and the biology repository. You are next on my list. Oh, you already got 2 of them, the Ice Maiden answered in fake surprise. Naturally, she was only acting like human. How are they like? Not believing me? Nick asked. Call it healthy skepticism, she said with a small smirk. One was the Jolly Cannibal, Nick answered. He was quite talkative. What does he look like? She asked. Normal guy. Nothing special, Nick answered. What about the other one? She asked. A bit more special, but he also looked like a regular human. If you know about him, you know that he is probably the most special out of all of you. Oh, what makes him so special? The Ice Maiden asked. I'm not telling you, Nick said. I'm not sure if you know about him. The Ice Maiden furrowed her brows. Fine, I believe you, she said. So, what are you going to give me in exchange for my knowledge? Cooperation, Nick answered. I can't eat cooperation, she answered. You can, Nick said. However, you can only eat it if you cooperate in turn. Can you stop being vague? The Ice Maiden asked in annoyance. Humanity is not yet strong enough to produce level 8 extractors, Nick said. Let's just say the suppression factor increased quite a bit after the Empire failed in the final battle. The Ice Maiden just hummed for a bit. Just like the other knowledge repositories, she knew about the true enemy and the Empire's plan. What I can offer is several level 7 extractors who are willing to work with you regularly. With time, they will also become more powerful, Nick said. Well, if that's the best you can do, I guess I have to be fine with some scraps, she said. However, if you want food, I need to move this base, and I would ask for your cooperation. We might be very far down, but if you attack the containment unit, you will be using up a lot of Zephyx due to its anti-vibration function. If the enemy realizes what is going on, we will be in trouble, and I do not believe I have to tell you what is going to happen if they find you. The Ice Maiden frowned a bit. You're not supposed to move the base, she said. Well, if you want food, I don't have another option, Nick said. Humanity is severely suppressed, and this base is not close to our actual base. I can't send level 7 extractors to travel thousands of kilometers every time you want food. For some reason, the Ice Maiden seemed troubled. It almost looked like she didn't like the idea of moving the base. The base is supposed to remain here, she said. But I can't travel with you on my own. You know exactly that is not an option, Nick answered. You already know everything about engineering, right? She asked. There should be something you can do with that to make sure that I won't pose a danger to you. Sure, there are a couple of devices that would keep you in line, Nick said, but you are not a regular Spectre. You know about star energy, pure energy, and Zephyx. There's a big chance that you can break out. Using old-fashioned sturdy metal to contain you seems to be the only secure way, and I can't just transport your containment unit on its own, Nick explained. The Ice Maiden frowned in annoyance and stayed silent for a couple of seconds. Tell me more about the new empire, she said. Sure, Nick answered. Nick told her about the secret underground city and how it was growing. He also told her about the humans on the surface, but he was not very accurate. In his version, Aegis was just a collection of a couple of protectors, led by the Champion of Light, who was an agent of the sun. Where do you plan to take the base? She asked. About 20 kilometers below the city, Nick said. I will create a fortified corridor that can only be accessed by a select few extractors. The Ice Maiden looked away for a while. The Emperor was very clear that we are not supposed to move the bases, she mumbled. But you're the new Emperor. Finally, she took a deep breath. If you can get permission from the biology repository, you may move the base, she said. Sure, I'll go ask, Nick said. Then he left the containment unit. Chapter 871 Father. Nick left Piercing Heaven Base and went back to Deep Core Base. He didn't want to fake asking for permission since there were probably checks to make sure that wouldn't happen. He had to work with the Empire's rules if he wanted their support. Nick quickly reactivated the Pure One's containment unit and entered. Sorry to disturb you so soon after our farewell, Nick said. There is an issue with the Ice Maiden. The Pure One took a deep breath. Yes, he asked. Nick explained the issue with the Ice Maiden and talked about his plan to move the base. The Pure One frowned and fell into thought for a while. Tell me more about the plan, he said. Nick did just that. Deep Core Base has to remain here. It is too important, the Pure One said. Rising Star Base can't be moved. If you fail, it will be difficult for the future generations to find our safeguards, assuming you move the base. Nick frowned. Piercing Heaven Base is too deep underground. Nobody is going to find that anyway. The secondary knowledge repositories are most likely all lost. The only way to find Deep Core Base or Piercing Heaven Base is by coming into contact with Rising Star Base. The Pure One remained silent. You may move Piercing Heaven Base and Night Sky Base, but Deep Core Base and Rising Star Base have to remain where they are, the Pure One said. I assume Night Sky Base is the last knowledge repository? Nick asked. The Pure One wordlessly nodded. After learning the names of the 4 bases, Nick could see the naming scheme. From the deep core, a star would rise into the sky and pierce the heavens, creating the night. What am I supposed to tell the Ice Maiden? Nick asked. The Specters had always acted like they didn't know about each other, but it seemed like that was a ruse. They were probably supposed to keep that knowledge secret. Tell her that my father would shrug and say that it's not his problem anymore, the Pure One said. Your father? Nick asked with raised brows. The Emperor, the Pure One said. Nick's eyes widened. I assume I forgot to mention that part, the Pure One said. After my creation, I was raised by the Emperor. He raised me like his own child, and he taught me what it meant to be human. Raising a Spectre like a child. That was more than unusual. And yet, it worked out in this case. Then, I will move Piercing Heaven Base. You know where I am going to move it. If I fail, you can tell the new Emperor where it is, Nick said. The Pure One wordlessly nodded. Nick said his goodbyes, left the containment unit and deactivated it again. Then he traveled back to Piercing Heaven Base and entered the Ice Maiden's containment unit. I'm allowed to move the base, Nick said. Oh, what did the biology Spectre say? She asked. He said that his father would shrug and say that it's not his problem anymore, Nick said. The Ice Maiden became distracted. It was almost like she was lost in memories. which was very unusual for a Spectre. "You really have Pierce's trust," she said. "If he gave you permission to potentially compromise the Empire's safeguards, he must truly believe in your power and character." As expected, they know about each other, Nick thought. "We were all raised together, she said. "I didn't," Nick answered. "Pure was the prince, and we other three were his servants. We used to be an experiment. Pure was the only artificial Spectre, while we were natural Specters. Pure was the last safeguard while we were supposed to help him." Nick frowned. "Raising a natural Spectre like a human is dangerous," Nick said. "You know that." The Ice Maiden just nodded. "Yes, we do not have feelings. It might seem like I am lost in thought, but I am just imitating what I've learned. I'm not human, and I do not feel like a human, but after centuries of living amongst humans, I adapted. I may not be human, but I think of myself as human." The Ice Maiden chuckled bitterly. "I'm a cat that believes she's a mouse." Pure advanced without any issues. He didn't need to cause suffering. Meanwhile, we other three had to cause a lot of suffering to reach our current levels of power. It was strange. When I tortured all of these countless humans, I felt nothing. I saw myself as human as well, but when I caused so much suffering, it just didn't seem strange. In fact, it felt natural. I felt like that was what I was supposed to do. It felt right, and that scared me. Or I believe I would be scared if I could feel these things. It felt so natural to destroy all of the beauty of humanity. And yet, with every act of torture, I destroyed part of humanity's beauty. I didn't want to destroy it, but I also did not want to destroy it. The Ice Maiden sighed. "All of this is such a mess." The Ice Maiden shook her head. "Go move Piercing, Heaven Base. I won't do anything." Nick nodded and left the containment unit. It was a bit interesting to listen to the Spectre's past, but he had more important things to do. Every second of wasted time represented thousands of humans suffering immense torture. "Assistant, activate Piercing, Heaven Base. Keep all lights deactivated," he ordered. "Affirmative," Assistant answered. The next moment, the entire base started to hum as several machines came to life. Nick asked for several reports on the base's functionality and deactivated some parts. "Deactivate the central Zephyx generator. Use the Zephyx storage for energy." "Affirmative," Assistant answered. Nick walked out of the base and stopped beside it. Then he waited. A couple of hours later, his surroundings started to heat up. The cold vanished, and the moving magma deep inside the earth washed over Piercing, Heaven Base. The spatial fixator had been deactivated as well, which meant that Piercing Heaven Base was being slowly swept away by the magma. Then Nick charged at the base and pushed it. On his own, he wouldn't be able to move it, but the endless magma helped him. Chapter 872 Integration. Nick had to activate and deactivate the spatial fixture when the flow of magma didn't move in the desired direction. Activating it cost a lot of energy, but Piercing Heaven had so much Zephyx that it didn't matter. Progress was slow. Very slow. It took Nick 5 months to move the base to its destination. In the end, he fixed it in place about 20 kilometers below the underground city. For now, he kept the base running by using the enormous storage of Zephyx. Activating the Zephyx generator this close to the city could be troublesome. The Zephyx generator created Zephyx by stealing potential from life itself. If left unchecked, it would cause sickness and death inside the underground city. Luckily, the base didn't need a lot of Zephyx to operate, and the underground city produced enough Zephyx to meet its needs. After fixing the base in place, Nick started the process of creating a long corridor. The underground city could make materials treated with pure energy, but they were not yet advanced enough to produce materials that could resist the power of Fallen. But in just a couple of decades, this would change. After all, Nick had used the sanctuary to transport many machines from Deep Core Base to the underground city. The researchers only needed to find ways to properly use the machines and to give them the energy they needed. For now, Nick had to create his own materials. Creating the materials needed for such a long corridor and building it took several weeks. After these weeks were up, Nick had created a long shaft that led from the most secure place of the underground city to Piercing Heaven Base. The entrance to the shaft was in a place that only protectors had access to, and only if they had proven to be trustworthy. Nick told Samar and Arya about Piercing Heaven Base and showed it to them. Since the city now had access to several machines created by the Enlightened Ones, the two of them already had seeds of their own. Nick granted them authority that was only second to the Emperor. Everyone else wouldn't get access, and while the protectors could see the entrance to Piercing Heaven Base, they weren't allowed to enter. Samar or Arya needed to accompany them. Thanks to their seeds, Samar and Arya could learn about piercing heaven base on their own. They didn't need Nick to show them around. When they saw the endless storage of Zephyx, they had to take deep breaths. This would solve their Zephyx needs for centuries. With this much Zephyx, none of the experts needed to wait anymore to become specialists. Finally, Nick led them to the Ice Maiden. The door opened, and the three of them entered. "We arrived," the Ice Maiden asked. "Piercing Heaven Base is now connected to the underground city," Nick said. "These are the two leaders of the underground city, and they will be dealing with your food supply from now on." The Ice Maiden sighed. "I don't really care about the food," she said. "That was just an act since we are supposed to keep our origins secret." "That doesn't matter," Nick answered. "You are a great source of growth for our protectors, and the Zephyx stored in Piercing Heaven Base is also of significant importance. Even if you didn't ask for food, I would have moved the base regardless." The Ice Maiden just nodded. "You may come here whenever you want," Nick told Samar and Arya. The Ice Maiden is not dangerous. The two of them were a bit unsure about these words. After all, this was a peak adversary. However, since it was Nick who told them, they believed him. "I will remain here until I have gathered all of the knowledge," Nick said. "You two may come and go as you please since you know me, but I don't want anyone else to come here until I am gone." "Understood," Samar said before leaving the containment unit. "I will remain here for my daily dose of Zephyx," Arya said, sitting down. Nick sat down a distance away from Arya. The next moment, freezing air gathered around the Ice Maiden before gently moving towards Arya. Arya's body started to freeze on the surface, and she had to take a deep breath. It was painful. Freezing felt very similar to burning. That was because freezing and burning both cause damage in a similar way. Burning denatured a body's natural composition, turning one chemical element into another. Freezing did something similar. While it wasn't denaturing the chemical elements, it ruined cells. In both cases, the cells would no longer be usable. However, as an experienced extractor, Arya could deal with the pain. This was just another workday for her. Meanwhile, Nick took out a small device and connected it with his mind. "Tell me about the energies," Nick said, activating the device. This device was an information storage device, and if Nick learned anything, the device would learn it as well. Like this, he wouldn't need to transcribe the information manually. Of course, this device could only be created if one knew a lot about engineering and biology, which Nick now did. "Then I will start with Prefix and Zephyx," the Ice Maiden said. Nick nodded. As the Ice Maiden started to tell Nick about Prefix and Zephyx, Arya left the containment unit. She had already gotten her fill of Zephyx, and she would be back the next day. Arya came and went several times as Nick learned from the Ice Maiden. Most of what the Ice Maiden said about Prefix and Zephyx was something Nick already knew. Nick knew a considerable amount about these kinds of energies. However, after just a couple of weeks, the Ice Maiden started to talk about aspects of these two kinds of energies that were unknown to Nick. For example, the creation of Prefix from star energy. Humanity didn't create Prefix since there was no point in it. Prefix was essentially trash, and their atmosphere was flooded with it. However, knowing how to make Prefix like that would explain many other things. Chapter 873, Ancient One's Destiny. Prefix was useless. It was toxic. It was waste. Prefix was like ash. Getting any kind of energy out of it was almost impossible since it had already given off all of its energy when it had turned to ash. Yet, compared to ash, Prefix couldn't easily be used to raise plants. Nothing consumed Prefix since it was just horrible. On other planets, Prefix represented contamination. It spread across the worlds like toxic dirt. Being in an area with a high density of Prefix would damage life forms using star energy or pure energy. The worst part was that it didn't gather in one spot. It just spread into individual particles that mixed with everything else. The enlightened ones had never seen any other worlds, but they could make educated guesses as to how the Prefix would affect the living beings there. One shocking fact was how the evolution of biological life forms in relation to pure energy would endanger the survival of the entire planet. Prefix was produced when star energy lost all of its energy. If there were a kind of plant that grew incredibly powerful by consuming star energy, it would also give off Prefix. Over many years, this would increase the density of Prefix on the planet, making survival for many kinds of life impossible. Only the strongest and oldest plants would be able to resist the Prefix. The younger plants would wither and die. This would leave a planet with only a couple of mighty plants, while the remainder would be devoid of life. But eventually, the prefix would become so dense that not even these mighty plants would be able to gather any star energy anymore. And finally, these plants would also die, leaving behind a dead world. It would take thousands of years for the star energy to wash the prefix out from the planet, and new life would appear. This time, it had to hope that nothing developed an affinity for star energy. The enlightened ones believed that the aliens gathered a gigantic amount of prefix and sent it into the solar system. The force field kept the prefix from reaching Earth, but it still surrounded it from a distance. This disturbed their sensors, making it harder to aim their weapons. That was when the aliens used their powerful warriors in a devastating attack. The enlightened ones believed that many warriors of the aliens died, but in the end, at least one of them managed to reach Earth. And that was the end of it. Humanity couldn't use their weaponry to target things on Earth. This would make Earth inhospitable. Humanity capitulated. Slavery was better than extinction. The aliens acted like they accepted the surrender, and over the years, they built the sun. And when it was built, it killed all but a very few genetically altered humans. The other colonized planets were eradicated shortly after. That was how Earth was turned into a Zephyx mine. At least, that was the best guess the enlightened ones had. The existence of prefix was a decisive factor in the war. If humanity had learned to deal with it, it would have most likely won the war. Prefix was contamination, but it could also be used as a weapon. After talking about prefix for a long time, the Ice Maiden talked about Zephyx. Zephyx was amazing. It had an incredible density of energy and was also stable. However, creating Zephyx was not easy. It could only be created when potential was consumed. It was directly opposing entropy. It stole energy from its surroundings and gathered it in one spot. Even more, it refused to let go of its energy. It did not disperse again. Humanity could have used the production of Zephyx to get rid of their prefix problem, but they couldn't have done that on Earth. They would need to go to different planets and use them as Zephyx mines, and while humanity had stretched across the solar system. The enlightened ones believed that there was one such plant during the era of the ancient ones. However, compared to other worlds, Earth had an intelligent species. Humans quickly figured out what was happening and experimented with these plants. The appearance of this new kind of energy gave them a scientific breakthrough, allowing them to realize things they would have never thought possible. Over time, they also managed to make use of star energy and discover pure energy. As for the prefix, they just dumped it into outer space. The prefix couldn't gather on Earth due to an artificial repellent. Over the many years, a lot of the prefix gathered on the other planets in the solar system. Within a couple million years, this would become troublesome, but humanity would find a way to deal with the issue until then. For now, they would use pure energy to travel to the stars. And then they met the aliens. Life forms that inherently worked with pure energy. A huge war broke out. Humanity was not as advanced as the aliens, but humanity was one thing it was really good at. Destroying things and building things that destroyed other things. While their technology was inferior to the aliens' technology, their sheer firepower was superior. Humanity should have won the war, but there were two things that led to its defeat. First of all, humanity was strong, but one human was weak. The powerful aliens could travel through space with just their bodies, and the strongest of them could even destroy entire planets. If even a single one of them managed to reach Earth, humanity would be helpless. But humanity's firepower was tremendous. None of the aliens managed to reach Earth before they were turned into nothingness. That was when humanity's second weakness came into play. They didn't know how to deal with prep-HYX that IT had not yet managed to reach the next solar system. If humanity had had just a couple more centuries of time, it might have learned to deal with the prefix. And then it wouldn't have lost against the aliens. The Ice Maiden didn't have a lot to say about Zephyx's potential. It was incredibly dense and stable, but its stability also made it hard to manipulate it. It was essentially just a high-density energy storage. Star energy was also not that manipulatable. It was easier to manipulate than Zephyx, but not by much. But pure energy was amazing. You could do anything with it. But you needed Zephyx to create it. As the Ice Maiden talked about pure energy, Nick realized one thing. Organisms working with pure energy are strict and inarguably superior to organisms working with Zephyx. Manipulating pure energy is more than 50 times easier than manipulating Zephyx. If I worked with pure energy, I could create powerful abilities in just a short few years. The aliens are more powerful than expected. Most likely, they all have more powerful abilities than the Specters, and they also have more of them. Additionally, space is their playground. In space, they are like fish in water since they are surrounded by star energy. Meanwhile, specters would be like birds in water. Fine for a short moment, but not for long. I need to quickly become an adversary and change my body to work with pure energy if I want to have a chance at taking down the aliens. But I also need humans who use pure energy. There's still a lot to do. Chapter 874, Peak of Destruction. The Ice Maiden talked about pure energy next, and Nick's guesses were proven to be true. Pure energy was crazy. It could strengthen organic and inorganic matter without any downsides. It just put more energy into the matter. It did not alter the matter in any way. Iron stayed flexible. Diamond stayed tough. Cells stayed malleable, but became more resistant. However, Nick knew all of that already. What he didn't know was that pure energy could also be transformed into heat and movement. He had assumed that it was possible, but the Ice Maiden confirmed his guess. Apparently, the apocalyptic weapons the Ancient Ones used were based on pure energy. The first milestone in humans' capability of destruction was dynamite, which could decimate houses. The next milestone was turning nuclear fission into energy, which could level an entire town. Then came nuclear fusion, which could destroy an entire city and even endanger the biosphere of the planet, assuming the payload was big enough. But that wasn't the end. The next thing the Ancient Ones made were antimatter bombs. The antimatter fused with matter, turning all the matter into energy. With these weapons, the Ancient Ones could destroy hundreds of kilometers of land. Something like that was already powerful enough to kill a shield. But they still weren't done. Antimatter bombs were difficult to get to the target, which was why they made antimatter lasers. One swing of the laser from orbit could create antimatter bomb explosions in a line going across a continent. One of these explosions was as powerful as an antimatter bomb, but they could create hundreds of explosions within a second. At that point, the Ancient Ones had already created weaponry that could destroy entire planets. Theoretically, if they just kept pointing at one spot with a laser, it would dig into the core of the planet and destroy it. Of course, using these weapons was unreasonably expensive and dangerous. And yet, they still weren't done. Humans wanted more power. More destruction. That was when they focused on pure energy. The most powerful weapon the Ancient Ones had went back to the basics. Missiles. Nuclear fusion missiles that could fly at unreasonably fast speeds. They burned pure energy to become faster, and the pure energy also increased the power of the explosion. The Ancient Ones tested that weapon once. They fired it at Pluto. It took a while for the missile to get there, but as soon as it arrived, it completely enveloped Pluto in its explosion. Humanity had done it. Humanity had created a weapon that could even kill a theoretical level 10 extractor. But humanity still wasn't done. They wanted to go even further. Their next project was improving their antimatter laser with pure energy. That would have truly been a universe-ending weapon. But before they could make significant headway on their research, they met the aliens. While they were desperately working on their antimatter laser backed by pure energy, the aliens closed in. The pure energy fusion missiles killed many of the aliens' strongest warriors. But then the aliens used the prefix to mess with the targeting systems. One of the aliens' most powerful warriors managed to reach Earth, and then it was over. Sure, the humans could fire more missiles at them, but what then? They had seen what the missile had done to Pluto. This would completely destroy Earth. If one of these missiles detonated on Earth, it would be like a horse taking a huge bite out of an apple. Earth would turn into a crescent. If the humans had managed to finish their pure energy antimatter laser, they would have definitely won the war. In the end, it all came to different applications of pure energy. Humanity used it in technology, while the aliens used it in biology. External power versus internal power. Computers versus organisms. In the end, the organisms won, but it had been extremely close. The Ice Maiden went into detail on how pure energy worked and how one could transform it into different things. Surprisingly, it only took Nick 5 years of listening to understand everything. That was quite a bit faster than previously. The reason was that these were all fundamentals. This was all theoretical. It was just physics. This was just how the world worked. It didn't go into detail on how to apply these things since that had already been covered by the engineering and biology knowledge repositories. After Nick had understood the fundamentals of the energies, he finally understood how all of the machines and biological alterations worked. Now he could truly recreate all the technology of the Enlightened Ones. There were no more unknowns in how the machines worked. Nick deactivated the listening device and stood up. "I hope you succeed, the Ice Maiden said with a sigh. I would like to go out again in the future. I waited so long for this, and now that we have another shot, I'm getting antsy. Nick threw a glance at her. The Ice Maiden's mentality was complex and contradictory at times. As a Spectre, she didn't feel things. She even said so herself. And yet, she acted like she felt things, and compared to other Specters, she even believed these things herself. It was like she was believing her own lies. She believed that the mask she was wearing was her true face. In that case, did she have emotions or not? Did she have desires aside from growing stronger and surviving? Nick didn't think a lot about this. These things entered the realm of philosophy, and the thing Nick hated the most about philosophy was its abstract nature. Whenever anything entered the realm of philosophy, it was basically impossible to come to a concrete answer. It always boiled down to uncertain possibilities. There's no right answer, Nick thought. It all just depends on someone's beliefs. There's no point in thinking about this. I've got more important things to do. I will do my best, Nick said. The Ice Maiden sighed. That's all I can ask for. Chapter 875 Anligtan Tumans. Nick left the containment unit and went to the underground city again. He decided against going to the last knowledge repository for now. The reason was that the knowledge repository for energy manipulation strictly related to creating abilities and understanding one's own power. It was simply the application of pure energy, star energy, and Zephyx when it came to increasing one's personal power. This would be relevant when humanity could produce a new kind of human that could work with pure energy. Additionally, Nick also couldn't use star energy or pure energy. It would be more useful to learn about these things when his disguise ability advanced again. For now, he needed to focus on humanity's future. All the pieces were there. The knowledge was available. Engineering, biology, and energy. Now, he just needed to turn these concepts into reality. After putting all the knowledge about energies into the archive, Nick retreated. For the first time, he would be actually researching. He would not be learning from others, but creating new knowledge himself. There were several things he needed to fight against the aliens. 1, he needed humans who could live in the darkness while also working with pure energy. Right now, there was no way for both things to be possible at the same time. 2, he needed these humans to reach the 9th level. 3, he needed to increase his personal power enough so that he could infiltrate the alien base. 4, he needed to learn enough about alien technology so that he could manipulate it. These 4 things were necessary. If all these 4 things were true, humanity could free themselves from the aliens. The knowledge about energy manipulation would only be relevant in the 2nd step. For now, he would focus on the 1st step. He needed to create humans that were immune to the darkness, were not allergic to star energy or pure energy, and could use said energies to become stronger. He had to alter the very fundamentals of humanity. He needed to reinvent cells, significantly alter the genome, and put everything into practice. This would take a while. This alteration of humanity's fundamentals would be even more significant than what the Enlightened Ones had done. Nick looked at how the Enlightened Ones changed their humans. The Enlightened Ones did 2 things. First, they improved and isolated their Zephyx synchronizers. There was no reason to get rid of Zephyx as a power source. Because of that, they kept their Zephyx synchronizers. However, they changed the Zephyx synchronizers so that they wouldn't weaken humans to star energy or pure energy. At the same time, they also created an implant that could isolate the energies from each other. This was the thing Nick had seen inside the Nightmare's body. A spinning dodecahedron. This was called a firmament. A firmament acted as a whiteboard for Zephyx. In a way, it was an altered artificial Spectre core that surrounded the Zephyx synchronizers. The humans could create manipulation lines on the inside of the firmament, granting them abilities. At the same time, the firmament also isolated the Zephyx synchronizers from star energy and pure energy. This would allow humans to walk the path of an extractor while not interfering with their body. The firmament stopped all Zephyx from entering the body. This meant that Zephyx did not increase the power of the Enlightened Ones' bodies and minds. It was simply a storage of energy they could use to launch abilities and attacks. The second thing they did was to alter the genome so that humans received a new organ. The organ was between their intestines, and it was called a human core. The human core was connected to the body and the mind, and it worked with pure energy. A small and very sturdy channel connected the firmament with a human core. As Zephyx entered the channel, star energy, which was absorbed by the skin, would gather around the channel. Several complex biological processes took place, and the star energy in Zephyx would turn into pure energy. Prefix would be created during the process, and it was discharged through the skin. Finally, the pure energy would reach the human core. The human core would then spread the pure energy throughout the body, enhancing it. Like this, the human would still have access to their Spectre-granted abilities while also benefiting from pure energy. This was how the Enlightened Ones worked. Of course, there were several other enhancements, but these were all related to the path to power related to pure energy. Just like extractors, the Enlightened Ones also had several levels, which they called realms. Naturally, this path to power was separate from an extractor's path to power and required its own resources and methods. It was quite a good system. Nick couldn't find a fault. Sadly, he couldn't use this system. The aliens had already studied the Enlightened Ones, and Nick was certain that they had found a way to counter these humans. Most likely, they created some kind of weapon that would mess with the firmament or the channel. Maybe they could manipulate the firmament into sending far too much Zephyx through the channel, which would break the channel and allow the Zephyx to roam throughout the body. This would essentially poison the human and make them powerless. Alternatively, they could also mess with the complex biological processes in the channel. If that biological process could be stopped, pure Zephyx would be pumped into the human core. There, the Zephyx would be strengthened by the volatile nature of pure energy, essentially using up all the power the human had while also clogging up space for new pure energy. It would be like pumping a stone into a heart. There were a couple of more ways to mess with biology, and Nick had to avoid all of them. He couldn't be sure what the aliens would use to counter these kinds of humans, and he had to prepare for all of them. He had to reinvent the entire thing. And that would take time. A lot of time. Chapter 876 Time. Failure. One failure after the other. Nick had already created his own laboratory, which he had filled with the machines from Deep Core Base. While he knew as much about biology as the Enlightened Ones, he couldn't just theorize a completely new kind of human. He needed to test things. He needed to experiment. He was treading new ground, and while he was right in his predictions most of the time, there were also times he was wrong. The Enlightened Ones knew a lot, but they didn't know everything. 25 years had already passed, and Nick had already become a peak fallen, but he had not made any significant progress yet. He looked at the growing tubes filled with artificial fetuses with a frown. None of them were developing in a desirable way. Half of them died to the nightmare after they created a nervous system, while the other half couldn't make use of the nourishing solution filled with pure energy. Usually, a mother's womb would isolate the fetus from the nightmare's influence. Nick could create an artificial womb that did the same, but that wasn't his goal. He wanted to create a human that was immune to the nightmare from the beginning. He had come up with several different methods, but none of them truly worked. Progress was extremely slow. While Nick was stuck in his lab, the underground city grew more powerful. Hundreds of heroes had already appeared. Luckily, the material of the underground city's shell could not only isolate Nurse Alice, but also the Maw. Theoretically, the underground city could create shields without any fear of the Maw, but that would just be postponing the problem. As soon as any of them came into contact with the outside world, the Maw would become active and abduct all of them. Additionally, Nick, Samar, and Arya all agreed that there should be no shields in the underground city. Shields had the power to damage the city's shell, and that would put everyone and everything at risk. The only way to make sure that the shell wouldn't be broken was when nobody had the power to break it. Nick was the only one who could damage it, and that was how it was supposed to be. Theoretically, Nick could create a material that could even withstand the powers of shields. The huge storage of Zephyx also made it possible to create that. However, that would take forever. It would eat decades upon decades of Nick's time. He would also need to reconstruct everything, which would take even more time. And for what? For some shields? Even 1,000,000 shields would die like insects to the aliens. In fact, even 1,000,000 level 9 extractors wouldn't make a difference. As soon as the sun broke, star energy would wash over them and kill them all. No matter how powerful the humans in the underground city became, they would still be useless. The fundamentals of the universe made sure of that. Lastly, there was another danger to having too many powerful extractors. The Enlightened Ones had a plan to deal with the sun. And yet, the sun somehow found out. Were the Enlightened Ones bad at staying hidden? No. The safeguards they had in place were even stronger than Nick's. Because of that, Nick believed that there was some kind of sensor that could measure the planet's energy level as a whole. A lot of power put weight on space-time. It didn't have a gravitational effect, but it was still noticeable. The aliens might not be able to sense one level 9 extractor, but they could probably sense it when there were several of them. Nick had to find the balance between having power and having too much power. None of the humans who were alive right now could help in the battle against the aliens, no matter how powerful they became. No matter how many scissors there were, the stone would always win. During these years, Arya hadn't asked Nick for help even once. The city was self-sufficient. For now. Soon, the city would need more demons. But not yet. The suffering Nick had been collecting from Aegis was also dropping rapidly. He had already made quite a bit of progress towards becoming an initial adversary, but he still needed a lot more suffering to get there. From time to time, Nick looked at the city to check for dangers. He had advanced quite a bit, and his new knowledge of biology had already increased the efficiency of his mind-reading ability. By now, he could read the minds of mid-heroes. Luckily, the individual danger of a single resident was no longer high. Nurse Alice couldn't sense them, even if they wished for death. These humans also didn't know any sensitive information. Nick also looked at the team of researchers. One person was missing, but he had been missing for a while already. There was one less black beam going to Nick. Ghosty was no longer there. Nick was already 320 years old, and Ghosty had died a bit more than 15 years ago. Old age. Near the end, he had been a late hero. Sadly, he just couldn't absorb Zephyx fast enough to become a protector. But that had been clear from the very beginning. For the last 200 years of his life, Ghosty had done what he wanted to do. Research things. For his entire life, he worked on uncovering the secrets of the universe. The technician and Ghosty had been the only ones who had known everything about Nick, and both of them were no more. Arya knew a lot, but she still didn't know about Nick's primary ability. Right now, her knowledge of Nick was tied with another being's knowledge for first place. The fallen Nick had captured in the ocean while transporting the fake fiend of darkness. That fallen knew a lot about Nick, but it didn't know about Nick's past as a human. Arya knew of Nick's past, but she didn't know as much about his abilities as that fallen. Samar still didn't know that Nick was a Specter. She thought that he was human. As more and more time passed, the number of beams leading to Nick decreased. One by one, everyone who knew about him was dying, and that wouldn't end any time soon. Chapter 877 Aegis Progress. Nick, we can't wait anymore. We need more demons, Arya transmitted to him. Nick was looking at his collection of fetuses. They had managed to grow a bit more, but he was still nowhere near done. Another 20 years had passed since he looked at the researchers. By now, there were over 2,000 heroes in the underground city, and the population had also reached its maximum capacity. There was no longer any space for more humans, and laws had to be put in place that prohibited willful procreation. I will deal with it in a couple of hours, Nick answered. Thank you, Arya transmitted before cutting the connection. She didn't want to disturb Nick since she knew that his research was the most important thing in the world right now. However, the city really needed demons. Nick looked at the city and saw the abundance of heroes. They needed over 500 demons. This was a crazy number. I should deal with my other job as envious researcher as well. I don't want the sun to become suspicious. After some hours, Nick got rid of the fetuses and left the underground city. It had been quite a while since he had looked at the world, and he was sure that many things had changed. First, Nick needed to check on Aegis development. As he traveled through the Great Triangle, he noticed something very quickly. There were many new cities. In the past, Aegis kept the number of cities relatively low. More cities meant more ways for the Specters to mess with them. Nick looked at a couple of cities and read some minds. They found a way to deal with the consumption, Nick realized. There were many more specialists in every city. The number compared to a century ago had almost tripled. They have abandoned the consumption and are using something called a canvas. The method Aegis had created was similar to what the Enlightened ones did with their firmament. The canvas was essentially a second Zephyx synchronizer, but with a flat shape. The canvas could be used like a Spectre core that was absorbed during the consumption. Manipulation lines could be put on it, and it gathered more Zephyx. However, the Zephyx generation was only equal to absorbing a mid-elder. But that was already enough. Absorbing a mid-elder was enough to become a shield. The strongest aspect of the canvas was its price. Time. It was like a shell. The extractor just needed to create it with their own Zephyx. Alternatively, they could also use external Zephyx to build it, but that would be quite expensive, and most experts didn't have that kind of money. Luckily, it only took 30 years to create the canvas with one's own Zephyx. Nevertheless, after becoming a specialist, they needed to hurry up. The 10 years for building the shell and the 30 years for building the canvas were quite significant. While the canvas couldn't even begin to compare to the Spectre cores the underground city made, It was definitely better than the regular consumption. How many people could absorb mid-elders? Almost nobody. Now, everyone had the talent to become a shield as long as they hurried up. Of course, Aegis members got the Zephyx for the canvas for free, which saved them 25 of the 30 years. Another thing Nick noticed was the fervent belief everyone had in the Champion of Light. The new right arm almost seemed like a deity to them. The right arm's holy and calming aura made them feel safe. And if the right arm was already this divine, how divine was the Champion of Light? It seemed like the image change for the right arm had worked out very well. After looking at some cities, Nick continued and searched for a group of agents. He found a good group and snuck up on them. Then he used a device to clone the barrier of the leader of the group. Nick disguised himself and wore the clone barrier before approaching Aegis headquarters. A new database had already been created, and Aegis technology had advanced a lot. There were now weapons using star energy all over the walls of the megastructure. However, with just a single glance, Nick could tell that the weapons were not very strong. Seems like the champion is doing my job for me, Nick thought. They are focusing on star energy instead of trying to make pure energy work. Additionally, while their manipulation of star energy has progressed, they are not very good at producing them. The star energy generators around the weapons were huge and had little output. One of these generators wouldn't even be enough to power a single seed, and they were several meters wide. Nick was reminded of the time the Jolly Cannibal told him to forget about star energy and to focus on its production before going directly to pure energy. That had been the right decision. Star energy was really only useful for two things: fighting specters and making pure energy. Nick decided that he would stage an argument with the guards about some stupid policy. This would buy him some time. In this way, he could stay near the entrance of Aegis headquarters without entering. Entering Aegis headquarters would be far too dangerous. Several heroes came and went from Aegis headquarters, and Nick read the minds of the weaker ones. The guards were also on the weaker side, which meant Nick could also read their minds. That fast, Nick thought with a bit of surprise. Sure enough, with the death of Famine and the Corruptors, Aegis's progress accelerated massively. The shields were growing stronger thanks to greed, and they didn't need to focus on the Corruptors anymore. This allowed them more freedom when it came to hunting specters. 2 decades ago, Aegis had made a significant step. Nick remembered the artificial forests in the wild, which killed any living organism that approached. These forests were made by the False Hope, an initial adversary. These forests were in constant conflict with the countless black blobs created by the Eternal Hunger. Recently, the Eternal Hunger managed to become an early adversary, and it put a lot of pressure on the False Hope. Under the pressure, the False Hope revealed itself, and Aegis took advantage of that. In a gigantic battle, which also involved death and war, Aegis lost 2 shields but managed to suppress both the False Hope and the Eternal Hunger. Right now, Aegis headquarters had 2 initial adversaries, Greed and the False Hope, and 2 early adversaries, the Eternal Hunger and the False Prophet. The shields were growing. Soon, the champion would no longer be the only mid-shield. Death and the Trio of Destruction were no longer in an advantageous position. The frequency of their attacks also lessened significantly since unveiling their locations became more and more dangerous. Aegis made a lot of progress. It won't be long before they capture Pestilence and War. Then they will have late and peak shields, and finally, they are going to capture Death. That is when the first level 9 extractors will appear. Chapter 878 Interruption. Aegis was rapidly making progress. I think it will only take a century for them to capture another 2 adversaries, and it will be a maximum of 2 centuries until they can deal with Death. It will maybe be 3 or 4 centuries until the first level 9 extractor appears. While the era won't reset when the first level 9 extractor arrives, a reset will not be far away. I have to prepare everything by then. After scouting out Aegis headquarters, Nick wrapped up his argument with the guards and left again. "Oh son," Nick said in an isolated location. "Humanity is focusing on making use of star energy. Progress on pure energy is slow, and star energy production is also progressing slowly. Humanity wants to use star energy to fight the Specters. There are many more humans in the world, and many cities now have automatic defenses against weaker Specters. More powerful extractors are appearing, and I believe that is in your interest." Nick wrapped up his report and left. For the foreseeable future, he would be reachable by the sun since he would remain on the surface most of the time. After dealing with his report, Nick scouted the wilderness for Specters. He found thousands upon thousands of hatchlings and a couple of adolescents. However, the number of powerful specters had been reduced by quite a bit. There were more agents than ever patrolling the wild, and they very often caught demons. Luckily, Nick's perception was beyond powerful, and he could find specters rapidly. There was also one more thing that made it easier for him. Death was no longer near Aegis headquarters. Aegis had become so powerful that it was dangerous to stay near their headquarters. Instead of putting pressure on Aegis, Death decided to hide its location and strike from the shadows. It had destroyed many strongholds over the past decades, but its absence also allowed more shields to travel through the world. In fact, even if Death were near Aegis headquarters, Aegis only needed the Champion of Light. The Champion had been the strongest human for centuries now, and he had worked on his power quite a bit. Together with the increased belief of humanity, his power had progressed a lot. He could now fight Death equally. If the two of them fought, there was a possibility that the Champion might win and kill Death. Death's absence made it far easier for Nick to capture Specters in the Great Triangle, since he didn't have to fear its perception anymore. Nick captured 5 demons within a single day, but it became much more difficult afterward. These demons had been easy to find, but there were only so many of them. After a while, Nick decided to go to the Long Continent and hunt there. He very quickly found 3 demons and brought them to the underground city. Nick suddenly stopped moving. Right now, he was in the underground of the Long Continent. This was just a seemingly random location, and yet his ability had just deactivated. Someone was perceiving him. Luckily, Nick could tell from where they were perceiving him. It was quite a bit to the south of here, and just like Nick, the thing looking at him was underground. Has to be a specter, Nick thought. This had caught Nick off guard. He had not intended to enter any specter's perception, and he had also made sure that he didn't approach any of the dangerous beams. After a while, Nick continued moving, acting like he hadn't noticed anything. Luckily, he was always traveling in disguise. Right now, Nick looked like a pale and gaunt man with red eyes. Nick randomly moved around, and it looked like he was searching for a city to attack. Yet, he actually tried to find whatever was perceiving him. None of the beams had moved. However, Nick had traveled towards the north quite a bit, and he was still being perceived. The origin has not moved from its spot, Nick thought. I entered its perception range, and since it hasn't moved, I should have exited its perception range as well. But I didn't. They can sense me, but they are not moving. That leaves 2 possibilities. 1, their perception range is much bigger, and they just randomly paid attention to me. 2, their perception range is changeable. I can't be sure which is true. I need to test something. The next moment, Nick sped up to his full speed, excluding the speed boost of his primary ability. He was moving just a bit faster than a peak fallen could move. A second later, Nick's primary ability activated again. He was no longer being perceived. Nick stopped right below the closest city and waited. About a second later, his ability deactivated again. That eliminates possibility 1, Nick thought. If it is an eternal, my ability wouldn't reactivate if I just move a bit faster. The fact that it reactivated for a bit means that I outran their perception. Nick looked back at the beams. No one has moved. By now, Nick already had an idea about who was spying on him. This might be an opportunity. He kept acting like he was scouting the city from below the ground. Then he just walked away. This was quite a fortified city, and it was relatively close to one of the new strongholds. Do you wish to feed? A voice suddenly appeared in Nick's head, and he stopped moving. He looked around but couldn't see anyone. What do you want? Nick asked out loud. I can help you feed, the voice said. You just need to become my servant. Not interested, Nick answered before he continued flying. You do not have a choice. No, you do not have a choice, Nick answered. I'm stronger than you think. Even if you are an initial adversary, I would much rather take the fight than serve you. What strength? The voice spoke with bitterness. But I'm also quite strong. The next moment, someone appeared in front of him. It was a starving child with a greedy and bitter expression. One could say the child was envious. Naturally, this was envy. Chapter 879 Orbs. This was the second time Nick came face to face with envy in his life. The last time, he had only been a John, and he had been helpless. But now Nick was a peak fallen. He was no longer helpless. You must be Envy, Nick said. I've heard about you. Yes, I am Envy, and you are now my servant, Envy said. Nick remained silent for a while. You are quite scary, Nick said. If you were actually here, I might be scared. But you're not. Envy's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, This wasn't Envy's true body. When Envy had appeared, Nick had felt a small fluctuation of Zephyx from a seemingly random spot. After paying close attention, he saw the origin. It was some kind of translucent orb. He could immediately tell that this orb was the creation of an ability. This was how Envy sensed him. It had created small drones that could see the surroundings, essentially expanding its perception. This drone also created an image of Envy, making it seem like it was actually here. The projection was quite convincing. Nick could even feel its power. Yet it wasn't real, and he knew it. Anyway, I want to leave before your real body arrives, Nick said. Then Nick shot toward the north at full speed. Envy didn't say anything. This peak fallen was quite extraordinary, but that was to be expected. There were not many wild peak fallen left, and the few that were still out there were formidable and very experienced. Nick entered the Great Triangle again. He wanted to seem like he was genuinely escaping. Traveling to the Great Triangle was the best way to escape. This was where Aegis was. Eventually, Nick changed his trajectory and went to the western part of the Grand Continent. He could also hunt there. One of the trio is relatively close, Nick thought as he looked at the beam. Seems to be near the northeastern part of the War Continent. Envy is south of the Long Continent, which means this has to be either death, war, or pestilence. As long as I stay away from this place, it will be fine. Then, Nick returned to hunting for demons. This time, he got a haul of 10 demons within a day. That was when his ability deactivated again. Again, Nick thought as he looked towards the southwest. His ability told him that it was Envy who was looking at him. There were over 10,000 kilometers between them, but it could still find him there. That's quite a terrifying ability. Nick also quickly noticed the translucent orb. Bang! Nick waved his hand and destroyed the orb. He was essentially telling Envy that it should fuck off. The next moment, Nick noticed that the beam leading to the northeast of the War Continent was shaking. This meant the owner of the beam was moving. They want me, Nick thought. There are not many peak fallen left, and they desperately need more servants. Nick immediately fled towards the closest stronghold and stopped below it. He could see the beam shaking for a while. Then it stopped moving. Nick's ability hadn't deactivated during this entire process. As expected, they do not want to come close to any stronghold without being sure that there is no shield present. When the beam stopped moving, Nick went further north into the northern sea. He moved around a bit to look at the angle of the beam. With a bit of math, he could tell where the owner of the beam was. Middle of the western part of the Grand Continent, Nick thought. I should change my location. Nick went into the ocean east of the Great Triangle and went towards the south. Finally, he entered the southern parts of the War Continent. Envy is still south of the Long Continent. One of the others is where I was previously. One of them is in the Desolate Continent. One is near the east of the Grand Continent. Nick started to hunt for demons in the War Continent. Whenever he was transporting them back to the underground city, he went over 100 kilometers deep underground, making sure that he wouldn't be perceived by anyone. This time, it only took 12 hours for Envy to find him again, or more precisely, for Nick to find another orb. He noticed the orb before it noticed him. They were very good at staying hidden, but he had gotten used to their fluctuations. Bang! Nick destroyed the orb without showing himself. The orbs were not very stable, and he just needed to use a bit of Zephyx to disperse them. After destroying the orb, Nick went back to the Long Continent. Envy wouldn't expect him there, and sure enough, Nick didn't find another orb for the next 20 hours. Once again, Nick found the orb first. The orb was waiting below one of the cities. Nick went to another city and found another orb. After checking through the surrounding cities, he noticed that all of them had an orb. It wants to keep me from my food, Nick thought. Naturally, Nick wasn't interested in the cities, but he acted like he was. He waited for another couple of days, not showing himself. Then, he approached one of the orbs. What do you want? Nick transmitted. He wanted to appear like he had noticed all of the orbs near the cities and got frustrated since he couldn't feed. As soon as Nick contacted the orb, he noticed the beam leading to the south shaking. Envy's true body was on the move. You will be my servant, the orb answered. Bang! Nick destroyed the orb. However, his ability didn't reactivate. More orbs appeared around him. It seemed like Envy had gathered all of its orbs around Nick. Nick destroyed all the orbs he saw and fled towards the south. Naturally, while the peak fallen could sense the orbs, it couldn't possibly know where Envy's real body was. Since the orbs were everywhere, Envy's body could be anywhere. So Nick fled in the direction of Envy's true body. It didn't take long for Nick to enter Envy's actual perception. Chapter 880 Deal. As soon as Nick entered Envy's actual perception, walls of electricity appeared around him. Naturally, Nick stopped moving. Not surprising, he thought, looking at the walls. Envy probably has hundreds of abilities. However, these are reverse-engineered abilities gained from looking at Zephyx synchronizers. They are not very powerful. There is no escape, Envy transmitted to Nick. A second later, Envy's true body appeared in front of Nick. Okay, I will be your servant, Nick answered from inside his electricity cage. It was only natural for a Spectre to capitulate in this scenario. That is the right choice, Envy said. The next moment, Envy conjured a green gem in its hands. You will consume this. Only then will you be my servant. Nick tried to sense the fluctuations of the green gem. Sadly, he wasn't experienced enough to find out what it did just based on its fluctuations. Most likely some kind of bomb that it can detonate remotely, Nick thought. The green gem floated through the walls of electricity and landed in Nick's hand. He looked at it for a moment before looking at Envy. You walked right into Aegis trap, Nick said. Then, before Envy could say anything, Nick transformed into Julian Winter. Envy's eyes narrowed immediately when it saw that. The electricity cage compressed. Bang! Black smoke exploded out of Nick. Bang! Nick cut through the cage of electricity, and it immediately turned into white dust. Based on that, Envy could see that Nick was using a weapon infused with star energy. However, instead of striking Nick, Envy escaped. The Specters had always been unsure whether or not Julian Winter had truly left Aegis. His escape from Aegis headquarters could have been one of Julian's ploys. When Julian had said that Envy had walked into Aegis trap, Envy knew that Julian was still part of Aegis. This meant that at least one shield was most likely close and ready to strike. Envy immediately told Death about what was going on. The next moment, Envy noticed Nick shooting towards the surface. He was escaping. Then, Envy noticed the ice storm and the inferno appearing 40 kilometers to the south. The two of them were readying their attacks. In response, Envy released a terrifying wave of screeching black souls. This wave distorted perceptions, and it would stop the two shields from finding it. Then, Envy turned completely translucent and went deeper underground. Bang! A blade penetrated Envy's chest. Envy's eyes widened. The inferno and the ice storm were gone. Julian Winter was no longer near the surface, but right in front of it. What was going on? That was when Envy realized something. Julian Winter must have an illusion ability. Bang! 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 3 more strikes turned Envy into pieces, all of them transforming into white mist. Its Spectre core was revealed. Nick grabbed the Spectre core and covered it in prefix. The star energy didn't reach the Spectre core, and the prefix isolated it. In a fluid motion, Nick wrapped a Zephyx suppressor around Envy's Spectre core before retreating deeper underground. He didn't know how Death would react, but that didn't matter. Some seconds later, Nick looked at the suppressed Spectre core. That was it. Just to make sure, Nick investigated the Spectre core closely. Envy had plenty of tricks, and Nick wanted to make sure that this was not one of its tricks. Sure enough, he saw countless small manipulation lines, and he could also feel suffering traveling to the Spectre core. This was the real deal. I actually got Envy, Nick thought. That was way easier than expected. Yet, it had only been this easy because of all the things Nick had learned. The weapon he had used had come from deep core base. This was a weapon that could even injure Eternals. Even with his ability active, Nick could wield this weapon only very slowly. But its power was devastating. No matter how many abilities Envy had, it wasn't nearly powerful enough to resist such a strike. Additionally, Envy had been in a panic since Nick's illusions made it believe that there was a far bigger danger out there. If this were a fair one-on-one fight, Envy would have been formidable. But Nick didn't do fair fights. He was an assassin. He used tricks and subterfuge to disorient his enemies before killing them with a single strike. As he looked at the Spectre core, Nick was reminded of the time he had seen Envy for the first time. Envy had caused him a lot of worry back then. But now its life was in his hands. Keeping Envy suppressed would be idiotic, Nick thought. It has so many abilities. Most likely, if any of my extractors work with it, it will somehow manipulate them into letting it escape. Additionally, it saw part of my true power. However, Envy is still worth a lot. This is an initial adversary, and I know someone who would be willing to pay a good price for its death. Nick put more Zephyx suppressors around the core and traveled to the ocean east of the Great Triangle. Whatever Death had done in response to Envy's demise didn't matter anymore. Several minutes had passed, and whatever battle had been fought was over. Eventually, Nick reached the coast east of Aegis headquarters. Death was nowhere to be seen. Nick slowly came out of the water and openly looked at Aegis headquarters. His ability had already deactivated. Nick held Envy's Spectre core up as he looked at Aegis headquarters. "Champion, are you willing to make a deal?" Nick shouted. Aegis headquarters shone in a bright light, and the champion appeared above it. He looked with a mix of shock and anger at Nick. When he saw the Spectre core in Nick's hand, he immediately knew why Death had destroyed one of their strongholds a couple of minutes ago. The next moment, the Tinkerer also appeared beside the champion, and both of them looked at Nick. "This is our chance," the Tinkerer transmitted to the champion. "Julian is on his own. We can kill him." However, the champion just looked at Nick. "No," the champion answered. "You're underestimating his capabilities. If he's willing to show himself this openly, he knows that he can escape." Chapter 881 Title. The Tinkerer urged the champion to attack. Julian Winter was dangerous. He was a trickster. He played all of them. They had to deal with him. "I know what I'm doing," the champion transmitted to the Tinkerer. The Tinkerer became silent and just accepted the champion's decision. The champion was the leader of Aegis, and they all had to follow him. "What deal?" the champion asked. "I have Envy's Spectre core right here," Nick said. "I know how dangerous it is, and I know that you do not want to suppress it. You want it to die. I am willing to kill it right in front of you. Naturally, I want something in return." The champion just looked at Nick for a while. "What if I don't accept?" he asked. "Then I will let Envy go. Envy is not a danger to me, but it is a danger to you. I suppressed Envy on my own. I didn't kill it. I suppressed it. This should tell you enough about my power," Nick transmitted. "Except for the null, there is nothing in this world better at staying hidden than me. Humanity does not have that luxury." By now, 2 more shields had appeared. "What do you want?" the champion asked after a while. 500 suppressed demons," Nick said. "Dump them into the middle of the ocean. After you've done that, I will kill Envy right in front of your eyes." The shields became surprised. 500 demons? Why would Julian want 500 demons? Why do you want so many demons? What use do you have for them? The champion asked. "You know how specters grow," Nick transmitted. "You also know how I grow. I am the purest specter because I grow from suffering. The Crimson Sea grows stronger by consuming specters. I might not be able to grow stronger by consuming them, but I can kill them. I will take 500 specters that produce a lot of Zephyx and distribute their Zephyx across the world. Millions of hatchlings will be born and will cause suffering across the world. If I ask for 10 protectors, you wouldn't accept that trade, but I think you're fine with 500 demons." The champion narrowed his eyes. He could tell that Julian was speaking the truth. Creating so many new specters would cause quite a bit of suffering. There was a good reason why humans rarely killed specters. Julian would not feed on a couple of cities or on Aegis. No, he would feed on all of humanity. And as hard as it was to admit, the champion also knew that Julian was right. 500 demons in exchange for Envy's death would be worth it. The champion talked to the other shields for a while. "We accept, but we will only hand the specters over after you've killed Envy," the champion said. "That does not work anymore," Nick transmitted. "You betrayed me. You tried to kill me. You have broken our agreement." "I have not. You are not the trustworthy one. I am the trustworthy one. I have never broken our agreement, and the day I do will be the last time I can work with Aegis. If I break my word now, how will I become an early adversary in the future? How will I become a mid-adversary? You do this trade on my terms, or there will be no trade." Only the champion heard Nick's words. He remained silent for several seconds. "Fine, we'll bring you your demons," the champion said. "Good," Nick said. "Then, are you willing to consider another trade?" "Another trade?" the champion asked with furrowed brows. "Another 500 demons, but this time I am willing to give you an adversary that is easy to work with," Nick transmitted. "We need more details," the champion said. "Just ready the demons," Nick transmitted. "We will do one trade at a time. You put 500 demons into the ocean. Then I will kill Envy. After that, we can talk more about the trade. Just keep the demons prepared for the second trade. I will be back in a week. That should be enough time." Then Nick shot into the water and vanished. The champion just looked at the place where Nick had just been. "Prepare 1,000 demons," he ordered. The politician furrowed his brows. "That won't be easy." "If you didn't lie, this will be worth it," the champion said. "Our heroes might grow slower, but we get a dead adversary and a living adversary in return. Also, if Julian breaks his word, we do not need to give him anything. Just prepare the demons." "As you command," the politician said. Over the next week, Aegis gathered demons from all over the world in exchange for waiving several years of tributes. A week later, a mountain of containment units was prepared in front of Aegis headquarters. Nick reappeared on time. The champion looked at the protectors and heroes gathered below him. "Dump them in the ocean," he commanded. They followed their orders and did just that. "A deal's a deal," Nick said. "I don't think you cheated me, which is why I will only check the contents after I've killed Envy." Then, Nick broke the Spectre core in his hands into pieces. In an instant, a humongous amount of Zephyx scattered across the world. This proved that Nick had just killed an adversary. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much Zephyx. "Now, I'm going to check the contents of the containment units. Our second deal can happen after that," Nick said. Aegis just waited. Nick went to the containment units and broke them easily with his power. He killed one demon after the other. In the end, he killed 300 demons and suppressed the 200 remaining ones. Aegis couldn't see what Nick was doing since the Salt Trident kept him hidden. Nick rapidly transported the demons to a secure location, making sure that there were no markers or trackers on them. "You kept your word," Nick said as he reappeared. "Now for the second deal. I'm willing to hand you a mid-adversary that is easy to work with for the other 500 demons." Then, Nick pulled a containment unit out of the ground. When the Tinkerer saw the containment unit, she became shocked. How did Julian get his hands on such a strong containment unit? The champion and Nick ironed out the details. Eventually, Aegis dumped the other 500 containment units into the ocean. In response, Nick threw the containment unit onto dry land. "Happy to do business with you," Nick transmitted before he rapidly dealt with the containment units inside the ocean. Aegis went over to the containment unit and tried to open it. However, it didn't have an employee entrance. They needed to open the main door. They did just that, and after 5 minutes, the door opened. The champion was ready to suppress the Spectre inside. Yet, when the door opened, there was nothing inside. For a moment, the champion believed that Julian had cheated them. But then he saw a piece of paper in the middle of the containment unit. "The Salt Trident is willing to capitulate. As long as it stays alive and gets food, it is willing to work with you. It won't attack any humans anymore. You can go to it and directly suppress it." When the champion saw that, his eyes widened. Then he clenched his teeth in anger. Technically, Julian had kept his word. However, he hadn't actually put in any effort. He simply forwarded a message, in exchange for 500 demons. On this day, Nick's Spectre name was born. Referring to him with a human name didn't seem fitting anymore. He was a fully fledged Spectre now, and his existence was added to Aegis' new database. He was no longer a confidential existence. His title, the Trickster. Chapter 882, Searching for a Solution. The Trickster. This was Nick's official Spectre name. He had played the Corruptors several times. He had used tricks and false intelligence to get them killed. Then, according to Aegis, he had manipulated the technician and controlled his mind. After that, he tricked Aegis and successfully escaped from their headquarters. No Spectre had ever managed to escape from Aegis headquarters. Lastly, he had traded a simple note for hundreds of demons without breaking the agreement. It was a fitting name. It was possible to make a deal with the Trickster, but catching it was almost impossible. It just knew too many tricks. Luckily, the Trickster didn't seem to attack humans. For now. In the future, things might change. Nick had received 1,000 demons during the deal, which was a brutally high number. Aegis had considered messing with Nick during the trade, but they decided against it. The Trickster seemed to keep its word, and it still helped humanity with its deals. Just as promised, Envy had been killed, and they had also received a mid-adversary that was easy to work with. Just as Nick had said, the Salt Trident did not attack the humans when they entered the ocean. The Salt Trident had been willing to capitulate earlier, but it had no idea how to come into contact with the humans. Its domain was the water, and any servant would be safe from it as soon as they exited the water. The Salt Trident did not entrust its future and survival to a servant that wasn't loyal. But when Nick had reappeared, the Salt Trident saw its chance. Nick had kept to his words in the past, and he didn't seem overly antagonistic to any side. Naturally, Nick had gladly accepted the Salt Trident's offer, and he didn't even ask for much in return. He just wanted the Salt Trident's protection for the deal. Eventually, the shields carefully entered the ocean, and sure enough, the Salt Trident didn't attack them. They slowly made their way to the Salt Trident, which was in the middle of the biggest ocean. As soon as they arrived, the Salt Trident's body dissolved on its own, revealing its Spectre core. Aegis quickly took hold of the Spectre core and brought it to their headquarters. They had already prepared a containment unit filled with water. The Salt Trident grew more powerful by absorbing all the water inside a human's body. A human would lose their mind and swim to it. Then they would eat from its body until they died. Death was not a necessity, but a side effect. Extractors could simply eat from the Salt Trident, suffer strong effects of dehydration, and leave again. Sure enough, it was easy to work with. Even more, it was a mid-adversary, which meant Aegis now had the capability to make late shields. This was a huge milestone. After all, the champion was a mid-shield. The champion could finally grow stronger. This deal had been worth it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the deal, after receiving the 1,000 demons, Nick killed 600 of them. It was difficult to track how much Zephyx was being dispersed over the world. As long as a lot of Zephyx was dispersed, everyone would think that Nick stayed true to his word and killed all of the demons. The 600 dead demons would birth countless hatchlings and possession specters of different levels all over the world. Meanwhile, the 400 surviving demons would be integrated into the underground city. Arya wanted 100 demons, and Nick gave her over 400, including the ones he had already captured. By now, the underground city had over 600 demons. That was enough to constantly employ over 2,000 heroes. Of course, it wasn't enough for the tens of thousands of heroes they were expecting, but it was still good enough. Due to how much Zephyx every hero could absorb every day, everyone would still gain enough Zephyx to theoretically become protectors. After dealing with the demons, Nick returned to his laboratory. Creating a new kind of human had the highest priority right now. Nick continued researching. After another 20 years passed, Nick had made some progress. Some of the fetuses survived for quite a long while, but the survival rate was at a measly 3%. And survival rate, in this context, referred to getting past the very early stage. All of them died later or simply stopped growing. The more I experiment, the more impossible everything seems, Nick thought as he looked at the countless tubes of fetuses in front of him. I can make fetuses that are immune to the darkness. I can make fetuses that can work with pure energy. But I can't make fetuses with both things. They need an artificial attunement with a nightmare if they want to survive in the darkness. But for that, they need a Zephyx synchronizer or a similar organ. Yet, if I create a similar organ, I would just be copying the enlightened ones, and the aliens are prepared for that. I need to create a human without a natural Zephyx storage, but that makes attuning them to the nightmare impossible. It seems to be an unsolvable problem. These two things are just not compatible. Sure, I could plan an artificial implant later, but that can't be the solution. The more implants and technology are in somebody, the more weaknesses there are. It needs to be a closed system. How can I solve this? Nick kept thinking for a while. Why do they need to be immune to the darkness? Because the nightmare will kill them otherwise. The darkness is not the issue. It's the nightmare. Specters are immune to the nightmare, but specters are not humans. Nick kept trying to come up with a solution. And then he got an idea. It's not what I had envisioned, but it seems to be possible. Nick furrowed his brows. But this is tough. This would change humans too much. Nick tried to think of another solution, but this one seemed to be the only feasible one. I should try it. If it doesn't work, I can still search for another one. Chapter 883, Breeding Warriors. Nick entered the Nightmare's domain through the Fiend of Darkness. He hadn't been there in a long while. When he saw the Nightmare again, he was reminded of the Pure One and the other knowledge repositories. As he looked at its features more closely, he could see the bones and atrophied muscles resembled the image of the old emperor he had seen. Nick was 99% sure that this was the old emperor of the Empire. He had raised the Pure One like a child, and he was the reason why humanity even had a slight chance to free themselves of the aliens. Humanity would need millennia to progress to the technological level of the Empire. But humanity didn't have millennia. The era would most likely reset within less than 1,000 years. Without the enlightened ones, humanity wouldn't have even the tiniest chance. Nick looked at the old emperor with respect. He had given his life for humanity. I do not know you, Nick thought, but I believe you would not agree with my plan. You wanted to free humanity. What I am going to free is not humanity. Not anymore. However, what can be created can be destroyed. During a war for survival, sympathy and love are only hindrances. Only apathy and decisiveness will help you in winning the war. When the war is over, we can slowly work on regaining the empathy we've lost. But for now, we have no use for it. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. I can't find another way. Nick took out a couple of small machines and placed them around the nightmare. He activated them, and all the biological information of the Emperor's body was recorded. Some minutes later, Nick put the machines away again and threw one last glance at the Emperor. I have to do this. Earth needs to be free. Then Nick left and went back to his lab. Inside his lab, Nick looked at the genetic makeup of the Emperor. Over the next 10 years, he managed to grow cells that share the Emperor's DNA. That was the easy part. Now came the hard part. Integrating the necessary parts of the DNA into the DNA of a normal human. Nick had to slowly isolate one part of the Emperor's DNA after the other and combine it with newly grown human cells. People and Specters generally didn't suffer from their own abilities. If the nightmare were intelligent, it would realize that these cells were not part of its own being. But it wasn't. The nightmare was a machine. Nick just needed to fool the sensors of this machine into believing that it was interacting with itself or with a Specter. The second part was impossible to achieve since Specters were made of Zephyx, while the new humans would be filled with pure energy. So he had to fool the sensors the other way. It was draining work. Experiment after experiment. Trial after trial. After 10 years, Nick managed to narrow the necessary part of the Emperor's DNA down to 10%. As long as he included these 10% of his DNA in the fetuses, they would be immune to the nightmare. However, one had to remember that Nick didn't exactly take DNA from the old Emperor, but from the nightmare. That was an important difference. 10% of the Emperor's DNA was already too much. The cells would show a weakness to star energy. If the human grew stronger, the amount of star energy coursing through their bodies would make the DNA unstable. The stronger they became, the more they would mutate. This was unacceptable. This would be a life of misery for the human. So Nick had to continue. After another 10 years, Nick narrowed it down to just 7%. It was better. The chances of future mutations had been lowered to just 30%. But that was still too much. So Nick kept working. Another 10 years later, he managed to push it to 6%. He was gradually approaching the limits of what was possible. The chance of mutations had been reduced to merely 3%. Nick wanted to finalize this part of the process. 3% was acceptable. No, it has to be lower. So he kept working. It took him 30 years to reduce it to 5%. As Nick looked at his newest batch of fetuses, he almost couldn't believe it. I've done it. I actually managed to push the risk of mutation to almost zero. However, he thought as he narrowed his eyes, there will still be changes. They will look like humans, and they have almost identical desires to humans. But there will be some fundamental differences. Nick was reminded of that one city that produced a huge number of babies. He remembered how the people used the babies as shields, bait, and even food. The people there had been without any empathy. It might not be as extreme as that city, but it will not be far off. Nick sighed and looked at the fetuses. Now, I just need to make them stable. The hardest part is already done. The genome is basically complete. I just need to tweak some things here and there and create a method of easy distribution. This last part only took Nick 5 years. And that should be it, Nick thought as he looked at the empty fetus containers. The theory is solid, and I have seen it succeed many times before. Now, we need actual trials. Nick left his lab and went to Samar. I've succeeded, Nick said. When Samar heard that, her eyes widened. You did it, she asked in shock. Nick nodded. I have managed to create a stable human genome that is immune to the nightmare and works with pure energy. Samar grew excited, which was very rare for her. However, there will be some unwanted side effects, Nick said. Samar calmed down and furrowed his brows, nodding for Nick to tell her. Nick explained in detail how it worked. Samar was a brilliant scientist, but Nick was operating on a level that made it impossible for her to understand. It hurt her pride, but she had to ask Nick to simplify things. When Nick was done explaining, Samar just looked at the table with a worried and bitter expression. I don't like it, she said. Normal humans will still survive, Nick said. When star energy washes over the planet, Only extractors will die. We will still have normal humans left. Yes, but, Samar said. What will these new humans do to the old humans? I will make sure that they will do nothing, Mick said. We are breeding warriors. We need warriors for the war. If the warriors can integrate into a peaceful society after the war is over, they can stay. If they can, then we don't need the warriors anymore. Chapter 884 Birth of a New Human. I'm pregnant, the woman asked in shock. It appears so, the doctor said. Do you have a childbearing license? The woman became shocked and fearful. She always wanted to have a child of her own, but the city was at maximum capacity. She wouldn't get a license within the next decades. No, she answered with a weak tone. The next moment, the doctor put a pill on the table. Then take this. The fertilized egg will be terminated within minutes. You won't feel a thing, the doctor said. The woman was terrified of the pill. Taking this felt like killing a child. Raising the child in secret also wasn't possible. There was surveillance everywhere, and children needed to attune to the darkness at some point anyway. There had been times when people tried to give birth to a child in secret, but it never succeeded. The government knew everything. I don't want to kill my child, she said. There is the possibility of asking another mother to give her childbearing license to you, the doctor said. But then she would need to kill her child, right? She asked. The doctor nodded. The woman was terrified. She just looked at the pill. It was just a fertilized egg. It was not a big deal. Yet she just couldn't swallow the pill. Eventually, she broke down into tears. When the doctor saw that, he sighed. There is one other option, but you might not like it, he said. The woman looked at the doctor hopefully. There is a government program currently underway, the doctor said. It involves the future of humanity. The details are highly confidential, and not even I know what it's about exactly. However, if you agree to partake in the program, you may keep your child. Yes, of course, the woman shouted immediately. I can't kill my own child. The doctor sighed and sent a form to the woman's seed. The woman was a hero, and she read through everything in an instant. When she saw everything, she took a deep breath. Finally, she signed it and sent it back. The doctor read through the form and raised his brows in surprise. You accepted, he asked. She nodded decisively. The doctor had to sigh once again. I offered this to 7 or 8 people already, and all of them refused to sign it. My child is my child, the woman said. It doesn't matter who they will become. They will always be my child. The doctor nodded. I will forward this form. Someone will contact you within the next couple of days. Thank you, the woman shouted brightly. She could keep her child. And best of all, she was allowed to raise it in the darkness. She didn't need to send her child to the light area for 10 years. The woman went home and shared the good news with her husband. However, when her husband heard about the details, he was less than pleased. How would that still be my child? He asked coldly. They will still be our child. They will just be different, she answered. A huge argument ensued. In the end, the husband was put before an ultimatum. Become a father or leave. Begrudgingly, he chose to become a father. Maybe it wouldn't be as bad as the paper said. 2 days later, the woman was called into the headquarters of the government. She met 9 other women there who were here for the same reason. They quickly bonded with each other, and a couple of minutes later, 2 people entered. One of them was an unknown doctor, while the other. Everyone took a deep breath. They recognized this person. The Chancellor. They had seen images of the Chancellor, but they had never seen her in person. Samar gave a long speech about the future of humanity. After the speech, the 10 women received a bottle of pills each. They had to take 1 pill every 2 hours for 3 consecutive days. Luckily, heroes didn't need to sleep, which made things quite easy. The future mother did as instructed. She felt quite some pain during the initial phase, but as a hero, she was used to way worse things. The only thing that truly worried her was the health of her child. She just hoped that it didn't suffer. Eventually, the pain stopped, and the pregnancy proceeded normally. About 9 months later, she went into labor. As a hero, she wasn't required to go to a hospital for the birth. There was no danger to the fetus or the mother. However, for this birth, she had to go to the hospital. The doctor and the Chancellor watched the birth personally. The birth went off without a hitch, and the mother could finally see her child for the first time. The child did not cry. It just looked around curiously. When the mother saw her child for the first time, her insides shook. The child already had some raven black hair on its head. Its eyes were a vibrant red, and its skin was ashen. It didn't look like the other humans, and she knew that it wouldn't be like the others. But this was her child, and she loved it. Or him, more precisely. It was a boy. The mother hugged her newborn son with love. The baby seemed uninterested in the mother and just looked at the surroundings. But the mother didn't care. This was her son. Meanwhile, Samar looked at the child. Emotional apathy, the doctor beside her said. Naturally, that was Nick in disguise. They are only interested in themselves and the collective. They have a small capacity to feel love, but it will feel very dulled. The children will be born highly intelligent and talented. The anterior insular cortex is significantly smaller. The anterior cingulate cortex and the somatosensory cortex are just as small. Luckily, the inferior frontal gyrus is enhanced. While they might not be able to feel a lot of empathy and will have difficulties understanding other emotions, their increased ability of abstract thought could make it possible for them to act in accordance with what humans perceive as right or wrong. But the child needs to train and focus on that part if they ever want to have a life with others that are not like them. According to an antiquated concept, you could call them intelligent psychopaths. Nick sighed. If I could, I would have done it differently. Chapter 885 Nightman. You can't do that, the mother shouted at her 12-year-old boy. Why not? The boy asked with a raised brow and crossed arms. He insulted you. Yes, that's bad, but you can't just elbow someone's throat because they insulted someone you love, the mother shouted. You could have killed him. The boy snorted. I defend your honor, and that's how you thank me. I did this for you. Einar, don't play your tricks on me, the mother shouted. We both know that's not the reason. Then, what reason do you want to hear? The boy asked. The truth, the mother said. The boy grimaced with a bit of disgust. He really didn't want to tell the truth since he knew that he would be punished. The mother sighed. I know things can be difficult for you. Just tell me the truth. The boy looked to the side. As he thought about the boy he had almost killed, he couldn't keep a smirk from forming on his face. I've been a bit stressed with school lately, the boy said. I needed an outlet. That was not the entire truth, but it was close enough that his mother believed him. Einar, you can't use violence to alleviate boredom or stress, the mother shouted. Yes, I know, the boy answered with annoyance. He really didn't know what his mother's issue was. This guy insulted his mother, his caretaker. His parents were highly regarded, and the other boy attacked that status. He was not a son of some bastards. As the son of two highly regarded parents, he deserved to be treated with respect. Somebody who had such an opinion of him and his parents didn't have any worth. So what if he died? He wouldn't have contributed to society anyway. As the mother kept reprimanding her son, the boy just turned to the side. He remembered how exciting it was to hit the throat of that other boy. When he gasped for air in terror, it was hilarious. He was so pathetic and weak. The boy wasn't sure if he had ever seen something this funny. He was like some kind of fly with its wings pulled out, just walking across the floor like a dumb wingless insect. The boy had felt quite excited when he saw how someone else suffered under his power. It was so funny. Yes, I won't do it again. I promise, okay? The boy said after a long tongue lashing. The mother looked at the boy for a while. As long as it doesn't happen again, she said. It won't, the boy said. I love you, the mother said, giving her boy a hug. I love you too, the boy said, returning the hug. However, he only went through the motions and quickly let go again. When the mother heard her boy say that he loved her, she felt a deep pain in her heart. It was a reminder. She knew that her boy didn't love her. He couldn't love her. She could also tell that her boy hadn't been completely truthful, but she acted like she believed him. She just didn't want to hear the true reason. Her boy was terrifyingly intelligent, and he had realized that giving half-truths was the best way to get his way at a very early age. He lied without feeling any guilt, which made him a very good liar. Is the money in yet from father's job? Einar asked. The mother sighed. Yes. Great, the boy shouted with a smile. At least he's good for something. Einar, the mother shouted. I told you several times that you can't talk about your father like that. The boy just scoffed. Who cares? He doesn't love me anyway. You are the one who loves me, not him. His job is not to be a father. His job is to be a provider. You love me, right? The boy asked, looking at his mother with scared eyes. The mother's heart hurt when she saw her boy's pained and scared expression. She knew it was just a trick. She knew that he didn't care. And yet, yes, I love you, she said with a shaky voice. The boy smiled and hugged his mother tightly. As long as we are together, we can get through things. We are a team. Father brings money, but we both know that he doesn't bring us any love. And love is all that matters, right? The mother took a deep breath. Anthony loves both of us, she said. Then her eyes narrowed. And I told you already, stop trying to isolate your father from the family. I'm not. Aner shouted. You are, the mother shouted. I've seen you grow up. I know your tricks. No, I genuinely don't want that to happen, Aner shouted. Just think about it. If I were to isolate father from the family, we would lose half of our income. That wouldn't be in my interest. The mother narrowed her eyes. Her son was terrifyingly good at convincing other people despite his young age. But she wasn't fooled. He used arguments that ridiculed the truth and made it seem like it would be stupid to act like that. However, Aner knew that it was stupid. Yes, he wanted to isolate his father from the family. Sure, they might lose half of their money, but he just couldn't stand that asshole. So what if they lost the money? The emotional payoff of seeing that asshole being betrayed by the one person he loved would be worth it. Son and mother argued for a while longer, but the son smoothed things over when he realized that he wasn't getting anywhere with his mother. Eventually, he left to play with his friends. Nick watched all of this in secret. Everything goes as predicted, he thought. He is young, and his brain hasn't developed yet. He might not want to act like a decent human, but he will realize that he has to in the future. His intentions will be completely self-serving, but his actions will benefit humanity. Nick took a deep breath. Due to their ashen skin and their inherent immunity to the nightmare, Nick decided to call this new kind of human nightmen. Nightmen were fiercely intelligent but didn't care about others a lot. They knew that they had to help the greater collective since they would suffer if the greater collective suffered. But that was it. They just wanted to have a good life. In that regard, nightmen were just like normal humans. It was just that their imagination of a good life was different. Chapter 886 Antisocial. The Nightmen. This was what Nick had envisioned for humanity. It was not the best solution. Creating an entire race of inherent psychopaths was not what Nick considered humanity. Humanity was supposed to be filled with emotions. Parents loving their children. Children loving their parents. Partners loving each other. Yet, with the Nightmen, this would not happen. They couldn't feel empathy, and love would be something very difficult to feel. Even amongst each other, they wouldn't feel a lot. If Nick had a choice, he would not have chosen this. The Emperor's DNA was the DNA of a Spectre, and Specters were very different from humans. Technically, Specters didn't even have any DNA. However, the Emperor had once been human, which meant he had DNA. And the Emperor was also a Spectre now. This created a unique scenario that allowed Nick to cross a Spectre with a human. In order to make the Nightmen immune to the darkness, Nick had to include some parts of the Emperor's DNA. Sadly, no matter what he chose to include, the new humans would have some Spectre characteristics. Around 70% of the DNA related to Zephyx and different applications of Zephyx. Nick couldn't use any of that since the Nightmen needed to work with pure energy. About 20% of the DNA was a mix of Zephyx and different Spectre characteristics. Naturally, the part with the Zephyx still couldn't be included. The Spectre characteristics also couldn't be incorporated. For example, wanting to cause suffering. Antisocial people might enjoy inflicting some suffering, but that was because of other emotions. Antisocial people inflicted suffering to feel empowered or to disperse the grayness deep inside that comes from not having empathy or love as an inherent motivator. Most humans willingly partook in difficult situations, like working a grueling job, to improve the lives of their loved ones. As long as I keep earning, my wife and children can have a happy life. This was what many people thought of. The love and compassion they felt for their loved ones was satisfying. They had a purpose in life. They were doing the right thing. The spectrum for antisocial people was wide, and there were also some of them who could feel love and empathy. But for those who couldn't, this inherent feeling of satisfaction didn't exist, which meant they had to satisfy themselves in other ways. Status, power, wealth. When a person only ate tasteless and bland food in their entire life, an average bread might be the brightest and most delicious thing they had ever eaten. Many antisocial people never tasted the fulfilling feeling of loving someone and supporting them. When someone loved someone else with all their being, they did everything for that other person. Sure, getting a promotion was nice, but if it didn't come with an improvement in relationship, it might feel hollow. After all, they worked for their family. What was the point of the promotion when it only caused issues in the relationship? Many antisocial people didn't have that, which was why rising a level in status was the most exhilarating feeling they had ever felt. It felt like a true purpose. Because of that, they tended to throw their everything into their careers. Many antisocial people worked harder than almost all normal people. These people were not using work as a tool to achieve their true goals. Their work was their true goal. It was fulfilling. Naturally, as with everything, this was not true for everyone. There were also plenty of antisocial people who didn't care about work. However, the Nightmen Nick had created were not designed in this way. Specters desired power, and this was one of the aspects Nick had incorporated into the Nightmen. The Nightmen desired power and excitement. Getting into a conflict was exciting. It brought color into the grayness. It was different. The Nightmen were fiercely competitive. They tried to play each other to get what they wanted. Status, wealth, and power. Now, this obviously sounded very dangerous and self-destructive for society. That was where the other aspect came into play. Very high intelligence. A normal antisocial person might consume everything just so that they could have everything. But a very intelligent antisocial person knew that without society, they wouldn't have anything. Society needed to continue existing, and it needed to thrive. What was better? Commanding 5 Johns or commanding 10 veterans? Well, you have to have veterans in the first place if you want to command them. The Nightmen would be fiercely competitive with each other. 2 heroes would go at each other's throats just to get the bigger pile of resources. Yet, these heroes wouldn't go for the experts or veterans. They needed the experts or veterans since they were the seeds of the trees that would feed them their fruit in the future. Explaining antisocial behavior in detail would be too much. Quite a lot of these things were overgeneralized. But this was about the Nightmen, and these aspects fit them. Would the Nightmen sacrifice themselves for humanity? Of course not. But if they were forced to, that didn't matter. Staying calm in a fight was the most important thing, and many antisocial people could remain extremely calm during these situations. They were dangerous to their allies, but they were even more dangerous to the enemy. As long as they were kept in line, it would be a net positive. The Nightmen were warriors. When the final battle approached, they would strike with hunger, greed, and vengeance. When the fight was over, and if the Nightmen managed to integrate into society with normal humans, they could stay. But if they couldn't, well, at that point, humans wouldn't need to be immune to the darkness anymore. All these Spectre traits would no longer be necessary. At that point, Nick could just make normal people who worked with pure energy, and he wouldn't need to include any Spectre traits anymore. Most likely, the Nightmen would be able to be part of the new society. After all, they were intelligent, and they knew what would happen if they couldn't. Nick was holding their leash, and if they were not nice when the fight was over, he would put them down. Chapter 887, The Future. Nick took a deep breath. He had been doing that many times within the last couple of years. For the last 15 years, he had overlooked the development of the first batch of Nightmen. Just as expected, they very quickly showed tendencies of manipulation and volatility. However, it was important that the volatility was not emotional. The volatility referred to their tendency to quickly enter physical confrontations. They weren't overcome with anger or couldn't control themselves. They simply believed that the emotional payoff of punching a guy that annoyed them was worth the punishment that followed. Normal people might regret their actions and believe that they shouldn't have done that. But the Nightmen were not like that. Punching that one guy just felt amazing. So what if they didn't gain some resources for some time? They had made their decision, and now they had to live with it. These aspects will change when they grow older and more experienced, Nick thought. Right now, it seems like a good trade-off, but when they become adults and the punishments become heavier, they will refrain from doing these things. Not because they don't want to, but because they don't want to suffer the consequences. They will only do it when they are sure they can get away with it. Einar's death should be a good example for the others. Einar, one of the Nightmen, had tried to kill somebody a couple of months ago. He believed that he could get away with it by making it look like the person died to a specter. Sadly, the underground city was constantly monitored, and Nick also paid special attention to all of them. Nick had informed Arya about what was going to happen, and one of the guards had interfered shortly before Einar killed the other boy. Killing others was forbidden, and Nick told Samar to hold a public execution. The other Nightmen and their parents had to attend. The parents were furious since their children were still teenagers, but funnily enough, the teenagers didn't care. The only thing they felt was disdain. This idiot got caught. What did he think that outsmarting the city is that easy? Serves him right. That was the general consensus amongst the other nightmen, who were still young teenagers at that point. Almost all of them had stepped out of line at some point, but Aner was the first one who truly went overboard. I need powerful and shrewd people, Nick thought. If you are intelligent enough to get past the surveillance, nothing will happen to you. However, that would be difficult for even me. Cameras are basically everywhere, and I don't think I can hide a death. The only feasible way for me would be to disguise as somebody else and vanish shortly after. I can vanish, but they can't. Even if they disguise themselves, the cameras will see them when they remove their disguise or when they put it on. And since getting past the surveillance is almost impossible, they are forced to vie for power while following the law. Either be so shrewd that you can outsmart this overbearing system or follow the rules. Those are the only two options. The attempted murder was big news. This was the first time anyone had tried to kill anyone else in the history of the underground city. The introduction of the Nightmen had obviously made the city worse, but it was necessary. This was for humanity. I don't think this will end in this era, Nick thought. We need the Nightmen to be level 9 extractors. They feed on pure energy, but pure energy also needs Zephyx. The huge storage of Zephyx is useful, but it's not enough to create several level 9 extractors. We need far more Zephyx. We need normal shields who can work with adversaries to produce a ton of Zephyx. Preferably, we even need normal level 9 extractors. Theoretically, we can create shields and even initial level 9 extractors due to the Ice Maiden, but that takes too long, and it's too risky. I don't want anyone to have the power to break the shell of the underground city. All of this is just a test run. I'm just testing the Nightmen and see how they develop. I need to know what I need to pay attention to in the future. This era is already relatively close to its end. Trying to free humanity in this era is unrealistic and will be wasting the biggest chance humanity has. It has to happen in the next era. While humanity will develop normally on the surface, the new underground city will grow exponentially. While the humans on the surface are just starting to suppress Fallen, the underground city will already have tens of isolated shields. Nick furrowed his brows. But I don't know when we should stop. The aliens found the enlightened ones before they could strike. Before we get any level 9 extractors, I need to find out how much we can grow before we get noticed. For that, I need to go to the alien base and look at their technology. And before I can do that, I need to become an adversary. I think it's about time to pay a visit to the Last Knowledge repository. While the Nightmen develop, I can work on my personal power. If I can't infiltrate the aliens' base, all of this is for nothing anyway. Nick contacted Samar and Arya and told them that he would be leaving for a couple of years. He also told them to create more Nightmen and to watch how everything developed. The more Nightmen they had, the more knowledge Nick would have of them, and the smoother the future would become. Arya and Samar were not big fans of introducing more Nightmen into the underground city, but they knew that it was necessary. This was all for humanity's future. They needed the Nightmen, and they needed to learn how to work with them. Humanity needed normal people and the Nightmen to succeed. Finding that balance would take a long time. It would take a lot of trial and error. Nick left all of this to Samar, and moments later, he left the underground city. It was time to go to the Last Knowledge repository, the one that concerned energy manipulation. Chapter 888, Night Sky Base. Night Sky Base. The last one. Night Sky Base was like Deep Core Base and Piercing Heaven Base. It was deep underground and couldn't be found by anyone who didn't know where it was. Night Sky Base was below the southern continent. Almost no human lived on the southern continent since it was quite inhospitable. While it wasn't covered in snow, it was still extremely cold, and creating cities there would be too much of a hassle. Nick traveled to the southern continent and went deep into the earth. First, it was cold. Then, it became extremely hot. And finally, it became cold again. This means the Zephyx generator is still running, Nick thought. Assistant, can you find Star Sky Base? Nick asked. No signal detected, Assistant answered. It's probably isolated like Piercing Heaven Base, Nick thought. Nick searched for Night Sky Base for a while. It took a couple of minutes, but he eventually found it. Yet, when Nick saw Night Sky Base, he furrowed his brows. Something isn't right, he thought. The first thing Nick noticed was that one of the walls was quite crude. It was like it was split and then put together again. Nick already had a suspicion, but he hoped he was wrong. He approached the door, and he saw an active terminal. He presented his seed and ordered the base to activate. As always, he ordered all the lights to remain off. The door opened, and Nick entered. This one is quite a lot smaller than the other bases, Nick thought. Deep Core Base was filled with machines that took up a lot of space. Piercing Heaven Base was filled with Zephyx. Rising Star Base was disguised as a big research facility. Meanwhile, Night Sky Base was quite small. It was probably only about 100 meters across. There also were not a lot of rooms. As Nick walked to the generator, he noticed something. He narrowed his eyes again when he saw a destroyed machine. A prime drone, Nick thought. Somebody destroyed the prime drone that was stationed here. Even more, the system does not have any records of an incident. According to the system, the prime drone is still operational. Nick walked to the Zephyx generator and inspected it. Nothing wrong here, he thought. Nick's knowledge of engineering was unsurpassed, and he would have noticed if someone had sabotaged the generator. After that, Nick checked the pure energy and star energy generators. Also, nothing wrong here. Whoever messed with Night Sky Base did not want anyone to notice. That means it wasn't the aliens. If the aliens had found this base, they would have immediately destroyed the entire thing. Someone didn't want Night Sky Base to be destroyed, but they also wanted to do something here. My suspicion seems to be more valid the more I learn. Assistant, search for top secret files, Nick said. One file has been found. Do you wish to incorporate it? Assistant asked. Incorporate it. The next moment, Nick saw the location of a big containment unit. Nick entered one of the rooms, and when he saw it, he took a deep breath. He didn't need to make a hole in the floor. After all, there was already a hole there. Nick jumped through the hole and looked at the containment unit in front of him. On the side of the containment unit, he saw a warped wall. The Energy Manipulation Knowledge Repository, Nick thought. Nick approached the console of the containment unit and checked if it was operational. It was fully operational. No anomalies detected. The next moment, Nick opened an entrance to the containment unit. The walls parted, and Nick entered. Just as expected, Nick thought. Inside the containment unit, Nick saw a couple of machines. A couple of small star energy generators. A pure energy generator. Seems like the Spectre went rogue, Nick thought. It crafted a couple of generators and used their own Zephyx to create pure energy. Then they used their knowledge of pure energy and morphed the wall. Since they didn't know a lot about engineering, their manipulation was crude. Most likely, the base took note and sent the prime drone to deal with it. The Spectre destroyed the prime drone, but instead of leaving immediately, the Spectre repaired everything. Then they probably learned about the machines and used their generated pure energy to manipulate the records. Nick deactivated the containment unit and told it to enter inspection mode. The walls morphed, revealing several complicated wires. On one spot, Nick saw a pure energy generator, a star energy generator, and a storage for Zephyx. About 50% of the Zephyx was left in the storage. This is imitating the signal of the containment unit, Nick thought. The pure energy says that there are no faults in the walls. It must have taken a long time to find out how the containment unit works. Most likely, the Spectre remained here for several years, trying to fix everything without making it seem like it had escaped. It seems like the Spectre is not against humanity. If it were, the aliens would have already destroyed all knowledge repositories. After all, the Spectre here had to know where the others were. What was their goal? They don't want to go against humanity, but they were also not willing to just wait inside a containment unit. I'm not sure. They can't unveil themselves to the aliens since they would just kill them. Having a Spectre with so much knowledge was dangerous. That means the Spectre needed to remain secretive of their true identity. However, if that were the only thing, they would have just destroyed the other knowledge repositories. That would make it impossible for anyone to find them. Since they already knew how to manipulate the machines, they could have just gone to the reactor and deactivated it. Without the reactor, the spatial fixture wouldn't work anymore, and the base would fall towards the Earth's core, destroying it. That wouldn't even alert the Spectres inside. And even if it did, what would they do? The containment units are without power. Not even the Pure One could escape without me reactivating the containment unit. It seems like this Spectre intends to ingratiate themselves with both sides. They are fine with working for the aliens, but if humanity ever manages to escape, they also don't want to ruin their relationship with them. A neutral party, kind of like how Aegis perceives me right now. Nick went to the console again and looked at the information of the Spectre that was supposed to be inside. When he saw the information, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Chapter 889 Identity. Spectre name, the Caretaker. Gains power by killing people. Abilities, disguise, advanced perception, depression aura. There were quite a lot of abilities listed, which was to be expected. After all, this Spectre knew how to manipulate Zephyx, which meant they were better at creating their own abilities. Peak level 8. A peak adversary that broke out and joined the outside world. Gains power by killing people. Can disguise themselves. Nick already knew the identity of the last knowledge repository. A peak adversary would already be known by Aegis. There are over 10 adversaries in the world, and Aegis knows all of them already. There is only one Spectre amongst the peak adversaries that fits this description: Death. The Caretaker could have disguised themselves as Death. The timeline also seems to be about right. As far as I know, Death has already existed amongst the Enlightened Ones, but it had been quite weak back then. It's possible that the Spectre killed the actual Death to take its place. Or that's what they want me to believe. Death seems a bit too eager to suppress humanity. Most likely, Death doesn't know about the true enemy. It probably just follows the sun. Even more, I don't think the Caretaker would take up such a position. The Caretaker knows how the world works, and they know that such a position would not aid in their growth. The aliens won't allow Death to become an Eternal since Death is far too useful as a primary antagonist to the humans. I don't think it's Death. Then, Nick looked at the Eternals. Almost all of the Eternals were wiped out. As far as I know, they were all suppressed during the era of the Empire. The aliens wanted a restart, which was why they killed the Eternals and made new ones. The era of the Suffering Ones happened after, and we are not entirely sure about the Eternals that existed during that era. We know that the Sun, the Nightmare, and the Null were already a thing back then. The Maw only rose later. And Nurse Alice? She probably existed during that era. The suppression factor was increased tremendously during the era of the Suffering Ones, which means they probably had even more Eternals than we have nowadays. However, the suppression factor was too high, and humanity basically never got a foothold, which meant almost no Zephyx production for the aliens. So they had to call their most oppressive Eternals. Based on history, I believe the Maw rose to power during this era. The aliens probably drastically reduced the suppression factor of this era near the beginning, and when humanity grew rapidly, they quickly introduced the Maw to cull the numbers of shields. The fight against Death had to continue for as long as possible. Nurse Alice is not so bad as a suppression factor. In fact, she might even act as kind of an anti-suppression factor. She gets rid of the humans that don't feel any hope, keeping only the hopeful humans alive. She also makes people deathly afraid of wanting to die. Thinking about death already feels dangerous when a slip of the tongue can actually kill you. Nurse Alice might have been introduced during the era of the Suffering Ones, and she might have even improved overall Zephyx production. The Suffering Ones needed a proverbial kick in the ass. So, where did Nurse Alice come from? She was probably already a peak adversary during the era of the Suffering Ones. Most likely, she just stayed hidden and acted like she was feeding on weaker humans. Wouldn't that just be the perfect identity to have for a potential new Eternal? Her kit of abilities is perfect for the job, almost like she already knew what the true plan was. Nick took a deep breath. In the past, I have already suspected that Nurse Alice might be humanity's ally. I might be right. The chances of her being the energy manipulation knowledge repository are quite high. If Nurse Alice is the knowledge repository, she knows where the others are, and with her power, she can just get rid of the bases. She could just destroy them with her own power. But she didn't. She doesn't want to burn bridges. She saw the power of the Empire, and she believes that there is a chance that humanity will rise. As an easy Zephyx generator, she could continue living. Humanity needs a way to get rid of prefix, and Specters are perfect for that. Even more, if she helps humanity, we would view her as our ally. There is a huge difference between her situation and the situation of the other three. The other three have no choice but to help us. They are essentially forced. After all, they are contained in their containment units. Meanwhile, she is free. She has an actual choice in the matter. And if she actually chooses to help humanity, it would be worth a lot more. But all of this is just conjecture. I could also be completely wrong. It's possible that the knowledge repository died after breaking out. It's risky. If I want to contact her, I need to have the power to escape. The Sun said that Nurse Alice is supposed to be suppressed in the future, which means she can't be a mid, late, or peak Eternal. Otherwise, humanity would become too strong. She is either an initial Eternal or an early Eternal. I would bet on initial Eternal. She seems to be a good starter Spectre, and she is far easier to catch than the Maw. Suppressing the Maw seems more like a big deal, since it also unlocks all the suppression of Aegis. Their number of shields would shoot through the roof, and after the Maw is suppressed, basically nothing remains to be done. I believe Nurse Alice is supposed to give the humans the power to suppress the Maw. The humans will grow more powerful, and when they set their sights on the nightmare or the null, the aliens know that it's time to reset the era. The suppression of the Maw will represent the last and most profitable period of the era. If I want to resist Nurse Alice, I need to become an adversary first. Seems like I should work on my advancement first. Chapter 890 Humanity Grows. Nick returned to the underground city and told Arya and Samar about Night Sky Base. If Nurse Alice was truly the knowledge repository for energy manipulation, it would be much more difficult to get her knowledge. Sure, she was not completely against humanity, as evidenced by the fact that the other bases still existed, but she was also completely free. Nurse Alice was most likely the weakest Eternal out of all of them, but she was still an Eternal. Nick needed to be powerful enough to resist her if he wanted to talk to her. Luckily, he didn't need to be strong enough to kill her. Both of them worked for the same being, and both of them knew something that their superior would not tolerate. As long as she couldn't immediately kill him, Nick could unveil her secret by contacting the sun. Of course, she could do the same. But then, it would be mutually assured destruction, and no side wanted that to happen. After talking with the two of them, Nick told Arya about his plan to grow stronger. He would be working with the city's protectors. The underground city had become powerful enough that its inhabitants could help Nick become more powerful. Arya was still the strongest. Right now, she was a late protector. There were also 2 mid-protectors and a couple of initial and early protectors. The city had over 20 of them by now. Nick didn't need Aegis anymore. He had his own protectors, and they would only grow more powerful with time. The first people who had absorbed artificial specters had already become late heroes. If they studied well, they would become protectors within a couple of decades. And then, they would overtake the old generation due to their far higher speed of advancement. Moments later, Arya told all of the protectors that they had to work with a special Specter. This Specter was imperative to their research, and it had to become an adversary as quickly as possible. Naturally, the protectors wanted to know more about this mission, but Arya refused to answer. Samar gave her support and backed Arya up. With both leaders in agreement, there was nothing the protectors could do. Several of the protectors had come from the surface and had been recruited by Nick. However, none of them had ever seen him. They just fell asleep and woke up in the city. The more experienced among them knew that there had to be some kind of secret helper on the outside since the city was gaining powerful new specters at a terrifying rate. The younger people didn't know about the outside world, and they just never asked where the specters came from. The government provided them. The younger people didn't know how the government provided them, but well, the government was doing it. So it was fine. The older ones knew that capturing specters was not easy, especially all these demons and fallen. How powerful must someone be that they could capture hundreds of demons within just a couple of years? All of the protectors, including Arya, entered the new containment unit together. Samar was still a hero, and she would need more time to become a protector, which was why she wasn't in the group. Inside the containment unit, they just saw an idol made of flesh. It barely moved. Only its flesh quivered from time to time. The next moment, all the prefix was sucked out of the containment unit, and everyone fell to the ground. Nobody panicked since they had been informed beforehand. For one day, everyone suffered the sensation of drowning. Finally, the doors opened again, and half of the protectors left. Arya wanted everyone present for the first session to see how they were holding up. Any future sessions would be split between 2 groups. Group 1 would take the first 12 hours of the day, while Group 2 would take the second 12. In this way, Nick would be working with 10 protectors at any given moment. Another reason why the sessions were shorter than in the past was the gathering of suffering. When Nick had gathered too much suffering in the past, the sun had paid attention to him. He didn't want that to happen, which was why he quickly converted his gathered suffering into Zephyx. Luckily, the suffering he had caused to Aegis and the world by killing hundreds of demons also helped him. He had already been at 60% of his advancement before working with the protectors. Sadly, there were no peak protectors, which didn't make this situation ideal. However, the quantity made up for the lack of quality. It only took Nick 10 years to reach his limit. When he reached 99%, Arya sent everyone away. Nick returned to his human form and looked at Arya. "I can't advance down here," Nick said. Arya nodded. Specters belong to the sun, and the sun might sense the underground city if Nick advanced here. "I will be back soon," Nick said. "Take care," Arya said. The next moment, Nick vanished. Arya didn't know how Nick would advance, and she didn't want to know. He still needed quite a bit of suffering, and he had to get it from the outside world. This meant that Nick had to cause suffering to unwilling participants. She just hoped that he wouldn't be too cruel. Nick left the underground city and traveled through the Great Triangle, reading the minds of countless people. Several decades had passed since his deal with Aegis, and Aegis was progressing at a terrifying rate. Nick wanted to make sure that no surprises would be waiting for him. The cities had changed once again, and there were many more experts, specialists, and heroes. It seemed like almost every city had over 10 heroes now. There were even some peak heroes in the cities. Seems like Aegis is no longer recruiting agents, Nick thought. They are only interested in peak heroes that have the potential to become protectors. From what he had gathered, there were over 200 protectors in the world now. Nick analyzed the technology of the cities and went to Aegis headquarters. He used a couple of tricks to give himself a new identity and read the minds of a couple of weaker people. Luckily, the guards were still just early and mid-heroes. They were probably not allowed to advance as part of their punishment. When Nick read their minds, he had to take a deep breath. Already, he thought. Nick looked at Aegis headquarters. At this moment, Pestilence and War were inside, in two separate containment units. Chapter 891 Men in the Middle. Aegis had done it. They had essentially solved their most pressing issue. While death was still out there, it barely had any capabilities to damage humanity anymore. It was alone. If it showed itself anywhere, all the shields would gather and chase it. They didn't need to kill it. They just needed to keep it in their view until the champion arrived. The champion was a late shield by now. He was regularly working with War. Within a century, he would be a peak shield. At that point, he could suppress death on his own. Since the trio of destruction was no more, the shields also didn't need to stay at Aegis headquarters anymore. As long as the champion was here, the headquarters were not in any danger. Instead of staying hidden, the shields flew through the world, trying to find more adversaries. The Shark Mother was their priority right now, and it was expected that the Shark Mother would be found within the next couple of years. Without the Salt Trident, the oceans became accessible again. Aegis is progressing rapidly, Nick thought. Aegis' quick growth was putting pressure on Nick. He had to accumulate as much knowledge as possible before the era ended. After gaining some information, Nick left the vicinity of Aegis headquarters again. Then, he looked at the beams. Luckily, all shields knew Nick, and they had all shared their intel. The only one who knew a slight bit more was the champion. There were a couple of things that he wouldn't tell the shields. Sharing intel was important, but when it came to opposing Nick, that was a bad thing. After all, Nick could now see which beam belonged to a shield. This meant Nick knew where all of the shields were at any given moment. Nick flew around for a while to see where all of the shields were and made his plan. Then, he flew towards the east, the old continent of Europe. This was what the ancient ones had called it. Aegis just called it the western part of the Grand Continent. Aegis had two strongholds in Europe now. Nick went to the western stronghold of Europe, which was at the western edge of Europe. There was a shield stationed in the other stronghold, which was about 3,000 kilometers to the east. The champion was about 5,000 kilometers to the west, across the ocean. Nick used his new identity to enter the stronghold, and after he entered, he used his terrifying perception to sense everything inside. 4 peak protectors, 2 late protectors, 7 early protectors, 13 in total. Sorry, but I have to do this. Nick hid in an isolated room and built a machine. Some minutes later, the machine was operational, and Nick activated it. This device read Aegis database and created a local copy of the most viewed articles. Nick couldn't mess with the permissions anymore since Aegis had learned a lot about security, but everyone had access to the normal entries of the database. If Nick edited a bunch of the entries, an alarm would go off and warn all of Aegis. But reading was fine. As long as he only read common articles, there would be no issue. After copying the most common articles, the device intercepted the signal between the stronghold and Aegis headquarters. It was important to note that the local database didn't interfere with the signal. It just put itself in the middle of it. Next, the local database interrupted the stronghold's network for just a tiny instant. Technology could be finicky sometimes, and small interruptions happened occasionally. The stronghold immediately contacted Aegis headquarters to re-establish connection. The two sides exchanged encryption keys, and the connection was re-established without issues. But now the local database Nick built also had the encryption keys. Finally, the local database intercepted the signal coming from Aegis headquarters and forwarded it to the stronghold with Aegis identity and encryption. The stronghold received the information it wanted and didn't sound an alarm. The two sides were constantly communicating, but now Nick's local database was between them. For now, it was just a relay between the two sides. Nick changed a couple of settings. The local database would forward normal requests, but any emergency signal would be intercepted and replaced with a signal that signified a regular system check. From the perspective of Aegis headquarters, the stronghold will be operating as usual. No anomalies. No emergencies. Finally, Nick took a deep breath. His perception stretched across the entire stronghold. Then he released his Zephyx. The entire stronghold vanished into a domain of pure darkness. Immediately, all the humans in the stronghold fell to their knees as the nightmare's influence took hold of them. The stronger extractors immediately activated their diverse light abilities, but the light was also swallowed by the darkness. Half of the extractors sent a distress signal. The stronghold sent a high-priority signal to Aegis headquarters. The stronghold was under attack. The local database intercepted the signal and sent a regular system check. Aegis answered with a regular system check. That signal was also intercepted and replaced with an answer to a distress call. An alarm went off in the stronghold. This alarm signified that Aegis took the situation very seriously and sent a shield to support them immediately. Meanwhile, Nick's Zephyx was rapidly draining. Keeping the domain of darkness active consumed a lot of Zephyx. Luckily, nobody saw him, which meant his ability was active, essentially giving him the power of a late or peak shield. This meant he could keep the domain going for a while. Over a minute passed. Some of the extractors collapsed into unconsciousness. When that happened, Nick allowed light to return to these extractors. He didn't want to kill anyone. This was not an assassination. All of these people were extractors. This was just a bit of non-consensual work. After 3 minutes, one of the protectors managed to blindly guess their way out of the stronghold. He's going to leave the domain of darkness soon, Nick thought. I didn't get enough, but I'm almost there. Then Nick shot out of the stronghold and entered the ground. The next moment, all the darkness vanished. Boom! And the machine Nick had built was destroyed. An instant later, Aegis received the distress signal. Chapter 892 Secret Research. Bang! The champion shot out of Aegis headquarters and charged towards the east. The shields stationed east of the attacked stronghold also made their way. Luckily, even if the champion wasn't present, Aegis headquarters was still defended. The Tinkerer was still here, and there were also over 30 protectors. Nick watched as the champion shot out of Aegis headquarters. Can't get fired from my job as the envious researcher. Gotta make sure the champion is actually doing my job correctly. Nick immediately entered Aegis headquarters with the identification of one of the peak protectors from the stronghold. Next, he charged toward the physical location of the central database and used the peak protector's authority to send malicious code to it. Naturally, that wouldn't work. Aegis had learned a lot about cybersecurity. However, that was not Nick's goal. The malicious code damaged the database, but Nick was certain that Aegis had ways to repair it. Bang! An instant later, the Tinkerer appeared in front of the door of the central database and entered. Naturally, Nick was completely hidden and just followed her in. The Tinkerer approached the console and started to type rapidly. In truth, she was typing in there. Nick had created an illusion that made her think that she was interacting with the console. Then Nick perfectly copied her movements and gained the Tinkerer's credentials. He now had administrative access. In the Tinkerer's perception, the console was extremely slow, but that was to be expected. The malicious code was messing with the system's performance. She just needed to stop the process of the malicious code, but that would take a bit. Meanwhile, Nick just looked through the real settings at the real console. They have several central backups, several secondary backups, and they even have a distributed backup. The barriers of the shields have encrypted part of the database. As long as they all gather, the entire database can be restored. Quite clever. However, Nick saw another backup, and this one was inaccessible without additional verification. Apparently, the Tinkerer's base verification was not enough. Whatever was in there had to be top secret. The next moment, Nick killed the malicious code. In her illusion, the Tinkerer did the same. A moment later, the Tinkerer sighed in relief and checked the settings. Nick just typed in what she typed in and sent her everything just as he saw it. She reloaded a backup from the primary backup, and after a couple of settings, everything returned to normal. Then she checked the status of the secondary backups. Everything was fine. Finally, she looked at the top secret backup. She hesitated. Her instincts were telling her that she shouldn't check it. Only she had access to that part of the database. As long as nobody had her credentials, they wouldn't be able to interfere with it. She decided against checking the top secret backup. Instead, she just looked at a tiny machine at the back of the room. Nick followed her gaze. Bang! Nick shot a laser, and the tiny machine exploded. He didn't need access to mess with the top secret backup. He just needed to know where it was. Naturally, the Tinkerer didn't see what happened since she was still under Nick's illusion. After checking a couple of things, she left the room again and closed it behind her. The next moment, Nick deactivated his illusion and hid again. The Tinkerer looked at her barrier for a while. She was communicating with the champion, who was on his way back. She told him about the incident and assured him that everything was fine again. Just to make sure, the champion checked through the database as well. He had learned a lot about the database over the past years. Everything worked and seemed to be in order. What about the secure files? The champion asked. I didn't check. Nobody should be able to mess with it, and the physical machine was still operating normally, the Tinkerer answered. This has to be the trickster's work, the champion answered. I'm going to check for myself. You can't underestimate the trickster. Of course, the Tinkerer answered. Outside, a random protector was watching the champion entering Aegis headquarters again. Naturally, the random protector was Nick in disguise. When he saw the champion returning, he took to the sky and flew to the east. Meanwhile, the champion reached the door to the database, where the Tinkerer was already waiting. Everything's fine, the Tinkerer said. Just open the door, the champion said. Not even the champion had access to the physical space of the database. The Tinkerer opened the door. You see. Nothings. The Tinkerer's eyes widened as she saw the destroyed remains of the small machine. She felt like her world ended. What? But it was fine just a moment ago. The champion immediately released his light and covered all of Aegis headquarters. The next moment, Aegis headquarters went into lockdown. The trickster had to be here somewhere. Over the next hours, every single person inside the headquarters had to undertake an invasive examination to see if they were human or not. The headquarters remained in lockdown for an entire week. The champion was convinced that Nick was still there. He had to find him, no matter what. After the week was over, he finally caved under the pressure of all the other shields, who kept telling him that he was chasing a ghost. The trickster was gone. Luckily, their database wasn't damaged. However, their research into pure energy had been destroyed. This research was so secret that the other shields didn't even know about it. The Tinkerer and the champion were the only ones who knew about it, and the Tinkerer was the only person who researched the secrets of pure energy. The champion wanted the information to be so secret since he didn't even want the sun to find out. This wasn't because he wasn't loyal to the sun. No, this was just something he had made to deal with Nick. If it suddenly came out that Aegis knew a lot about pure energy, the sun might fire Nick since he had failed at his job. This stuff wasn't even on the Tinkerer's barrier. She had to add the information to the secret database manually while being physically in front of the machine. Now, the Tinkerer would need to transcribe all her information again, and it was possible that she misremembered some things. This meant she also needed to experiment again to make sure that everything was accurate. To top it all off, she had to do it secretly. Once more, the trickster had cost them years of progress. At least, this time, Aegis could still operate normally. Chapter 893, Permission. This still is not enough suffering for now, Nick thought. But I just have to wait. Nick told Arya his new status, and then found a hiding spot in the wilderness. The champion wasn't suffering as much, but the Tinkerer was suffering quite a bit. Slowly, he accumulated suffering. 5 years passed. Nick was at the threshold. Just one more push. He looked at the timer of his seed. The timer reached 0 just when the date rolled over. Nothing happened. Seconds passed. After a minute, the suffering Nick experienced increased. Then it increased even more. Meanwhile, in Aegis headquarters, the Tinkerer was once again rushing towards the database. Their database was only putting errors out. She immediately loaded a backup. It worked for just a tiny moment before that one also crashed. She went to a secondary backup. Also crashed. What the fuck was going on? After minutes of trying, she called the shields over to restore the distributed backup. That also crashed. But how? Well, when Nick was in the database, he programmed a small virus and uploaded it. However, the virus only triggered after a specific date. Because of that, the virus passed unnoticed, and was included in all of the backups of the last 5 years. Due to space limitations, the distributed backup only contained the last 50 monthly backups. After 5 years, the virus would have corroded all the distributed backups. When the Tinkerer used a backup from over 5 years ago, everything worked again. While the distributed backup only had data from the last 50 months, the primary and secondary backups had decades of backups. Nick couldn't mess with them, but he could mess with all of the backups of the last 5 years. Naturally, the error would be fixed by restoring the database to a state of 5 years ago. However, that was still 5 years of information lost. Cities, strongholds, specters, identities, and so on were no longer up to date. This was another heavy hit to Aegis. The Tinkerer just used the old backup as the new database and searched for the error in the newer ones. When she compared the code, she realized that literally everything was different. This was completely functionless and messy code. Naturally, Nick's virus had essentially scrambled the code, deleted the old one, and replaced it with the scrambled mess. How was the Tinkerer supposed to make any sense of this mess? The best and worst part was that it only deleted 5 years of updates. It was good because it was only 5 years. However, it was also bad because simply refilling the lost information of 5 years would probably take less time than solving the issue. In short, it would be more pragmatic to just accept their losses and use the backup. The Tinkerer could probably find the error at some point, but by then, the old backup would be up to date again. It would be a waste of time. That was the most frustrating part. The Tinkerer suffered immensely. This time, it wasn't the work she had to put in, but the hit to her ego. It was obvious that this was the Trickster's doing. She felt helpless. She designed all of this, and only she had access to everything. She had no idea how the Trickster even managed to do all of this, and that was what pissed her off. It was like the Trickster was playing with her. The Tinkerer was the best researcher in the world. And yet, a random Spectre was messing up all of her secure systems. She felt humiliated. She felt like her credibility had fallen a considerable degree. Far away, Nick was harvesting a ton of suffering. Some of Zephyx Extractors were suffering due to outdated information, but the majority of the suffering came from the Tinkerer. Nick could tell that she felt absolutely horrendous. As Nick waited in the wilderness, his Zephyx increased. At some point, Nick felt that his Zephyx had broken past the threshold. And yet, he hadn't advanced. For several days, Nick just waited. Finally, his ability deactivated. A moment later, an iridescent figure appeared in front of him. The sun had returned. Trickster, the sun spoke. You have gathered enough Zephyx to become an adversary. Nick stood up and politely bowed to the sun. It was not easy. Tell me of your duty, the sun said. Of course, Nick answered. Then he told the sun how he had messed with Aegis. He had encrypted their old database. He had destroyed their top-secret information. He had destroyed the backups of the last 5 years. Your methods are different from your predecessor, the sun spoke. Your predecessor stopped advancement. You are setting them back. Tell me about humanity's current technological achievements. Nick did just that. He explained all the machines he found in great detail. You know a lot about human technology, the sun spoke. I have to. It is my job. If I don't know about the technology, I would not know how to steer the advancement in a direction you desire, Nick answered calmly. I desire biological growth, the sun spoke. Do you also know about that? I do, Nick said. After that, Nick explained the workings of a Zephyx synchronizer in relative detail. Naturally, he couldn't be too detailed, and he had to leave some unknowns. What about pure energy? The sun asked. Nick gave the sun a blueprint of a pure energy generator that was around 30 meters high and only put out 1/10 of the energy necessary to operate a seed. That is already quite advanced, the sun spoke. How long until the humans can reproduce your generator? 1 to 2 centuries would be my estimate, Nick answered. The sun remained quiet for a while. That is acceptable, the sun spoke. If everything progresses according to your prediction, you have done a fine job. Thank you, Nick answered. You are worthy of becoming an adversary, the sun spoke. You are granted permission to advance. Chapter 894 Adversary. The sun's avatar vanished moments later, and Nick felt the pull towards the space that grants abilities. Nick didn't resist. He closed his eyes, and in the next moment, he woke up in the void. When he looked around, he saw countless suffering silhouettes. There were millions upon millions of suffering humans. Nick had caused a lot of suffering to reach this level, and it became very clear just how much suffering he had caused. This is a necessity, Nick thought. The past generations suffer so that the next generation can live in freedom. Nick stood up from his position and searched for the correct pathway. He already knew what kind of ability he wanted. The new ability had to fit several criteria. First, it couldn't be suspicious. The aliens might not know Nick's older abilities, but they definitely had a record of his new abilities. If he chose some kind of ability that allowed him to learn about the biology of something he consumed, the aliens might become suspicious. This ability would help Nick understand the aliens' biology and their biological machines. It would definitely help him, but the aliens would also question why he would want such an ability. Because of that, this one wouldn't work. The ability had to seem normal and relevant to his job. Another criterion Nick's new ability had to fulfill was that it would help him during his excursion to the alien base. There was a high chance that Nick would go to that base while still being an adversary. The last criterion it had to fulfill was that it would help his other abilities. Nick's abilities all worked together, and that was how it was supposed to be. If he had just grabbed a random ability that granted him a powerful attack, he might not have been able to make use of it properly, since that would have replaced his base attack, which made use of his advanced weapons. Luckily, Nick had had enough time to come up with a fitting ability that fulfilled all three criteria. In fact, Nick had seen at least one Specter who had had this ability. After a couple of minutes, Nick was on the right pathway. The silhouettes around him were still suffering, but they were no longer looking at him. Instead, they looked around in confusion, searching for the origin of their suffering. Nick walked to the end of the path. The next moment, he found himself in a representation of his Specter core. He saw all of the diagrams, which showed his abilities. Then, light appeared on the ground, and new manipulation lines joined the old ones. The diagrams that were already present were expanding, and a completely new diagram was forming. The diagrams coming from the Null, the Maw, and the Nightmare were still impossibly complex, but the other abilities were slowly closing in. Nick's other abilities always improved more than the abilities granted by the Eternals. That was because they were slowly reaching the realm of the Eternals. Nick was watching the formation of the manipulation lines and tried to learn as much as possible. Old lines were vanishing while many new lines were forming. Everything was becoming more complex. After about a minute, the light disappeared and the formation of the new manipulation lines finished. Nick looked at the new diagrams for a while. Then he opened his eyes in the real world and inspected his new abilities. Specifically, he focused on the one he had just chosen. Instead of just thinking about it, he decided to try it out. Bang! Nick exploded forward, charging toward the closest city. His ability was active, which meant that he was now as fast and powerful as a peak adversary. At this moment, Nick had the power to even threaten death. The champion was still more powerful than him, but Nick was also only an initial adversary right now. Nevertheless, Nick had officially joined the adversaries of the world. There were only around 20 adversaries in the world at this moment, according to Aegis intelligence. There was a chance that there were 10 or 20 more adversaries that slept below the ground, waiting for their time to strike. Nick remembered the black blobs, servants of the eternal hunger. Back when he had seen them for the first time, he had been in awe in front of this incredible power. But now he was on that level. Nick quickly arrived in the city. He disguised himself as Julian Winter and approached a specialist. Yes, the specialist asked with annoyance. "Hello, I am Julian Winter," Nick said. "I am a powerful Specter, and I am quite sure you've heard of me. I also go by the title of Trickster." Sure enough, a beam of light was pointing at the specialist. Apparently, the Trickster's identity had been spread across the entire world. "Huh?" the Extractor asked. He almost couldn't believe what he had just heard. The image of the Trickster appeared in his mind, and he realized that Nick looked just like it. It was difficult for the Extractor to come to terms with this. It was like some kind of immortal monster had appeared in front of him just to talk to him. "But that doesn't matter, right?" Nick asked. "What?" the specialist asked. "Who was I again?" Nick asked. The specialist said absent-mindedly. "You talked about the Trickster and Julian Winter earlier," Nick said. "Can you elaborate?" "Who?" the specialist asked. "The Trickster. Julian Winter. Heard of them before?" Nick asked. "Doesn't ring a bell," the specialist said. "Why? Are they important?" "No, I was just curious," Nick said. "Thanks for the tip." The specialist waved Nick off. "Yeah, but that was a one-time thing, okay?" "I understand," Nick said. The specialist nodded and walked away. Nick looked at the specialist for a bit. Then he looked at the beams. No beam led to the specialist. This specialist knew nothing about Nick. He didn't even know that he existed. This was Nick's new ability, and the real Julian also used to have this ability. Deletion of memories. Chapter 895 Erasing Memories. Nick had done the same thing as Julian. He had been working under Julian for decades, and he had seen this ability many times. Julian just talked to somebody and mentioned specific things. This triggered memories of these events, and Julian used his ability. Julian would talk about his identity, and if the person already knew about it, their memories concerning his true identity would appear. Metaphorically, it was like the person walked down a bridge towards a file with the memories, grabbed the file, and returned with it. What Nick was doing was to let the person grab the file. When they were walking back over the bridge, he was deleting the bridge behind them. Lastly, he deleted the file in their hand. The next moment, the person would be confused. They knew that they had just grabbed a file, but there was no file. This would make them search for the bridge again, but the bridge was gone. Then, the second part of the ability would trigger. The ability would create a new bridge at the same place, and the person would walk down that bridge. They would find a file, but when they opened it, it would be empty. This wasn't supposed to be empty. At that point, Nick just jostled their memory again. The person would think that what Nick said was in the file, but instead of reading the file, they would just write down Nick's words. After that, the person would create new memories to make the file make sense. Brian Summer? The file said that he met this guy before. Where was that? The most frequent files would be gathered. They went to bars a lot. They probably talked to him in a bar. Yeah, right? Now they remembered. There was this guy with that name in the bar. Yeah, he remembered meeting Brian Summer clearly. This was how it worked metaphorically. More concretely, Nick just dealt with the neurons connected to his identity and planted a select few neurons. The brain would do its thing and try to make sense of these neurons, creating new memories in the process. In order to use that ability, Julian needed to talk to the person. However, Julian had been a fanatic. Nick was an adversary, and the quality of his ability was also at the level of an adversary. The next moment, Nick looked at the center of the city. The governor and another hero were currently there. Both of them knew about him. An instant later, Nick's Zephyx gathered and covered the building. Almost immediately, an alarm went off. Technology had advanced a lot, and there were Zephyx sensors everywhere now. The Zephyx sensors noticed that a lot of Specter Zephyx was spreading throughout the building, and it alarmed everyone. Everyone went into combat mode. But that didn't matter. The job was already done. The two beams leading to the two heroes had completely vanished. Everyone was searching for the cause of the alarm. That was when Nick used his ability again. Suddenly, people started talking about stupid technology and how it always gave false alarms. The engineers went to the sensors with annoyance and rebooted them. After being rebooted, the sensors no longer gave off an alarm. That was because there was no more Zephyx anywhere in the building. People chalked it up to faulty technology and just forgot about the incident. Finally, Nick focused on all the other beams in the city. Moments later, they all vanished. A couple of alarms went off, but they were all attributed to a glitch in the system. Nick had done it. He had deleted his identity from the entire city, and he hadn't needed to kill even a single human. Compared to Julian, Nick could also delete memories without interacting with anyone. However, this ability had its limits. This worked for fallen, protectors, and weaker, but if he wanted to delete the memories of a shield or adversary, he would need to interact with them. Additionally, there was a chance that he would be uncovered if the target was stronger than Nick. Nick calmly left the city. Works just as expected, he thought. This ability makes sense to the aliens as well, considering my job. I can delete knowledge of technology, and it makes it easier for me to infiltrate Aegis. It also works with my primary ability. Lastly, I don't know how to find out how the aliens work without killing one of them, but with this ability, I can experiment on them. As long as they have memories, the ability should still work. I can just grab a random engineer working on one of the prefix generators, experiment on them for a while, make them believe that they just had to repair something, and let them go again. Nick dug deep into the ground and looked at his primary ability. This will also help my primary ability a lot. Naturally, whenever Nick advanced, his other abilities also improved. I thought this would happen when I become an Eternal, but apparently it is already a thing when I am just an adversary, he thought. Nick still remembered the old champion's fears and the technician's suspicions. The more Nick's ability advanced, the more important it was to stay as unknown as possible. He had the power of the Null, and since Nick had just copied its ability with his Zephyx Synchronizer back then, it essentially also just copied part of the Null's ability. As the ability improved, it would become more and more similar to the null's ability. Power depended on knowledge, Nick thought. As a Spectre, Nick had intrinsic knowledge of his new abilities. The being who knows the most about me determines the power of my primary ability. This is different from the champion's ability. For him, quantity is important. For me, only the weakest link is important. If one person knows everything about me, my primary ability will remain at a 5-fold increase in power. If 2 people know everything about me, the same thing happens. If one person knows everything about me, and there are millions of people who know almost everything about me, the same thing happens. If there is no person who knows everything about me, but millions of people who know almost everything, my power will increase. It all depends on the weakest link. At this moment, there is not a single black beam. This means my primary ability is already stronger than before. Chapter 896 Intangible. Right now, since nobody knows everything about me, my increase in power is 6-fold instead of 5-fold. With a 5-fold increase, Nick already had the power of a peak adversary. With a 6-fold increase, he was stronger than a peak adversary. Sadly, he needed a 10-fold increase if he wanted to be as powerful as an initial Eternal. That's only possible if I am completely unknown, and that's impossible. I won't be able to delete the memories of the aliens, and the Null also knows a bit about me. A 10-fold increase is the theoretical maximum, but the practical maximum is probably only 8-fold. The Null most likely has a 9-fold increase, and it kills anyone who makes it drop to an 8-fold increase. Nick narrowed his eyes. The Null has to be extremely powerful. It might be the strongest Spectre beside the Sun. If this were a free-for-all, the Null might actually be even more powerful, but that won't happen. The Null was created by the Sun, and the aliens must have given the Sun ways to deal with any Spectre. However, I also shouldn't underestimate the true power of the other Eternals. The Nightmare is the weakest, without a doubt, simply because it is not alive and essentially can't do anything. Most likely, the Maw is also weaker. It is probably a level higher than Nurse Alice, but Nurse Alice has terrifying knowledge regarding energy manipulation. She will never show that knowledge openly, but if there's nothing stopping her, she could probably unleash even more abilities than Envy. But Nurse Alice is probably still weaker than the Null. At my current level, making contact with Nurse Alice would still be too dangerous. I need to increase my multiplication factor, and I have to become an early adversary first. After focusing on his primary ability for a while, Nick looked at his other abilities. The first ability he looked at was the one granted by the mist. Initially, he could only turn into mist and create a cloud of mist. Then, it gave him the ability to create a black smoke cover around him. After that, it gained the ability to scramble Zephyx. But now it had changed yet again. Nick suddenly vanished. He was completely gone. But he wasn't. Nick had become intangible and invisible. And to top it all off, his body hadn't changed shape. He traveled through the underground, just passing through the dense walls like they didn't exist. It was like Nick was a ghost. Bang. The ground around his right arm exploded as it became tangible again. Nick could make parts of his body tangible and intangible whenever he wanted. Theoretically, he could pass through the barriers and bodies of a shield and make this weapon intangible inside their body. Practically, this wouldn't be so easy. In the intangible state, Nick was essentially still a Force Spectre. Abilities that could suppress Force Spectres still worked on him. He was just immune to physical attacks. Another bad part was that Nick was only invisible, intangible, and inaudible. His Zephyx could still be felt. It was faint, but experienced extractors could feel his presence if he were close to them. Luckily, there was another ability that somewhat made up for that weakness. The part of the Nightmare's ability that made him immune to darkness. First, it had given Nick the ability to create a dark and sticky cloud that absorbed light. Then, it advanced and could create a zone of darkness. Now, it had gained the power to hide Nick's Zephyx. However, it had to be dark for that to work. As long as there was darkness around both combatants, Nick would be truly imperceivable. This was on the same level as the Envious Researcher. The Envious Researcher could only be perceived by Nick's primary ability. If there were a similar ability that worked on perception, Nick could also be perceived this way. The Empire created several machines that work a bit like that, Nick thought. The aliens probably also have something like that. There's still some danger. Next, Nick looked at his ability granted by the blinding light. Initially, he could only disperse light in a blinding flash. Then, he learned how to control the flash. After that, he could focus it into a laser. When he became a fallen, he could create a blade of light that could damage 4 specters. Now, it granted Nick the power to rejuvenate his Zephyx by absorbing light. The more light there was, the faster his Zephyx regenerated. While this does not increase the peak of my power, it gives me something to fall back on if I can't escape into the darkness. I can use my other abilities much more often, which makes escaping easier. Then, Nick thought about his second ability granted by the nightmare. It works very well with my ability to delete memories. This was the ability that allowed Nick to create illusions. After he became a specter, he could also control the nightmare's influence somewhat. When he became a demon, it became more efficient. When he became a fallen, it could also be used while his primary ability was only partially active. For example, while being inside a dark cloud. Now, Nick could directly read the memories of anyone who was under the nightmare's influence. In the past, Nick had to control the torture to create scenarios that would make people act a certain way. But that wasn't necessary anymore. As long as someone was inside the darkness and Nick could perceive them, he could just directly read all of their thoughts. This was also much more accurate and efficient than Nick's self-created mind-reading ability. This even worked on powerful shields. It might not work on the champion, but it would most likely work on everyone else. The only issue was that he needed to envelop someone in darkness for it to work. In that way, his self-created mind-reading ability still had a use. However, his self-created mind-reading ability also improved. It wasn't improved directly, but it was indirectly improved. Nick's increased intelligence had improved in the best way possible. Even more intelligence. Chapter 897 Global Presence. Nick just became even more intelligent. That was it. It was as simple as that. But it was just as effective as it was simple. The manipulation lines of Nick's abilities no longer looked as complex to him as in the past. This meant his ability to create his own abilities also shot through the roof. Nick only needed a couple of minutes to improve his mind-reading ability even more, and together with his improved intelligence, its base effectiveness also increased. I can read the minds of early protectors with this, he thought. In essence, Nick now had 2 mind-reading abilities. The first one could be used on early protectors and weaker without warning them. The second one could be used on basically anyone, but the target needed to be surrounded by darkness and to be affected by the nightmare. Sadly, this meant that it didn't work on Specters. Nick had improved a lot in all aspects, but there were still 3 abilities left that had also improved. The first one was his ability to create portals. As a fallen, Nick had been able to create portals in the air. If he made both portals on a solid surface, it only cost 10% of his Zephyx. If he made one on something solid and one in the air, it cost 30%. If both were in the air, it would be 50%. This ratio had not changed. But there was one thing that had changed. He didn't need his primary ability to be active anymore to use the portals. Now he could just use them whenever. This also meant that the portals wouldn't suddenly close if someone saw him before he went through it. As long as Nick could sense the exit point, he could create a portal. This was already amazing for running away, but it got even better. After all, the Maw gave Nick 2 abilities, not just one. The other one was about Nick's perception, and this one also improved. Death could sense everything in a radius of about 3,000 kilometers. As a fallen, Nick had been able to sense everything in a radius of about 500 kilometers. Now Nick had become an adversary, and his ability had increased on top of that. How much could Nick sense? 10,000 kilometers. Not a diameter of 10,000 kilometers, but a radius of 10,000 kilometers. The Earth had a circumference of about 40,000 kilometers. Nick could sense 20,000 kilometers of that. This meant that, at any given moment, Nick could see half the planet. He could appear on top of Aegis headquarters and be in Europe within the same second, thanks to his great perception and portal ability. This combination officially made Nick unassailable by Aegis. Before the champion reached Nick's new location, his Zephyx would have already refilled, and he would teleport away again. At least for now, Nick thought. Prime drones can hinder perception. If Aegis got access to something like that, it would still be difficult to escape. Luckily, that technology is quite advanced, and I doubt that they will create anything as effective as this within the current era. There might also be some abilities that can mess with perception. After all, I can do the same thing with my zone of darkness. It's still a bit dangerous, but as long as I don't get caught, it shouldn't be an issue. Also, my increased perception also works in tandem with my increased intelligence. Nick closed his eyes. There were hundreds of cities in his perception. Nick listened to thousands of conversations at the same time. His incredibly fast mind filtered the important information out. Within just a couple of minutes, Nick had a full picture of the geopolitical situation. And yet, there are still beings who can sense more. The eternal hunger and the false hope could create their minions anywhere in the world. This meant that they could sense not just half of Earth, but all of it. And they were still just adversaries. They must have taken an increase in perception at least 3 times during their advancement. However, they are not very intelligent, and they can probably only listen to 5 conversations at most, and that's if they are actually intelligent enough to understand conversations to begin with. Almost all the adversaries had a global presence. The Salt Trident had stretched across the oceans of the planet. The Shark Mother had its children everywhere. The Eternal Hunger and False Hope had their minions everywhere. And now Nick joined them. He had also become a global presence. This was why adversaries were so powerful and why they were so difficult to catch. Nick had grown so much with just a single advancement. None of the adversaries were a threat anymore. Aegis was not a threat anymore. And yet, he still wasn't powerful enough to even safely talk to Nurse Alice. Nurse Alice could sense the entire planet, and she was impossibly fast. If Nick managed to teleport 10,000 kilometers away, Nurse Alice would still be able to launch several of her countless abilities while rapidly flying to his new location. Nick could not sense anything that Nurse Alice couldn't also sense. Because of that, he wouldn't be able to leave her perception. After all, she was faster than him as well. I have such powerful abilities, but it's still not enough. Finally, Nick looked at his last ability. Disguise. Just as expected, Nick thought. Nick could now make use of pure energy and star energy. He knew how to make a body that worked with that, and he could use these energies to grow. Sadly, the fundamentals of physics were unchangeable, and Nick was confronted with reality. I can create a body like that, but where do I take the pure energy and star energy from? I have generators that allow me to generate all of that, but that's the thing. I need to feed the body with pure energy to make it more powerful. I can't create a body that has already absorbed pure energy. I can isolate my Spectre core and create a body like that, but then I will be as powerful as a newbie. I can still use some of my Spectre abilities since my Zephyx would still be there, but any slight impact would blow my weak body apart. Then I would need to regrow it and feed it pure energy again. Lastly, Nick looked at the ground. As soon as I become intangible or turn into mist, that body will be done for. It can't transform into Zephyx. I would need to restart from the beginning, and I would lose access to the majority of my Spectre powers. That's not something I can do. The abilities I have are the only thing that makes fighting the aliens even possible. How can I invade the prefix generators without becoming intangible or turning into mist? How can I fight their warriors without a several-fold increase in power? Nick took a deep breath. On the positive side, I can survive without issues in space now, and if humanity manages to free itself, I can become a true human again. But for now, I can't do that. I need my abilities. Chapter 898 Difficult Request. It was a bit disappointing, but Nick had already seen it coming. If he could store his self-created body that worked with pure energy somewhere, he would be able to switch between them. But that was not how things worked. As a Spectre, Nick's center of existence was his Spectre core, which was made up of Zephyx. If he truly wanted a new body, he would need to create a brain, implant his brain waves, and destroy his Spectre core. But that would also just be another him. He would still end up dying. I also don't think that will become possible when I become an Eternal. I am based on Zephyx, and that won't change. Even if I could somehow transport my conscience into another body, I would still need my Spectre core. My Spectre core is essentially my brain. With my knowledge about anatomy, I could theoretically swap the brains of 2 bodies. Sadly, a Spectre core is not a brain. The new body won't have my ability, and I won't have access to my most important abilities. Seems like my transformation back into a human has to wait. The aliens have to die first. Then I will have time to transform and start again. For now, I should focus on my primary ability. I need to increase the multiplier of my power. After advancing, Nick traveled to the underground city. When he arrived, he looked at one of the containment units. This containment unit held the Fallen with all of the tentacles. Together with Arya, this was the being that knew the most about him. Nick entered the containment unit without issues. While he couldn't read the mind of the Spectre, he could still delete part of its memories. "Do you remember when you were captured by me?" Nick asked. "Captured?" The Fallen answered in confusion. "You are inside a containment unit," Nick said. "Don't you remember how the blonde woman fought you?" With blonde woman, Nick referred to Arya. She used all sorts of attacks based on light. You tried to pull her into the ocean, but she lured you out and burned all the ocean around you. You couldn't escape anymore, and she contained you, Nick said. I remember, the Fallen answered. Is there something you need? The Spectre didn't know why Nick was asking about that. Of course, it remembered its fight with Arya. Naturally, Arya wouldn't have been powerful enough to suppress the Spectre back then, but that didn't matter. Arya was strong enough to do that now, and protectors live for a long time. She has the ability to disguise her level, Nick said. She looked like a hero for a long time, but she was actually already a protector. I suspected as much, the Fallen answered. She wouldn't have been able to suppress me otherwise. Don't try to escape, Nick said. We don't want a situation to occur. I won't, the Fallen answered. Do you remember me? Nick asked out loud as he created a real human body. We met each other recently for the first time. Yes, are you here for work? The Fallen asked via voice transmission that worked with humans. Earlier, they had communicated via the unique way Specters communicated with each other. No, I have other things to do, Nick said before leaving the containment unit. The Fallen didn't think much about its encounter with a human anymore. Nick looked at his beams. The beam leading to the Fallen had become light blue. The blue was so light that it was almost white. The Spectre only knew the appearance of one of Nick's disguises. That was it. It didn't know where he was. It didn't know his name. It didn't know his abilities. Nick was just a random face in an endless crowd of unimportant humans. After dealing with the Spectre, Nick took a deep breath. Then he told Arya to make some time and to meet him. Arya dealt with all of her work and met Nick in one of the most secure locations inside the containment unit. Have you become an adversary? She asked. Yes, Nick answered with a nod. My abilities have advanced quite a lot. Is there anything I need to know? She asked. There is something, Nick said. Arya could tell that something was weighing on Nick's mind. I trust you, Nick said. If the entire world weren't weighing on my shoulders, I would even trust you with my life. Sadly, that's not reality. Trusting anybody would be betraying all the sacrifices I have forced others to make. Nick took a deep breath. Yet, before he could continue, Arya spoke up. I know, Arya said almost casually. I sacrificed my life for humanity, willingly. I believe in you. I wouldn't want you to trust anybody, including me. You are too important. If my life ends right here, then so be it, she said. No, Nick said. You are not going to die. Arya raised a brow. Then, what was this entire thing about? I do not want to do this, but for humanity, I have to, Nick said. My primary ability comes from the null, Nick said. Arya's eyes widened. Why did Nick tell her? At the same time, Arya also realized why that was so important. She somewhat knew how the null worked. The null wanted to be as unknowable as possible, and that was most likely related to its power. Logically, this meant that Nick also had an incentive to be as unknowable as possible. When I am not perceived, my power increases fivefold, Nick explained. But now that I am an adversary, my power can increase even more. And the increase is based on the being that knows the most about me, which is you currently. I've also gained the power to delete memories. No matter what happens for humanity, I have to delete part of your memories today. I will not input false memories. I will just delete the ones related to any of my abilities. I know it's difficult, but I hope that's fine with you, Nick said. Nick looked at Arya, who seemed very casual. That's it, she asked. Nick nodded. Then Arya started to laugh a bit. Sorry, it's just. I thought this would be a much bigger deal since you were so serious. I mean, more than usual. To think that you were actually worried about something like that. Nick, I dedicated my entire life to humanity. If the deletion of some unimportant memories can help humanity, I would do it voluntarily. Chapter 899 Arya. That's when I met Winter, Nick said. By now, Arya's beam of light had become even redder, and it was slowly approaching black. Nick's power was falling slightly, but that was only temporary. He wanted to tell Arya everything before he deleted all the details. For once, he could be honest with her and tell her why he was doing all of the things he had done in the past. You became Dark Dream's chief Zephyx Extractor by literally just holding up a sign? Arya asked with a laugh. Nick nodded. The atmosphere seemed casual and filled with mirth as Nick told Arya almost everything about his life. They hadn't talked like this in centuries. The last time they had a talk like this was shortly before Arya had confessed to him. Sadly, Nick had been quite absent during his relationship with her, and he had never truly opened up. Arya laughed a lot as she listened to Nick's story. After around 3 hours, Nick was done with his tale. Arya's beam had become fully black by now. She knew even more about him than the technician or ghostie had ever known. When there was a lull in the conversation, the atmosphere changed. "What do you want to be removed?" Nick asked. "Everything about your abilities," she said. "Anything else?" Nick asked. "What else would there be?" Arya asked. Nick hesitated a bit. "Our relationship," Nick said. "It must have been difficult for you back then. Sometimes, I think it would have been better for you if you never met me." "Don't say that," Arya answered with annoyance. "Our relationship was part of my life. Yes, it was frustrating and sad, but I was also happy. My past is what made me who I am today." Arya smiled bitterly. "I think this is the best conversation we've ever had, and I believe I understand you much better now. Sadly, I will forget about this conversation soon." Nick remained silent. "Nick," she said. Nick asked. "I never stopped loving you." Nick looked away. "But it just didn't work out," she said. "If you had taken more time for me, you wouldn't be who you are. I fell in love with your devotion to humanity. You gave everything to humanity, and you were willing to sacrifice so much. If you made me your priority, you would no longer be the person I fell in love with." Arya released a sad chuckle. "This was never meant to be. I am attracted to the very attribute that makes it impossible for me to ever have a romantic relationship with the person who has it. I want to be in your heart, but if you had actually opened your heart to me, I would feel guilty. I would feel like I would be endangering our world. I would feel like I would be stepping on all the people who have suffered." Arya sighed. "But that thought doesn't help me. My emotions want what they want, even if it is impossible. This is my secret, and I kept it inside all this time." Then, Arya smiled brightly. "Feels good to get this off my shoulders." Nick just looked to the side. His relationship with Arya was the only thing that could still penetrate the gray haze that was over his feelings. It hurt. "Are you willing to kiss me one last time?" Arya asked. Nick didn't look at Arya. Several seconds of silence passed. "You can't, right?" Arya asked. Nick closed his eyes, sighed, and slowly nodded. "Are you afraid that your devotion to humanity might be shaken?" she asked. Nick remained silent for a while. "I can't take any risks," he answered, indirectly answering the question. Arya just smiled. "I understand." A moment later, Arya stood up. "Well, let's get this over with," she said, looking at Nick casually. Nick closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Do you remember when I came out of Vernon's briefcase?" he asked. "Huh?" Arya asked in confusion. Nick's heart raced. "Vernon told you about his plan, and you agreed," Nick said. "You have seen me a couple times already by then. You didn't believe in me, but you had no other choice. Either you went with Vernon's plan, or Kugelblitz would be done for. Do you remember that?" Arya laughed. "Yes, but that was reasonable, right? I mean, who would think that an initial expert could infiltrate anatomy? Do you remember how I disturbed the Sea King's senses with Ghostie's machine?" Nick asked. "You told me afterward," Arya answered. "If I had known that Ghostie had such a machine, I would have had more faith in you. Do you remember?" Nick went over each instance in which he showed any of his powers to Arya. He could just make Arya forget all about him and just make it so that they met for the first time when Nick recruited her for the secret research base. But neither side wanted that. They wanted their past together to remain intact. After half an hour of deleting memories, Nick talked about his identity as a Spectre. This was also something that had to go. In the end, Arya's beam was light blue. When Nick saw that, he felt like he had lost something important to him. Arya knew that Nick was Nick, but she didn't know that he was a Spectre, and she also didn't know any of his powers and abilities. Nick's power as a shield was explained by advanced technology that could isolate him from them all. "Sorry for asking that many questions," Nick said, looking at Arya evenly. Arya just laughed a bit. "I get it. I also get lost in memories sometimes. How long have we been talking?" Nick asked. Arya took a moment to answer. "Something like 5 minutes," she asked. The next moment, tears appeared in her eyes. Outward, Nick showed no reaction. But deep inside, he felt pain. "Oh," Arya said in surprise as she realized that tears had appeared in her eyes. "Sorry, I didn't notice." She laughed in embarrassment. "I guess I also got lost in emotion a bit." Nick looked at Arya. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" he asked. Arya hesitated for a moment. "No, this isn't related to you," Arya said. "I just remembered Crimson City." Nick just nodded. "Then, I will be on my way. If you need anything, tell me," Arya said with a chipper tone. Nick nodded again. Then he walked out of the room before vanishing in the hallway. Chapter 900 Wrong Way. Nick left the underground city to clear his mind. My multiplication factor has increased from 6 to 7. With this, I am one step closer to talking with Nurse Alice. I just wish I wouldn't need to do all of that. Sadly, my life is not mine. It belongs to humanity. Then Nick focused on the world. Many people know a lot about me, but I can't just delete my information from all of their minds. If one city didn't know about me, that's just an outlier. If all cities suddenly start forgetting that I exist, it will be suspicious. Additionally, Nick looked at the sun. The beam leading to the sun was just as red as the beam leading to the champion. In fact, it was even a bit redder since the sun knew about his newest ability. At this moment, the sun was the being that knew the most about him. This meant that Nick could no longer improve his multiplication factor. After all, to delete the sun's memory of him, he would need to find every alien who knew about him. And to do that, he needed to find all of the aliens first. And the aliens were not on Earth. Sevenfold is as high as it will go. That's still an improvement of 40% compared to my old ability. Nick focused on Earth's development. A couple of days ago, the shark mother had also been suppressed. Aegis was growing at a terrifying rate. There's not much I can do for now. I have pushed my multiplication factor as much as I can, and now I need to become an early adversary. But that won't be as easy. I could cause suffering to the shields, but that will only be momentary suffering, and it won't be as strong as directly causing them suffering. The growth of an adversary is slow due to a lack of shields. Arya is only a late protector, and everyone else in the underground city is weaker. Advancing will take a while, but I don't have another option. It's the fastest way I have. Nevertheless, I should put on a show for the sun. Otherwise, it will question the source of all the Zephyx I am creating. Nick had to mess with Aegis once again to find an excuse for his Zephyx generation. There are many ways to mess with Zephyx, and since I am going to need a lot of Zephyx, I will be using most of them. This time, it wasn't Nick's goal to delay Aegis' progress in technology. No, this time his goal was to make the shield suffer. It was not a nice thing to do, but he needed to do it. The first thing Nick did was to travel to the bottom of the ocean. Just a bit below the ocean's bottom, Nick started to summon one material after the other. The materials were perfectly in line with the architecture of the Suffering Ones, the era that came after the Enlightened Ones. The materials were not very hard, but they would be quite impressive and expensive to the Suffering Ones. After creating a big ruin, Nick created a couple of old machines in the ruin. Finally, he created a crate. The crate would be made with the absolute best materials the Suffering Ones could make. At that point, Nick took out some machines he had gotten from Deep Core Base and started to print materials. The materials had to be made with pure energy, which meant that Nick couldn't conjure them himself. Over the next hours, Nick assembled a machine. It was half broken, but it still kind of worked. Finally, he put the machine into the crate and hid it in the center of the ruin. The machine Nick had created could print materials made with pure energy that reached the 4th level. Materials of that level were not special. Aegis could theoretically create materials that could even contain an initial Eternal. Meanwhile, this thing could only withstand the power of an Elder. However, these were materials made with pure energy, and Aegis couldn't produce such materials. Even more, this was one of the extremely few machines that didn't need a seed. Nick made it seem like this machine had been created before seed had been a thing. If someone found this ruin, they would think that the Suffering Ones had managed to retrieve a machine from the Enlightened Ones that worked without a seed. This would be an insanely valuable find. Sure, the materials it produced were not great, but if they could learn how the machine did it, they could learn how to make stronger materials. Nick looked at the crate. But opening this crate doesn't represent progression. It represents digression. The reason for that was simple. This was not a machine made by the Enlightened Ones. Nick had made the machine, and he had made it as convoluted and filled with errors as possible. It still did its job most of the time, but it would do so by taking only wrong steps. There is absolutely incorrect usage of pure energy. A special thanks to everyone who donated. You've helped me more than you know. I'll keep working on bringing more audiobooks. If you'd like to support further, you can become a member or donate, and you will get a link to the audiobook library. The links are in my bio and description. In the audiobook library, you can already find 10 complete audiobooks. Lord of Mysteries 1, Lord of Mysteries 2, COI, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, ORV, Mother of Learning, Reincarnator, Leveling Up with Gods, The Author's POV, Kill the Sun, and 7 ongoing. Shadow Slave with Chapter 1 to 2740. Reverend Insanity with 200 chapter. A Regressor's Tale of Cultivation with 200 chapter. My House of Horrors with 300 chapter. Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work with 44.1 chapter. Naruto, The Wind Calamity with 200 chapter. Starting with 13 hidden traits with 200 chapter, updated weekly. You can also download the audio files directly from the library. Making videos takes a bit more time because of rendering, but I'll keep pushing forward. Once again, thank you for listening to Lightverse Recap.